catching a disease. We never had to talk about the thing that brings you to your knees.
Hello, chat. Yeah, can you hear me? I'm going to assume, just make a tiny little. Assume. Yeah, there we go. A tiny little assumption, chat, that y'all can hear me, and that's good. That's a good thing. We appreciate being able to hear folks around these parts. Pull up. Why showed a cat? Because cats are great, chat. Cats are amazing. Those gallons to you, Shota. How you doing? Hey, you gotta get better pickup material, alright? You can't just steal my lines and use them against me. It don't work. Yep, good. See, Brazil got booted from Twitter. Yeah, their Supreme Court, aka their glorious dictator, got pissed off because he was telling Elon, hey, you need to censor anything we tell you to censor. And Elon's like, go fucking suck a dick. And he threw a temper tantrum. It's like, well, fuck you. If you don't give us a random Twitter employee to fucking put in prison for life over here, in your stead, then we're just gonna fucking boot Twitter out of the country. Peacekeeper for 3 buckaroos. It's oh god damn it. It's Owaida the Buni got to Kojima before you showed up. Chat, he's liked Pekora forever. Forever, chat. What was your super chat shots? I thought you didn't watch VTubers. I don't watch VTubers, chat. Why would I, chat? Why would I? Hang on, let me put this here. Let me put this here. When I hit enter, I would appreciate it if you went through the process of entering keyboard. No, that's a YouTube thing. That's a YouTube fucky. But it's fine. Showed, is it morally wrong to eat a gorilla? It's not cannibalism, if that's what you're asking. I hear they're high in protein, though. I met in the studio. It's over, chat. It's never been more over. The Banui and her fucking money. Her money and her monkey. I've been blasting Nails' new album at the gym. God damn, it's some heavy stuff. 9 Inch Nails? I didn't know they had a new album. That's cool. That's cool and that's nice. Should I watch his clips like I do and they end up in the recommendations? I don't even do that. I get clips here and there that pop in from Twitter, but mostly it's text information and whatchamacallit. I don't know. And one other thing that I will maybe remember later. What's cannibalism? Nothing. Don't worry about it. You hear about the new Niji Sanji drama with one of the staff members being a creep? It's more than one of the staff members being a creep. What it is one of the staff members at HQ took a bunch of pictures of all the VTuber talents. This includes their faces and everything. They took pictures of them again at HQ, and then proceeded to go take all that information and bring it to one of the JP drama VTubers, to dox everybody. So literally, Niji Sanji employees are doxing Niji Sanji employees now. They're doxing the talents. It sounds illegal. 90% certain it is. There's a handful of VTubers I'd recommend, but I know I'd be pissing into the wind for you. Oh well, yeah. No, I don't. I don't have time. Even if I liked VTubers, I don't have the fucking time for it. Be sure the Trigun Deluxe editions are right around the corner. Let's hope the reason why it was so delayed was to redo the translation, because the OG localization was pretty bad. I don't know. Probably not. Cora bought a fucking monkey. She did. Just nails. Okay. Power Violence Hardcore Band. Okay. What's your favorite type of cat? My favorite looking cat is Scottish Fold. I like Scottish Folds. They look very nice. Autumn is a good time. I wish it was fucking autumn around here. On a couch. One of them was on a couch. One of them was at a desk. We have 2 blurred pictures to be like, hey, this isn't just like a fluff piece. Like we actually doxed, or we actually have all these photos. We'll find out on September 1st, I think, is whenever the drama VTuber's like, yeah, we're gonna fucking run our piece on it. Me new Twitter accounts, and boy, are the average Twitter users more lefty than I'd liked. I mean, that's the average Twitter user. It was a lefty echo chamber before Elon took over, and then all the people that said that they were gonna leave and go to like Blue Sky and fucking anywhere else, every one of them stayed. Every last fucking one of them stayed like a fucking cockroach. You go in and you fumigate, and they're like, it's slightly, slightly miffed, but I don't care. I'll stay around. What does weather changing cause my tooth to ache? Because you need to brush your teeth. Will you protect them? The Niji talents? Listen, man, they got to pay a premium for that. It's just a coincidence that all the VTubers were also on a couch. Why am I not surprised? Yeah. Here, Nine Inch Nails is doing the soundtrack for the next Tron movie. I did. Maybe that's why I thought Nine Inch Nails dropped a new album. Going from Daft Punk to Reznor is an interesting choice. Yeah. For that to be shit, but then again, the most terminally online people aren't exactly sane. Do you know that the Black Lagoon has spin-offs? Yes, reading them, and they're pretty good. Yes, they are. I'm more of a June children. I fucking hate winter. Winter's nice. Winter's nice because it's cold. They should have got feet pics and made bank. I think one of them was. When they tried to go to Mastodon, that was funny. I don't think any of them ever tried to go to Mastodon. Would you hear that Brazil not only banned Twitter, but is issuing a 9K fine for accessing it through a VPN? But is also going to ban all VPNs. I'd like to see how that works. It'd be funny as fuck to just like Maduro starts. Maduro. The fucking supreme dictator of Brazil is like he starts trying to strong arm all the fucking tele agencies, and they just cut all of Brazil off from the internet. Like, you know what? Internet privilege is revoked. Go fuck yourself. You can't get on the internet anymore. It was 120 this summer. I can't wait for winter. Yeah. Do you know Blue Protocol, that game that Bamcode said is DEI done right? It's announced that it's an end of service and the Western release is canceled. Yeah. Well, the thing with Blue Protocol was it wasn't very popular to begin with, and most of its popularity came from people from other countries trying to get access to the game while it was still in Japan. And the mods explicitly banned anyone that they knew were spoofing to play the game. So like it had a dead on arrival release. The release outside of Japan was like not going to be good at all. No one fucking wanted it outside of Japan. People are like, oh, well, I was excited. No, you're not. You're a lying sack of shit. You're not fucking excited for it. And then on top of that, like you're killing the 5 people that actually give a shit about your game whenever they actually try to play it. That game was so fucking dead as dead could be. Like absolutely insane. Speaking of someone who lives in Cali, I love winter and autumn. Don't get snow unless you go to the mountains, but I like that time of year. Yeah, I was excited for it. No, you weren't. Stiple Hurler realized his new Dead Rising remake video. I assume he released his new video. He says it's good and that they're listening to the fans. Wonder if they'll bring back erotica. No, no, they won't. Stipo, what was it? Yeah, Stipo. He deleted all of his Dead Rising content off of all platforms and went dark. Well, he went dark after he deleted everything because he was pissed off that Capcom sent their fucking review copies to everyone and their mother, but they didn't send any to the guy that's been archiving Dead Rising stuff, particularly revolving around the first game for over a decade. So it was justifiably. I mean, I'd be really pissed off if like some like 2-view channel on YouTube got a fucking review code, and me, who has more subscribers than them, and excuse me, much more dedication to the franchise, got glossed over. I'd be a little pissed off too. He took it too far, where he was like, all right, well, I'm the only person archiving all this shit since fucking Capcom doesn't seem to give a fuck about me. All that archived information gone off the face of the earth. Go fuck yourselves. Speaking of which, as much as I think Capcom's changed for fighting Collection 2 or Nothing Burger, mine's Power Stone. Goddamn, wish they would stop changing things about their old games. I'm imagining, honestly, the only thing that's going to be changed is Dimitri's Inyaba transformation. So one of the characters, whenever he does his attack, one of the characters will turn into Inyaba from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. That's the one I'm suspecting got changed due to fucking rights issues. But we'll see. We'll see. Still can't believe we're getting CVS too, eh? Midnight Bliss, yes, Midnight Bliss. Sober got censored by the CCP. It's Jover, but did they put a text file in the game? Game file was uncensored. We're still back. That's pretty funny. I heard that it was the storefront, the storefront that it was released on. But that's just what I heard through the grapevine. See, the one Brazilian Miku art that has that was, god damn it, that was white, got Twitter into a hissy fit. Like, nigga, white people live in Brazil, you dumbasses. Yeah. I think Gizmodo or some other site did an email interview with Capcom, and they flat out said, we didn't think erotica was thematically consistent with Dead Rising is about, so we removed it, X'd it out. I don't know if they gave a reason for it, but yeah, it's people are just annoyed with things being taken out of remakes or remasters. I mean, it is just annoying, and Capcom's never cared about thematic consistency. Let's be real. Let's be real. To be fair, they even sent it to G. Henry, a guy who hasn't uploaded a Dead Rising video in years and gets like 40k views per video. Yeah, they sent it to... Oh, like I said, they sent it to fucking everybody. Capcom's really... When it comes to like getting their marketing out there, they tend to like to just go the influencer route. So they'll shotgun out all their review copies to a bunch of influencers and be like, hey, review our game. We don't really care what you think of the game, just put a review out on it. Make people know that the game's releasing. Kind of on him for expecting Capcom to care about his efforts. Well, I mean, like he took all the shit offline, and people were like, "Oh, fucking, you're a piece of shit for doing that." And it's like, I mean, it's his stuff, it's his hard work that was overlooked. So if he wants to take it off the face of the earth, that's his right to do that. See, people are blaming MiHoYo for Blue Protocol shutting down. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, dang it. Load. Did this work? But with Twitter? Brazil, Pippa, that's not how this works. Brazil. Hey, here the Mortal Kombat 1 players are once again going back to MK11. They just go back to 10. Game's dead, and there's people, and these people will probably come back once Chaos Reigns releases. Probably. Pretty sure the stages in Plasma Swords getting changed because it's a post-tsunami hellscape, and you see toppled buildings. A toppled building that has a Nintendo logo on it. Oh yeah, they'd most likely take that out. You see that orcs now have families and rings of power. I don't give a shit about Lord of the Rings. Good evening from Brazil, where Twitter has just been fucking banned. Yeah. I noticed that whenever Brazil was banned, 2 populations on Twitter just got fucking snapped out of existence, and that's gay furry artists and gimmick accounts. I won't elaborate, but that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, man. Don't Brazil have a sizable Japanese population too? I don't know about that. They removed the Enigma BS from their older games, whereas Capcom going to be extra annoying for a few more years. Chat, they haven't even started. We're not even at a proper incline on the roller coaster, brother. But I don't know. I think they removed it from some of them. Yes, friend of the channel, G. Ginry. Problem is, minus Nintendo, Capcom probably has the largest collection of games people give a shit about. Resident Evil, Monster Hunter, Dead Rising, Street Fighter, etc. So any move they make is that much more noticeable. I'm pretty sure white people are the majority of Brazil. I've got no fucking clue. I've got no interest in ever going to Brazil. Ever. Like, it just... call it my media bias or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Brazil seems like a fucking shithole. Even the people in Brazil will just be like, yeah, I got robbed. Oh well, it's just that time of the year. Like, what time of the year, brother? What? It just 1 degree too hot. People start robbing people. Fucks up, man. Don't understand. They have families. They're just like you and me. Yeah. Only I wasn't born and bred to be evil. Brazil mentioned. I believe Brazil is 90% cartels. Yes, absolutely. I agree. Happened to live near one of the first Japanese settlements of Brazil. Lots of cool history. I imagine so. Wait. Are you talking about mewing again, chat? Mewing's a fucking lie, chat. All the poor big booty Brazilian OnlyFans models. Well, they only banned Twitter. They're still allowed on OnlyFans. Brazil fucking sucks. The people fucking suck. The weather fucking sucks. Don't come, yeah? You don't want to get kidnapped by a cartel. Yeah. Listen, the cartel don't want to lose anybody, and I don't want to have to kill anybody. Okay, it's a win-win. Okay, it's a win-win-win-win. Brazil's probably the most diverse Latin American country. Explains a lot, yeah. I see that retail chain has only gotten 800 pre-orders for AC Shadows. Good. There's a lot of orders via Ubisoft storefront, or Shadows is going to flop hard. Well, people pre-order stuff digitally nowadays, too. It's like India, but worse. I wouldn't go that far. But being robbed is like culture enrichment for you. Bred to be evil. That's a band name. Good. Recently read the first AVP comic. Pretty good. Wish the movies were like it. First one's fine. You can't even see the second one, which that seems like it's going to be fixed soon. Someone brought like a re-edited / recolored version of the movie and gave it to the director. It's like, hey, can you do fucking anything to get this released? And the guy's like, oh, you did all the work. I'll see what I can do. A friend had a couple of us do a watch through of 90 Day Fiancé. One of them had a white dude and a Brazilian chick. At one point, the chick gets robbed while the dude was away, and the camera crew followed him. The robber? I've seen touristas. I don't want to end up losing my organs. Yeah. When you and Lolly went to the gang, when you, Lolly, and the gang went to Japan, did you guys have conversation with the locals, or just keep to yourselves? When we were in a group, for the most part, we kept to ourselves. We talked to other people that were vacationing over there whenever we went to Mount Fuji. But in a group, we kept to ourselves. Whenever, like I've said it before, I woke up like 2 hours before everyone else, and I'd go to sleep like 3 or 4 hours after everyone else. And I'd leave the hotel and walk around. But whenever I would do that, there'd be people out, and I'd talk to them. Some of the nicest people I met over there were some like college-age kids. Two dudes that worked at the convenience store that was not too far from us, and I talked to them. They told me about. I didn't even know our hotel had a fucking a pool floor. And they told me about that. I was like, what? You say psych? Ain't no way. Excuse me. What do you mean the weather sucks, chat? It's 10,000 degrees. Do you see that people on Kiwi farms are threatening to make a thread on Lolly? Oh no. The first UFC tournament was won by a Brazilian. To be fair, it wasn't much of a tournament. I feel like most OnlyFans models advertise on Twitter. I mean, they advertise on anything they can. I'm sure they probably advertise on fucking Facebook Marketplace. And you're just in sumo Shota. I've only watched sumo like a very, very small handful of times. I've been trying to save up to go to Japan, and I want to go see a match. I don't even know where the fuck sumo seems like the type of niche hobby that you'd probably have to go at a specific time to see a match, or like a specific time in the year to see a match, and then on top of that, oh god, dude, like I imagine it'll probably be more expensive since it's niche. First Google search showed white 43%, mixed 45%, African 10%. Don't believe your dog going berserk showed up. Don't worry. I'll go put him down real quick, chat. Don't worry, I'll be back. Don't worry about it. Of course, the spastics are threatening to make one on Lolly. I mean, if they like had anything, they just make a proper thread. Chat, to take one from the girl bosses. Why are you so weird? Oh god, chat. I did the Mike Still Clausa face when I said that. Oh, I'm dirty. I'm a dirty man. Makes sense because it's probably the most mixed country. Brazil? I don't know. I think America might be the most mixed country, but that's just me. What the fuck would they? Oh, KF put a thread about Lolly. They've got nothing. I don't know. Maybe they just regurgitate all the Encyclopedia Dramatica information I read on Null. It's a secret Null thread. I have to go. Yes, I do have to go at a specific time. Okay, it's the national sport of Japan, though. I guess it could be considered niche outside of Japan. Well, I mean, like it's a national sport of Japan, but really, baseball's the national sport of Japan. It's the sport that Japan invented, I guess. Esmokuko barking for help. It's fine, Chad. I broke her legs. We ain't gotta worry about nothing else. It's all gonna be okay. Let's see. I had some stuff archived to talk about pre-stream. Stop surfing the web. No. I have to press. Nope. No. Just that one. Don't press don't press those two buttons together. Just that button. Oof. Media Ghost for 222. Hey, Shota, thoughts on doing a Dustborn stream? Absolutely not. Don't lie. We all know you want to do it. Also, who would want to fight Reaper from Overwatch or Frank from It's Always Sunny with one egg? I'm assuming Reaper doesn't have his shotguns because he didn't specify he got to have his shotguns. I have full faith in Frank. 100% faith. Unending Frank faith. In Texas, there are a few sumo clubs. Really, personal favorite is the Dallas Sumo Club. They're actually pretty fun to watch. Let's see. The most recent one I've got to talk about on here. No. Most recent one I've got on here that I haven't already talked about is the Tencent and NetEase stuff. Tencent and NetEase are they're losing money. Like they've invested a bunch in making games in Japan, and they're like, well, you're not actually making us any money. Gee, I wonder why. And one of the studios that they have under their umbrella is Oka Studios, which are the guys that did Visions of Mana. We played the demo like 2 weeks back, I think it was like 2 weeks back, a week or two ago. We played the demo for that, and it was okay. It was fine. The variation in the gameplay, variation is what I would want from a game like that, and all variation comes from stuff that we didn't get to see in the demo very much. So sad, but the team was all fired, which that's, to be fair, that's standard practice in the games industry. You make a game, you get fired. It is what it is. But it looks like they're going to start shutting companies down. I believe Grasshopper is also under their umbrella, so it's likely we're going to get the Lollipop Chainsaw remake. What's it called? Fucking goddamn it! No More Room in Hell. Damned to Hell. Yes, Damned to Hell. We're gonna get the Damned to Hell. That's not what it's fucking called. We're gonna get the Damned. We're gonna get that remaster. It's gonna come out, and that one actually looks pretty good. I don't know when it comes out, but it actually looks good. We're gonna get that, and then we're likely not gonna see anything else from Grasshopper for a while. Shout out to the Damned. Thank you. Thank you. Brother, I was struggling, dog. I was struggling. But finishing up Ghostwire games underrated, and I hope to see a sequel that improves on it. Unfortunately, Tango GameWorks is gone and lost access to all their properties, and I don't trust another team under Bethesda's umbrella to do anything good with it. Are you playing Dustborn? I would rather die, chat. Give the dog a combat knife. Start to train it to be DD from MGS5. Frank would win even if Reaper had shotguns. Thanks for starting a stream late, so I wouldn't have to worry about busting a to your stream. Oh god. Haven't you read that part in history? Baseball was brought to Japan after a breakdancing Ronin beat the American Navy. All right, but don't worry about it. No, it's fine, chat. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's all good. Not an at from the almighty Cunny, chat. That's me. That's me. That's not in mine. Don't worry. I'll convince my gunway to give those Kiwi farms retards lollies ducks. Oh, chat. See, that won't work. You were giving a fake state. $1,000 donation to play Dustport to completion. Showdown. Let me look up the how long to beat real quick. Hang on. How long to beat Dustborn? Why my thumbs have to be so chunky? Huh? 17 hours. Fuck that. Jesus, fuck. Road 96? What the fuck is Road 96? Hang on. Okay, it is a game. What the fuck is Road 96? Hey, hang on, chat. I'm going on a official technical support. What? All right, don't give a shit. Don't care. Close it. Get it out of here. Don't care. This board sounds like a psyop for me. Basically. At this point, I'm surprised publishers aren't running out of game studios to shut down. Yeah, fucking for real. Can't tell if I'm not putting my chest sensor on the right, or my Friday gym performance is normally terrible. Probably both. Thumbs are chunky because you're fat. Your fucking hands. Okay, well, I guess your palms do. Your fucking hands, your thumbs don't get fucking meat on them, chat. You goddamn sausage roll. You're right, Lally told him he lived in Arkansas. West Memphis, to be exact. There's a Memphis? What's your favorite version of Alien, TC or DC? Same question for Aliens. What do you explain yourself, chat. Explain yourself. Explain your question. You can't go fucking running your acronyms around me. Game about escaping Trump's America. Majority of Kiwi farms is retarded. Also, Null ran a pedal board. Enough said. Yeah, Null did run a pedal board. Road 96 is a Trump bad game. Oh, your job. Hang on. Let me open the. I'll open it in LibreWolf. Just so we what was it? Road 96? Was that what it was? Yeah. Road 96. All regions. Go fuck yourself. 2021 adventure game developed and published by a French. French studio DigixArt as a part of HP's Omen Presents. Wow. Additional publishing support by Plug and Digital. The game is set in the mid to late 1996 with the within the fictional nation of Petria, an authoritarian country ruled by a dictatorship undergoing a potentially transformative election season. Okay, well, a couple things already. It was released in 2023. Well, it was released far too early. Put it back in the box. Let it cook a little bit. That's the one with the Trump allegory, if I remember right. I don't know, probably. It sounds right. Favorite multiplayer PlayStation game? I don't really play multiplayer games very much. So any multiplayer game where I get to play by myself. Dustborn is painfully bad, not funny bad like Life is Strange. It looks like it. Theatrical cut versus director's cut, you think it's... okay. It'd probably be director's cut. Watch the Terminator anime? I haven't, not yet. So you're playing PlayStation All-Stars like a Chad tonight? Oh, never. How much for you to play the new Crow COD DLC? Killzone, oh god. You do the fucking the one kill Oh god, you do the one kill, get instantly taken off of YouTube. Do you like spotted dick sponge, chat? I don't even. Why do you know so many things that start with dick, chat? Answer that one. Favorite God of War? God of War 2. I love it. It's great. It'd be God of War 2, and then probably was it Chains of Olympus is the first one, right? And Ghost of Sparta is the second one for the handheld releases. So it'd probably be God of War 2, then Ghost of Sparta, and then God of War 3. Doesn't start with dick. It starts with spotted. It has dick in the name. Any good anime sites to use? I don't know. You always just like properly pirate all your anime. I like to imagine that this recent leak that happened with like the Don, the Terminator, and all that stuff where they all leaked out. I like to imagine that was probably a fucking. Why would you click that, Shoda? You goddamn animal. Yeah, let's go back to the live chat. I like to imagine it was probably all like a setup to find out who the fuck was hosting these sites. Too lazy to properly pirate anime. Not too late, chat. Too late. Time's come for you. See how badly Gearbox fumbled the DLC for Risk of Rain? They broke several baseline mechanics with it. I didn't know it was Gearbox that was responsible for it. That's unfortunate. I haven't seen it, but I saw people like looking through the code, and they're like, "Oh my god!" Are you a curly pretzel or a straight pretzel kind of man, Shoda? I've never had an actual straight pretzel. It's always curly, chat. Everything's easy, yeah. Strange enough, All Stars Dante is a pretty good character compared to the DMC game. Terminator anime is pretty good. The art style reminds me of the classic 90s, early 2000s style. Yeah, I mean, it looked like it would be entertaining. At the very least, it'd be entertaining. Hopefully they got creative with it. Not enough storage space for anime anymore. Too much Japanese porn. Oh. Your bucks can't make a good game to save their life, yeah? Which VPN do you use for torrenting Shoda? I need a new one. I have NordVPN right now. A lot of VTubers recommend the Shark one. Hang on, let me... Shark VPN. Surfshark? Is it Surfshark? No, it wasn't Surfshark. Is there another Shark? Is there another Shark VPN? Am I going senile? I'm too tired for this. I'm too tired to stream chat. I don't want to. Gore was good in the Terminator anime. I use Torguard. Well, that requires you to use a bunch of stuff that isn't the best. How's High Dive? Is it at least better than Crunchyroll? High Dive's familiar. I've probably used. I don't know. Chat brother, I do not know. I do not know. So our Risk of Rain 2's lead dev's reaction to the DLC, my sweet baby. I did see that. I did. I got a Switch like last week, and holy shit, style switching so good. Why is it locked to the Switch? Because they hate you. They hate you and your kind. Mulvad looks good. No account required, and you can pay in crypto. Proton VPN's free to use. Proton VPN free used to work. Then they blocked uTorrent and Qubit unless you pay up. Oh, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. I use Windscribe because I'm cheap. Imagine paying for a streaming service. Yeah. You have Alzheimer's, dementia, brain trauma, and a whole lot of else, Shoda. Surfshark's the only shark VPN. I don't believe you. Remember Randy Pitchford molested Claptrap's VA in an elevator? So he claims. Senile or brain rotted? Both. Being better than Crunchyroll is like saying you're healthier than carcinogens. Yeah, fair enough. I watched Terminator Zero. It's definitely the third best Terminator product. So, what are you a Terminator 2 guy or Terminator 1 guy? None. I'm a Terminator 3 guy. Get the fuck out of my house. Get the hell out of my house, chat. I predicted you. You get the fuck out. I don't want to hear nothing about you. Nothing from you. Also, we have any fucking what food do you like that's the color white? Bread. Bread. I was also in the elevator. I saw it. I laugh when people always spin in the Randy molest. I laugh. People always spin it to Randy molesting him when all he said was he was assaulted. Yeah. Maybe you should have fucking clarified, huh? Any hopes for the upcoming Gouda Gouda banner? If you're talking about, do I think I'm going to pull on the banner? You got me fucked up, chat. You have me incredibly fucked up. H-Dive filled gushing over magical girls or filed them under LGBTQ plus. Enough said. Both are shit. I mean, gushing over magical girls does have a woman molesting women throughout the entire series. So, fair enough. Summer Glau was a pretty hot Terminator. Summer Glau, was that her name? Hang on. Hey, she play Rogue? Wait, was she Rogue? No. Why did she have? Oh, she was getting That's a fucking deviant. Someone took a picture of her and edited her. This is the one from the TV show, by the way. Someone took her and edited a picture of her to have like the white streak like Rogue has, and it's the first picture that comes up when you type in her name. Show the pic. Show me the Rogue. It's not real, chat. Someone edited it. It's okay to admit that you're the whale keeping global alive. Are you talking about Undoken? I was gonna talk about that. Chat. How do y'all summons go? Mine went ass. Show me the edit. Look it up yourself. Why can't it be me? She's doing that too. So what's the whole premise of gushing over magical girls? You like if you like magical girls, and you like lesbians molesting women, and physically assaulting women, if that's your shit, like it is mine. All those things filed under fuck yeah in my cabaret. Hell yeah. You'll love gushing over magical girls. It's fantastic. Ain't Randy by the rights to Duke Nukem just to ruin Duke's reputation because he hated the character? That's what people say, but like I don't think so. I think he just doesn't know how to make a good game. I think all games that come out from Gearbox that are good are despite of Randy. Check out the new Crow movie. Not much interest myself. I haven't. I'm also not very interested in it. You even like the baby play? Listen, chat. Listen. I named what I like. If you like it being funny as well. I mean, sexual assault is always funny, chat. I don't understand why that distinction needs to be played. Like, why do I need to make that distinction? I'm slowly picking away at the fear and enemy myself. Yeah. There's an episode with baby play? Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Your books are an anomaly of shit. Yeah. They have a lot of stuff, chat. They have a lot of stuff. Who's the lady in the edit? Scroll up in chat. You'll find her name. If you just type in Terminator TV show woman Terminator, you'll find it. You have access to Google. Some poor girl was tricked to become a villain. I mean, yeah, a little bit. She liked it. Is Lady Juice combustible? What's the octane Aki rating? What's the compression ratio? I need more horsepower. You ain't got none of it, chat. None of it. Opinion on Fallout London? No opinion. No opinion. Opinionless, even. God damn it, chat. Let me get my fucking thoughts out. Anyone that did Dokken, chat, how was your summons? Mine were terrible. Maybe we have a room full of non-gamblers, in which case, stay by that. Stay by that. Mine are terrible. I think I'm just about near pity on there. Haven't gotten that. I want the trio. I want the trio. I did all my multis, and it's only on this last multi that I managed to pull the Piccolo Vegeta. Brother, I'm going through it. Sarah Connor Chronicles, yeah. Girl loves magical girl group. Evil organization knows she likes seeing them get hurt. Recruits her as a villain against her will, but then she learns she likes sexually torturing them. Well, they also like being sexually tortured. Summer Glau is the rogue edit, yeah. Well, her name is Summer Glau. This version of Gore Magala, do you like? I personally like Chaotic. Chaotic's really good. Opinion on you being a bitch? I just want to. I just want you to know. Every time you open your mouth, I slip my dick in there a little bit. So you might want to keep your mouth shut. Oh, this base for war is bad, folks. Capitalism is bad. Fags keep walking. I don't even like Fallout. I don't play the DBZ gacha. Too broke. FGO and Nike already beat me enough. Man, you want to fucking Legends is 10 times worse than Dokkan. It's fucking wild. The whales that play Legends are a different breed, brother. They're different. Of all my vices, I can't count gambling among them. Good. Only Ozzer likes it. Why is the first thing you get whenever you look it up the rogue? That's what I asked. Only the green one likes being sexually tortured. MC thinks that ruins the bit. No, chat. No. They all like it. There's only one of them that plays into it. That's gay shorta, man. Stop sucking my dick, bro. That's on you. Harold and Kumar made an entire movie about this. I lost it gambling. Too broken based to play gacha games. Chat, you're not based. If Joe top Dokkan again, by the way, little summer PB Dubai is too strong. Don't worry, chat. Don't worry. It will be quickly cast off the mountain by Uma Musume. Read the gushing manga, waiting for the next episode to come out. When I did, that was hopefully the first and last time I ever said fuck. It's time. It's the baby fetish episode aloud. It's good, chat. It's good. Gushing over magical girls is fantastic. It really doesn't sound like the anime and manga you consume with your pants on, but it also doesn't sound like the kind of anime and manga that'll let you wank to it. So it sounds doubly meaningless. It's great. It's fantastic. It's only gay if you're the one sucking. Yeah, they it's been established, chat. Stop sucking mine, chat. You need to stop gargling my dick. Take it out of your mouth. Horse girls, and Yakuza. It's called Aura, bro. Mainly free to play for gacha, but will spend money for the characters that like. The people that just spend money for every single character that comes out are a different breed. I hope Gushing gets a second season. It has all of my fetishes. Have you watched Ayakashi Triangle? It's a great anime for those who love thighs. I have not. Is that the no? What was the name of the stalking one? There was one all about like wet stockings. I never watched it. That's not even my fetish, so it'd be like completely irrelevant to me. Favorite part of the baby play part? The part where they kill people, chat. The part where they rip people's fucking eyeballs out of their skulls. What are you playing tonight? We're back on our visual novel grind, chat. We're continuing. It's a fetish anime icon. Speak for yourself, chat. Speak for yourself. Also, I beat Gory, Cuddly Carnage. I beat it. Fantastic. I loved it. I loved it the entire time. It's not 100%ed it. It's not a super duper long game. Well, I know I have more than 5 hours put into it, but yeah, not a super duper long game. But really, really fucking fun. Really enjoyed it. I'd urge you to buy it because it was fun. Thanks for showing off Gory. I'm getting it too. Yeah, very entertaining. What's next, Tsukihime? Chat. There's not enough money to make me play through a several 100-hour visual novel. All right, we're like 20 some odd hours into this one. Looks fun. It is. It's good. You're thinking of Miru Tight? I don't fucking know. Visual novel? How about you visualize these balls, Shota? Chat, you're currently visual noveling. You're currently visualizing my balls spinning around in your head. See Asmongold's dishwasher? No, I don't see anything about Asmongold because I don't like him. Would you play any game for $1,000? I would need the money up front, and then I'm only playing a game I like anyways. This is the next TWD playthrough. Never, chat. We're never playing through The Walking Dead. Never, ever. Just paid for mine, and I'm expecting it to come. Did it get a physical release? If so, good. Your chat's becoming increasingly homoerotic of late. That's on y'all, chat. You gotta police that shit. It's fine, Chad. It's fine. You all don't stop watching VTubers, and all the VTubers out there, they're all becoming gay at the same exact time. I think it's a business decision. Every one of them. We just learned recently that there's only like one straight girl in the entirety of FaZe Connect. We watched 2 Hololive girls kiss in front of millions of people. That's over, chat. The men, they've lost. Sissy Hypno's no joke, chat. You see Asian Andy's newest Saga Squatter moved into his sister's house, and now he streams in there, blasting music and making noise 24/7, torturing the bitch until she leaves. Jesus fuck. People really do forget just how gross Asmongold is. He used to lay in bed and fuck with his gums to make them bleed and then wipe them on the wall next to his best. Yep, he did. Seems Red Thread Game made a post talking about the Dustborn community, talking about Dustborn with what little players there are. I think Red Thread is the developers, right? But yeah, I saw that. I didn't read it. I didn't care. I didn't care what they had to say. I decided to stop by and see what's up. Been pretty depressing for me as of late. Oh, yeah. Shit sucks. Agreed. VTubers unleash waves that attack people's brains to make them gay. The VTubers are turning all the audience gay. That's that parasocial relationship, baby! I fucking warned you. I warned you over 2 years ago. I said I don't like VTubers. I find them all to be parasocial. And what's happening now, chat? The entire audience, an entire football stadium full of people got hit with the gay beam. Gushing is funny when Utena goes, I don't want to do this. Does the episode gimmick once and immediately gets Finding Nemo, Blood Frenzy, Shark Eyes, and goes overboard. It's all funny. Oh, yeah. Didn't the fish scold Iruka for being too gay? Based. Is Asmongold one of the richest people in the world? Like, doesn't he make $1,000 every time he streams? I'm almost certain he makes far more than that. Actually, hang on. This wouldn't be accurate. Most likely his net worth went up past this time, but Twitch streamer leaks. Okay, well, no, I don't want that. Twitch streamer income leaks. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see. Free me. Let's see. Most critical was 2 million. Critical Role 9 million. Damn. XQC 8 million. Asmongold. This is as of whatever time the leaks were. Asmongold was 2,551,618.73 cents. And that was for a year, 2 years. And that's only gone up. It's definitely only gone up. August 19th to October 2021. That's what he made in that time period. I wish I was Asmongold rich. So do I. Should a VTuber arc win? I need a voice changer, and it's not gonna work, chat. Should have criticized VTubers and their fans. All the while Gur posters love pillows and figurines. Chat, it's over for him. It's over for him, chat. They'll never make it out of the hood. Look at Airhead just possibly fired Helldiver's community manager Baskinator. Long overdue, if true. If true. We've learned to bully people. You should bully more people. I mean, DMC reboot Toku 6000? Something like that. Still funny that Red Thread's trying to do damage control about the meme reputation Dustborn is getting. Any thoughts? Not really. I mean, you can't dictate anything. You can't dictate anything about your game once it's out. It's over. You should in chat. How are things going? I'm alive. I paid 1,000s multiple times to Asmongold. I assume, Chad. I just assume that you're a broke boy. All right, that's what God has told me. You're a broke boy. You just gotta say so, chat. Well, for the community manager, there were idiots for not just replacing him as soon as he was being an idiot. Yep. Do Asmongold's fans find something appealing about an uber millionaire living or appearing like he's hand to mouth? I mean, probably. We've talked about it beforehand, but if you have a manager and you're a streamer or anything like that, one of the first things they tell you, outside of "don't talk politics," is, "Hey, Don't flaunt your wealth, because a lot of people don't like that. There's a very specific group of people that like that, and those people don't tend to have a bunch of money to throw around. What your target audience is going to be is like upper middle class people, and then every once in a while you'll bring in the rich folks that just trickle in because they're fucking just clicking from one streamer to another one. Those people like that tend to like people that are really vile, that just, you know, spout off and say dumb shit. They would love me, Chad. They would love me. I can't be on Twitch. Those type of people, you know, they gravitate towards stuff like that. But the bulk of your audience, what you want is upper middle class people that can handle, you know, giving you like $100 a week or something like that. I'm lower middle class, brother. I'm poor as fuck. You're in here with meat. I saw Narissa eat a burger without the top bun. What an animal! I heard, chat. I heard she ate a several-month-old Subway burger. Disgusting. I love Low Tier God. Low Tier God had a platform for far longer than he really should have. I assume another visual novel tonight, given the name of the stream. Chat, we're continuing our visual novel. What about the freeloaders like me? You draw attention, chat, by posting in chat. You drive up engagement. No, the way engagement works on YouTube is different from the way it works on Twitch. But Twitch rewards you for just being live 24/7. I've also talked about this before. That's why people like literally go to sleep on stream. They do stuff where they in order to stream 24/7, they'll do, you know, the camera will be on them when they sleep, and they'll let their audience, you know, play sounds and shit like that. Twitch really just rewards that constant streaming. I hate Twitch so fucking much. It is a bad place. Like, it is not the best. Literally, Gushing Manga starts off with Shy. I'm scared, and is currently at Forces of Darkness and Power in my hand, so that they may slap asses with the forces of a neutron star. Yes. I have to give Alice a scrub in the tub. She is stinky. She is stinky. He's still just looking in good health. She have no complaints. I don't understand the donation economy. Chat. Just don't flaunt your wealth. That's the donation economy. Don't flaunt your wealth. I hate those sleeping streams. It's on YouTube too. Yeah, I imagine probably. So it agrees to see where Narissa came from, since she's one of the few I actually knew beforehand. Yeah. You see the Venezuela gang taking over some buildings in Colorado? Yeah. They're taking over some buildings in Colorado. And the mayor explicitly refuses to do anything about it because they want you to grovel to the government and beg for them to give the government more rights to do stuff, when in all actuality all the mayor has to do is say, hey, police force, go fucking kill them. They're a foreign entity. Go put a fucking bullet in their heads. Whoopsie. Whoopsie daisies. But that'd be getting stuff done, and it wouldn't require you to grovel at the feet of the government. Cheryl just showed us dancing monkeys. Dance for Shoda. Dance for him. Thank you, chat. Very nice. I'm poor. I hope the dollar I gave you one time helped. It means the world to me, chat. More of a we're poor, but we give you the streamer. So it's more of we're poor, but we give you the streamer our attention. It'd be OUR, but no. On YouTube, it's like a metrics thing. I imagine it's kind of like it on Twitch too. It's just Twitch rewards different stuff. Like I said, Twitch rewards being live 24/7 because the longer you're live, the higher chance you have to keep getting boosted up in its algorithm. That's why the prevalence of sleeping streams is so strong. YouTube tends to reward interaction more, but the way YouTube classifies like stream interactions is different from the way it classifies like video interactions, right? If any video from like a smaller creator like myself, video again, not live stream, got the type of interactivity the fucking the streams get on here, any video that I made, no matter what it was over, would probably fucking be on the front page, like getting pushed. But that's just because it's a fucking live stream. No shit, there's gonna be people talking. Turn that shit in the Grozny. Like Groznygrad? That's on Greedfall 2 showed? I haven't played Greedfall 2. Some migrants are also hijacked a couple buses full of kids recently too. I didn't hear anything about that one. God dang, chat, god dang. Surprised that no one who's got a death wish hasn't LARPed as Dread and stormed one of those apartments. Yeah. Well, I'm surprised no one in the apartments had a gun. John only gets money from Lully chat. Lully pays Shoda to hang out with chat on his channel. It's true. It's true, chat. There's like 1 or 2 non-VTuber Twitch streamers I like. I only watch their VODs. Twitch sucks to use. But one of them is friends with that prick Ludwig. Man, I hate that guy. Yeah, I don't like Ludwig either. I don't like Ludwig for like a number of reasons, but I think the one that pisses me off the most is he made a video. Ludwig did. He made a video talking about like, oh hey, if you wanna make it big on YouTube, you have to do this, and it's another one of those, hey, making it big on YouTube super duper easy. You just need to watch my video and let me sell you my poison, type shit. And the entire thing was him going like, all right, well, I paid these 18 different people to make a YouTube video for me, and I was completely hands off for the entire thing. And then I hopped into, I leaked in my Discord beforehand the channel that I made so that everyone could go watch it. And I went to my buddy's stream on Twitch and shilled my video, and had him shill my video to his audience, to make the video a success. And it's like, oh man, so you just released a Ludwig video. Asmongold actually disabled all his memberships and donations so Twitch doesn't make money off of him, and uses Amazon servers with his 25k plus audience. Oh god. There's like one or so the composer for Visions of the Mana speaks against Western influence JRPGs, and the NetEase support studio that made it is on the chopping block Quinky Dink. Yeah, they Chad, they don't give a fuck. It's NetEase and Tencent. These people make more money in a day than you're going to see in your entire lives. All they saw is the fact that studios that were making a product were not turning over as much of an investment as they want, and they said, all right, get rid of them. And they got rid of them. Are the gun laws in Colorado strict? I think they're stricter, but still. Sounds like a problem organized crime will solve. I don't know if you noticed this, chat, but organized crime never targets the higher ups, you know? You never see millionaires or billionaires getting robbed by organized crime, right? It's always poor people. They just take more money from the poor people and push poor folks further down. Ludwig. You're not flaunting wealth, it's garish. I'm British. But I don't get why rich people who act normal get more money. People know they're rich, right? Like how PewDiePie retired with enough. I would like to say people do know that they're rich. However, a majority of the population's fucking stupid. Yet people with more time and more money than they have common sense, and they just want to spend that money. It's burning a hole in their pocket, chat. Shoot, his father never hugged him. Isn't that sad? Maybe sad for you, chat. No. Maybe studios that make deals with Western poisoners are gonna learn a hard lesson. Chat. Tencent is not Western. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to break it to you. I barely have 30k. I'm broke. Chat. I remember the good old days when I had money, no medical bills, no nothing. Isn't that the plot of The Purge? Sorta. Tencent is Chinese. Yes, it is. Probably because you can't really rob a millionaire as you can a pauper, mostly due to the net worth liquidity. Chet, I don't mean to alarm you, but these millionaires, I keep a couple $100 on them. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. Also, funnily enough, you can pretty easily track millionaires. You can track their jets. That one guy that tracked all of Taylor Swift's jet movements to rat her out because she was like, oh, we need to help the environment, and then he's like, bitch, you flew your jet almost 1,000 times last year. What you mean? Like, what are you talking about? Brazil had it too good with the Brazilian Miku trend. That's why they had Twitter removed. Divine punishment, one might say true. I mean, more like studios like Capcom or Square Enix. My bad. Capcom, like I said, it's the Capcom roller coaster. Square Enix has been in a bad bind in the past. There's a difference between the knee-jerk, oh my god, politics way of looking at stuff and the actual what's going on behind the scenes, money talks shit. The money talk stuff is what's actually happening. The politics stuff is just, it's the fact that these companies literally have people that treat them as their lives. And even though they do it for free, chat, I don't know if you know this, but they do it for free. Couldn't be me, chat. Couldn't be me. The behind-the-scenes stuff is what you need to look at. You need to read the interviews when you can. Take a look at that stuff, and that gives you a picture of what's actually going on. I talked about it probably over a year ago. Square Enix fucking hates their CEO. They despise that motherfucker. There's been several different things going on behind the scenes where it's like, hey, we just keep making bad financial decisions. Why do we keep doing that? Fuck you. I don't know. We're gonna make another one though. That's how Square Enix is. Capcom has its ups and downs. It likes to exude control on its audience. Joe, how much money do you think you could save if you stopped gambling for JPEGs? It's always something else. Something else will always take its place. Like right now, I got a shit ton of medical bills I gotta pay. It's always fucking something, chat. If I didn't have something siphoning my bank right now, I'd be suck starting an iron live on stream, chat. Has Tencent developed a game, or are they just a publisher? They buy up developers, chat. Why do you have AIDS? Yeah, AIDS. So, do you know that McDonald's is the place to rock? It's an establishment where they buy food to eat. It's a place where people get down to listen to rock music. Chat, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Tencent seems to be a Chinese monopoly. I don't think China has monopoly laws. But yeah. Shooter, are you alright? I'm reading, chat. I'm reading. Get jobs at Bamco, chat. I would love to. Does Square Enix own the Tomb Raider IP? They own the people that own the rights to it, so yeah. What the fuck is a Mickey D's? I don't worry about shit. Do monopoly laws even do anything? Not really. Monopoly laws do things in the sense of if people get hit with, hey, you're not allowed to have a monopoly, well then they have to break up and shatter it, and it costs them a little bit of money. But in the long run, like, no. You can look at the fact that like most of the commercial businesses in America are owned by the same 5 companies now. I think it is, and it's like everything in America is like under the umbrella of these like 5 fucking companies. Square Enix has a name on Tomb Raider. Yeah, Square sold Tomb Raider. Then they sold it after oh god damn, who did they sell it to? I thought Square Enix sold off Eidos IPs for crypto and NFTs. Don't worry about it, chat. Sold to Embracer. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. I found out here recently, which it makes sense. It makes sense, but it's truly awful. I found out here recently that in Texas, crypto bros make more money. Like they buy out huge fucking warehouses and they do Bitcoin farms, right? And in a year these really big Bitcoin farms can make like $8 million on farming Bitcoin. But they've started in winter, whenever there's a lot of stress on the power grid in Texas, they sell. They literally have the government pay them like $38 million, I think is what it was. It's $38 or $34 million to stop using the electricity, to stop farming Bitcoin. And I do wonder at what point is there like all right, we need to put into action a law. If we need the power grid, we get to use the power grid. Fuck your crypto bullshit. Is Bitcoin farming easy to get into? It's easy to get into, yes. You're not making much whenever you start out. You have to have huge fucking farms to make any money. Yeah, you hear Arxis is now trying to sell Strive to Switch owners. Apparently, they have the entire game on a single nunchuck, which is insane. Fuck you mean here in Texas? I thought you live in Kentucky. Don't worry about it, chat. Don't fucking worry about it. If governments were serious about anti-monopoly, they could just say no one company can own more than X% of the market share, space, etc. Yeah. Government pays crypto bros not to work explicitly. Thoughts on the Castlevania DS collection recently released? Baby Girl Shinoa has been released. I don't own it yet, but I mean, everything I've seen looks good. We need to go back to gold. It doesn't do anything, chat. What does crypto matter? Isn't it fake money? All money is fake, chat, because we all assign importance to it. The US dollar is literally just a piece of paper. I don't mean to alarm you, chat. All forms of money we have nowadays is literally just, hey, I assign arbitrary value to this. That's all it is. So that works with literally anything, any currency around the world. Same with Bitcoin. People are assigning wealth to it. What makes Bitcoin really successful is explicitly the fact that A, it's hard to track. B, people actually use it. Like, you'll notice there's 10 million different types of crypto out there, but people don't actually use these different types of crypto. You know, it's Bitcoin, it's Ethereum, Ethereum 2, Electric Boogaloo, and one more big one. There's one more big one, and that's it. Like that's really all you see out there that gets used for anything. And that's because no one wants your fucking moon coin. Like, you're not gonna go buy a pizza with fucking Dogecoin or anything like that. But you can buy a pizza with crypto. You know, I'm sorry, not crypto, but with Bitcoin. You can buy a pizza with Bitcoin or Ethereum. Mark 99 for $2. Sup, Shoda? What did you fumble this time, my life? Remember when Ethereum hacked Lolly's channel? They're really desperate to recover the lost player base on Strive. I don't even know why they'd bring it to Switch at this point. For peanut butter and Nutella on your Doritos. Chat, stop eating bad food. Doritos are basically magnetized cloth to me. The items are 10 times more valuable. Dogecoin, yes. Really? Really in reference to what? Really in reference to what? But yes, probably really. For realsies. Oh! I'm gonna turn the Elgato down a little bit. Just a wee bit. Oh, a block scene, huh? Damn, that's crazy. That's wild. That's a little wackadoodle, even. Working nearly 12 and a half hours today. I spent all of today in the garage rebuilding a fucking Dodge Dart engine. December, the month when even monks were busy at work. It was the culmination of the year. Perhaps due to all the put-off tasks built up through the seasons. The month always seems to pass by in the blink of an eye. So true. The Susan McFly Tim Wynn video got deleted by YouTube. Damn! That's bullshit. Why is Ridley Scott so obsessed with the Black Goo and ruining the Alien franchise? Black Goo's fine. Ridley Scott's a hack. If he touches anything a second time, it always goes to hell. It was a day like any other December. But none of them were any wiser to what the others were doing. Uncle Alice and Sojiro had spent the day attending to their own affairs. You do mechanic work? Base Shoda. Chat, I've got 3 jobs. 5 if you want to get really technical and you want to count the 2 different streams as 2 different avenues of income. What is this? Ah, god damn it, wrong voice. Think we get a playlist of all the MiHoYo streams? I was planning on it once it's done. Alko kept the urge to kill out of her. But a menacing tone still reverberated in the room. Sunrain was often used to dine in when the weather was nice, since it overlooked the courtyard. It was a room decorated with high-quality furniture and upholstery, befitting a historic Western-style mansion. I don't think that's true. I think you're lying to me. Lollyman does pay you, right, Shodaman? Lollyman does, in fact, have to pay me to hang out with him. That is true, chat. That is true. It's called the fiat currency, yeah? Showed as an ex-glowy. I'm a current glowy. Fusion of Chinese Chippendale estate. Hey, hang on. Chinese Chippendale. Okay, just imagine for a second. Ain't no way. That's basically a wicker chair. It's like a wicker chair, but more ornate. I noticed there's no tables. Okay, there's a table. Okay, so it's... okay, no. They have a wicker chair in the background right there. There is no fucking Chinese Chippendale, alright? Wicker doesn't count. Wicker does not fucking count. Alright? I'm sorry, Japan, but I'm sick of your shit. I just looked it up, chat. Chinese Chippendale is just, hey, we have a table or a chair with a bunch of fucking holes in it, but it's not wicker. However, that chair in the background right there, that is fucking reversed. Did it like, what? Why is it like that over there, off on the right side? Whatever. That's a wicker chair. That is not a fucking Chinese Chippendale anything. Would you go back in time and tell Teenage Shota that shit gets worse? Teenage Shota knew shit only would get worse. Fusion of Chinese Chippendale aesthetics and traditional English Georgian elegance cause even Alco, a commoner, to think twice about doing anything unaristocratic. God damn it. Unaristocratic on the grounds. Truthfully, she was sickened by the flagrant waste of money. But none of it was paid for out of her pocket, so she could have cared less what the purchase spent their money on. AI made now. I found a vintage Chinese Chippendale wicker chair. I looked it up. I saw what they look like. I know they're full of shit. I thought they were talking about the male stripper troupe. No. You're a Chinese Chippendale? 3 unbelievably out-of-place offerings sat atop the lavish sunroom's table, as if enshrined. Ramen? Stark contrast to the room, they appeared like meals prepared by aliens. Sojiro? Is this your idea of a practical joke? Ako's trembling fish. God damn it. I'm so fucking tired. Ako's trembling fist clenched and unclenched as she questioned the one responsible for today's menu. The clock struck 9 in the evening. Tonight's executive chef nodded dutifully, eager to explain. It's a new product for my workplace. Kinomi said it looks and tastes fake, but honestly, I think it's better than the real thing. Besides, they're only 40 yen each after the company discount. A steal, right? Even with the egg on top, it's still only 60 yen or so. Corner-cutting chef seemed pleased with himself. Elko wanted to grumble that the real still was her appetite. Well, isn't that nice for you? Now, where's tonight's dinner? Bitch, you're gonna eat what I fucking feed you. Chef Sojiro thought for a second or two, then clasped his hands together in realization. Ozaki, you know if you eat too much, you'll get fat. Oh, God, chat. How much is 40 yen? Like 40 cents. Want to show us how you feeling, bro? Terrible, awful, no good, very bad. Oh my God. Fat bitch! So what you're telling me is, this slop is what you call dinner! Hey, no complaints. I'm not making anything else. The two stood there glaring at each other. Now I want to go back. I want to go back to that Alice face. Bread makes you fat. Are you carb loading, you fat pig? Two stood there glaring at each other. Alko gave off an air that said she would rather die than eat his food, while Sojiro was convinced she would capitulate eventually. He even considered chiding her for being a picky eater. As usual, the two could not see eye to eye. No way. There's no way I'm eating whatever this. It's fucking ramen, lady. Don't be such a spoiled princess. Besides, tonight's dinner only costs 200 yen for the 3 of us. So $2 for 3 people. Whoa. Sojiro puffed his chest out at his penny-pinching prowess. Altered her gaze between the two quarreling roommates and the strange food before her, which she had also never seen before. She remained a mere bystander in all this. $2? Unbelievable! A 60 yen meal for one person? What year is it? These days, even cheap beef bowl places spend more on ingredients. Ozaki, If we ate the way you wanted with only 30,000 yen for food each month, pretty sure we'd all starve to death before you two could kill me. I mean, sure, the meat Alice cooked yesterday was really something. I was impressed at the difference in quality at 700 yen per ounce. Even the 100% juice from the co-op made me rethink the idea of fresh food. But if we keep eating like we have for the last 3 days, we'll go broke. Sojiro was making perfect sense for once. Fortunately, neither Alko nor Sojiro noticed the silent stare of disapproval coming from Alice. Look at her cute face. I could eat 4 Jamaican beef patties for $2. Cross that bridge when we come to it. Bitch, being poor is not a bridge, it's a hole! I should know, a meal like yesterday's was a rarity, alright? But maybe I should thank you since your meals have inspired Alice to put some effort into hers for a change. With Alko's words, Alice closed her eyes. Stop. You're hurting her anger. She might have been trying to quell her anger. You astonish me, you know. How'd you even get by before me? We made it work, thank you very much. Besides, living life one step from starvation keeps you on your toes. It doesn't. I'm just hungry all the time. Her brazen response left him speechless. Well, a story for another time. Sojiro remembers a warning from a certain vice president who had complained about a certain president incessantly bugging him to take her to lunch at the end of the month. But that was neither here nor there. Oh, is that why you keep trying to suck dick in an alleyway for $5? Sojiro, stop it. Knock it off, man. Don't do it. That was then, and this is now. What are those cooking skills you displayed before, Sojiro? That's the only reason I trust you with today's meal. Oh, so now it's my job to cook for you. Okay, bitch. Okay. Remember how you buy a quick meal with $2? Yeah, thanks, Uncle Joe. I don't think since I was a teenager, I don't think we've been able to buy like good meals for $2. Out of everything, that seemed to be what ate at Alko the most. The stir-fried yaki udon he had prepared previously had been very well received. It even melted away Alko's morning grumpiness with just one bite. However, Sojiro had not seen fit to tell them that it was one of the only dishes in his limited repertoire. For a bachelor, the ability to cook is as close to a superpower as one could get. 15 years into the future, it'd like to become a highly desirable trait. What the fuck does that mean? What? Arthur clenching his fist meme. Tinfoil Hat Theory, Nintendo won't release their new system because they're waiting for Trump to come back to revitalize the economy. That'll affect the global economy, meaning they can make more profit. Honestly. Regardless, that misunderstanding had led Alko and Alice to overestimate Sojiro's culinary talents. Her ire finally made sense to Sojiro. Alright, fine. We can order in. There's nothing here to cook anyways. But only if you clear up. Okay. See, chat. See. This is how you win wars, chat. This is how you win wars. All right. Yeah, a tiny little skirmish. Okay. Yeah, you spend 40 cents on some meals that you yourself are going to be the only one that eats, right? And you make your significant other bitch about it, right? You lose the battle, but you retaliate, chat. Full force. You say, all right, fine. We all get to eat well tonight. That's fine. We'll all eat well. But you got to do all the work. That's how you win, chat. That's how you do it. I'll go bask in our victory. You go to McDonald's and get fed on $2. No, you can't. I decided to watch the entirety of the Big Green Dub DBZ movies, and I was crying with stitches in my side by the end of it. If you want a gold time, get high and go watch them. Well, I've already seen them. It started because of a Twitter user tweet posted saying something to Paul Tassi, sorry. Do you have an example of a woke game that succeeded and one person showed... I assume it means one person showed fucking Bayonetta or some shit. It was then, after seeing Sojiro's face as he went to fetch the delivery menu, Alko realized her misreading of him. What annoyed Alko was the fact that such little effort was put into dinner. But to Sojiro, this dinner had not been about cutting corners, but rather about a meal he had legitimately wanted to try. Alko ruminated on how it could possibly pass as food for someone raised in the mountains. And then... Alice, what are you doing? Eating! Bitch! Alko noticed Alice standing at the table holding one of the bowls tightly. Would you put that down already? I need to give these back to Sojiro so we can eat a proper meal. Despite Alko's words, Alice stood her ground, firmly clutching the bowl. Chat! We're in there! We're in there! Alice, she's ours, chat! She's our homie! She's our ride or die! She's riding bitch 24/7! In fact, she seemed to embrace it. Let Alice eat. This one's mine. MGS and Bayonetta are neither what a dumbass people who didn't play Bayonetta complained about it, and you're never forget that. Sure. I was his faint voice drifted across the sunroom. And just like that, the night's menu had been decided by majority rule. Alka's shoulders sank in disappointment at her lot that evening. Come to think of it, Alice was always peculiar about things she deemed hers. I like tiny, itty tiny smile. Ah, she's adorable, chat. It was morning. There were 10 days left in December. 10? While the rest of the city was preparing for Christmas festivities, Sojiro headed to his part-time job. Though it looked like it could snow at any minute, the tree-lined streets were busy with foot traffic. These days were particularly merry. Students on winter break spent their days hanging out with friends while they counted down the days until the holidays. That's that good shit, chat. Colorful Christmas cakes lined storefronts, placed like charms to ward off evil. Huge advertisements adorned the sides of buildings. The station plaza bustled with pop-up stalls. Don't like that sound. Sojiro stepped out of the milling crowd and into a phone booth. Safe from the winter wind, the inside seemed warm by comparison. The thought that it would actually be nice to have one in the mountains crossed his mind as he inserted a coin into the phone. He dialed a number from memory, his fingers punching the keys with a somewhat practiced motion. After about 5 seconds, the phone began to ring. Another 5 seconds, another ring. 10 seconds had passed. He gazed through the window at the various signs on the surrounding buildings and marveled at the sheer number of people out and about so early. The number he dialed was that of Tobimaru Tsukiji. I'm not gonna get over the fact that he's fucking Tobimaru. I have fucking Naruto flashing in my brain every time I say it. The Tsukiji name was well known in Misaki as a distinguished landowning family going back generations. Incidentally, the residence was located in the neighboring town of Yashirogi. A kind, elderly female voice finally replaced the ringtone. After a polite greeting, she handed over the phone to Sojiro's target. Morning, Tobimaru. Hey. Morning. He was still half asleep, so it sounded to Sojiro. I need to ask you something. Do you have a second? Speak. His response did not exactly inspire confidence in Sojiro, but he cut right to the chase. There was a long pause. Well, that's not getting right to the chase. It was hard to read from this end of the receiver. This is what you wake me up for? Listen here, Sojiro. If she's mad at you, take her out somewhere. Try to butter her up. Show her a good time. If that doesn't do the trick, then cut her loose. What do you want me to say? And with that, a peace. And with that peace, Tobimaru hung up. It may have been 10 in the morning to Sojiro, but after dealing with what seemed like a 6 o'clock Tobimaru, all he could do was nod earnestly. He had a feeling that his friend had just been trying to end the call, but deep down, he knew that the advice was sound. Fucking Aoko. Fucking Uchihas! Oh shit, that's a good question. Did you see any phone booths while you were in Japan? I don't think so. Maybe not phone booths. We might have seen street phones that weren't in booths. After the phone ordeal, Sojiro finished up his shopping and returned to the mansion just before noon. I still see payphones around my town. It's been a while since I've seen payphones anywhere around here. He was greeted by the sight of Ako and Alice sitting in silent gloom. Though he was unsure of the circumstances from the outside looking in, it seemed like the aftermath of an argument. Oh wow, 2 women left to their own devices argued. Who could have thought? The silence was as deafening as a blizzard, or rather, the biting cold and stinging wind of it. One might also compare the drawing room to an enormous walk-in freezer. It would not have been surprising to look up and see icicles hanging from the ceiling. They're at it again. He felt like a zookeeper, pained to see the raccoon and penguin at each other's throats. In fact, what? Hang on. No, hang on. All right, we're using Google again, chat. We're using Google again. Do raccoons hate penguins? Why the Villasu lost his only black zookeepers? What? What? Excuse me? Racism's dead penguins and retaliation. What? Sorry, chat. My bad. We're going on a bit of a tangent here real quick. You can suck my fucking dick. I'm not the Wisconsin State Journal. Nah, baby. Hang the fuck on. I chat. So that's a thing? The resignations this year The resignations this year of the only black zookeepers at Villa Zoo have led to a review of the workplace environment at various Dane County departments after the departing zookeepers accused management of racism, neglecting animal welfare, unequal discipline, and retaliation. I assume this is brought about because of dead penguins, but that doesn't answer the initial question. Penguins versus raccoons. There we go. Penguins and raccoons are both loved around the world for the differences. Penguins are for their differences. What? What do you mean from their differences? All right, chat. I'm thinking there's no proof. There's no proof. Private relationships. Penguins of Madagascar. What? Uncle Night. No. All right, we're closing tab. The race war starts now. All right, the Japs have lied to us, chat. There is no historical record of raccoons fighting penguins. However, there is a historical record of racism in the Wisconsin Zoo. In fact, he had seen this literally happen the other day at a zoo janitor job, and now he glanced between them like a zookeeper trying to gauge the animal's temper. Needless to say, the silence meant they were not fighting in this moment. Dinner served as a respite. Fuck you. Dinner served as a respite from the conflict. Sojiro was oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the quarrel, but their day in, day out battles against the mysterious mage was clearly taking a toll. Not that Alice looks anything but grumpy. Ask ChatGPT. I'm not asking AI for anything. Across from the quiet and contemplative Alco, Alice was reading an old book in her lap, as she was accustomed to. The book seemed somehow heavier than the other ones. I'm home. Looks like I just missed the discussion. He greeted them as he took off his coat. If only. Discussion implies progress. You're way off, Sojiro. Without quite knowing what Alco was getting at, Sojiro quizzically tilted his head, like a puppy dog. He's just like me, Chet. He's just like me. He told himself not to think too hard into it, but it only made him more curious. In fact, we're not even close to an agreement. If anything, I'd say we've debated ourselves into a corner. Seemingly too preoccupied to scold Sojiro, Alco waved her hands as though shooing off an insect. But Sojiro began being Sojiro. Remember the monkey wars in Africa? I do. Okay, let me start over. Hey, you two, any progress since last time? Sojiro held his ground. When I walk into a room and I ask a question, I want a fucking answer, bitch. If you want to eat, answer the fucking question. That's none of your business. What did I tell you? Mage affairs are not for your ears. Her response was calm but pointed. Surliness was her weapon of choice on today. She seemed determined to swing it at will. Yes, I remember. Did you two eat yet? Oh, he's gonna do it! Sojiro chose to brush off Akko's attitude. If Akko's weapon was surliness, Sojiro's was blitheness. Blitheness. Is it blitheness or blitheness? I think it's blitheness. He willed just enough of it to make Alco flinch. What's with you today? Something nice happened to you? A little bit. Sojiro shook his head. Not yet. But I do have a proposal for you. She says she's not hungry. Fuck! He dug around in the pocket of his coat, which was now a hanger. God damn it, on a hanger. Akko gave him a dubious stare, while Alice's ears perked up at his upbeat tone. Akko's just angry that Alice likes us more than her. Actually, today was payday, which means I have money. We should go out and do something. Alice isn't invited. I'm trying to win over the other woman in the room right now. You're not invited, Alice. My bad. I didn't mean to get you all howdy-towdy. He spoke with a warm smile as he removed his wallet from his coat pocket. Oh, they don't look happy. The other two did not know what to make of it. She's getting indignant. Sojiro? She wanted to take exception to his bright mood, but found herself wrestling with the idea of reacting positively to it. After all, he was making a gesture of good faith to try and make things better with what little funds he had. The thought itself wasn't a bad one. Although there was always the chance that Alice would keep quiet until the slightest thing annoyed her, at which point she'd ruin everything. Akko wanted to accept his goodwill. However, she was not in the mood to walk around town with either of the two, nor was the timing ideal. Sorry, but I'm busy. I'll take you up on it some other time, though. Just remind me. Alice seemed to give the same response, though wordlessly. Sojiro was not about to be held back by the sullen mood. Busy doing what? Sitting here in silence? Wasn't it Yuazaki that said a change of pace was important when working overnight? Sometimes you need to take a step back to take 2 steps forward. Whoa! He's literally me, chat! He fucking loves aquariums! Sojiro spoke with unusual confidence as he drew 2 tickets from his wallet and slapped them on the table. We're going to see dolphins, bitch! First glance, they looked like advanced tickets to a movie, but not quite. They were tickets to a famous aquarium. Woo! To get there, they take the rapid train and subway to a city several times more modern than Misaki. And how's not like this is Chad, this was me. We went to like 5 aquariums when we were in Japan. Every time this was me. Here's the tickets to the aquarium, motherfuckers. We're gonna go see the dolphins. Let's go. And how's not only the biggest shopping mall in the prefecture, but also a multi-purpose auditorium set to open next year, designed to host international conferences and stage productions. Oh, I need some curry at Messian on me. You ever see the penguins? Yes. Saying that, he slapped 2 bills on the table as if he'd struck it rich. It was Sojiro's turn to make dinner tonight, after all. Go doll yourself up, whore. I'll see you later. His business concluded, Sojiro returned his wallet to his coat pocket. It was then that Ako realized what Sojiro meant by be seeing you. You mean you're not coming with us? No! No! Sojiro, you motherfucker! I have work tonight. Sojiro was almost too quick with the response, helping Ako to see things for what they really were. Rather than for Sojiro's benefit, his gesture was intended as an attempt to ease the tension that had built up between Ako and Alice. This is bullshit! Though if asked, both girls would tell you it was an unnecessary gesture. Still, for him to pay this much attention to the household, if anything, gave Ako reason to reflect on her own immaturity. Ako glanced over to the still-seated Alice. At the same time, Alice peeked up at Ako from behind her book. You're going to see the penguins! They kept still, staring at each other. I'll go if you go. I'm almost done with my book. Okay. It'd be a waste not to. Ako stood up from the sofa, resigned to her decision. Sojiro watched on, a satisfied smile on his face. 20 minutes later, as Ako and Alice were done getting ready, Ako called out to Sojiro in the drawing room. Why is she in a penguin? Why is Alice in a penguin? Alright, we're leaving now. Sojiro? Sojiro was crouched in front of the television, unaware that the two had entered the room. Are you fiddling with the VCR? Oh, hey, good timing. Hey, how do I... Pausing his audio-visual struggles, Sojiro turned around. Whoa. I see. We're gonna see the penguins. Fuck the VCR, get out of the house. Get out of the house right now. Get the fuck out. You're not safe anymore, leave. He froze in shock, forgetting what he was about to say. You okay? Listen, we're taking you up on your offer and going out. You dropped something behind the TV? Sojiro appeared to have gone stiff. Ako stared at him curiously. Though Alice silently nodded along with his bizarre reaction. She kept her thoughts to herself. It's not safe for you here! No? It's just... Still gawking, his voice stuck in his throat. He was blissfully unaware that the shock he was experiencing was the direct result of his emotional state. Spit it out already. God, I wish your weird reactions made sense sometimes. Does Alice have something on her face, or... Please don't bring Alice into this. Alice looked on in silence. He was not confused or in a daydream, that much he could tell. But this frozen look was by all accounts a first for Sojiro. So, what is it then? Oh, this thing here. How exactly do I use it? Shaking his head to regain his composure, Sojiro pointed to the VCR. A VHS player sat on the shelf beneath the TV. I got some reruns of Barney the Dinosaur on here. I've always wanted to know what a dinosaur looks like. What, you want to record something? Ako walked over and crouched next to Sojiro in front of the TV. No, I just borrowed a video from Konami, but it won't play. Well, for starters, the TV isn't turned on. It's a first, chat. It's a first for him. You gotta leave the poor man alone. He doesn't know what he's doing. The click to TV screen flickered alive. Next, you have to switch to the video input. We have 2 Penguin Alice gifts. 2? That's weird. It's all dark. Knowing Konami, I'm surprised the recording doesn't start from the very beginning. During this time period, videotapes were still rather expensive. Therefore, it's only natural for people to not want to waste a single second of the tape's 120-minute capacity. Especially considering how serious he is in his hobbies. Oh well, we'll have to fast forward. Tako picked the small remote up and quickly pushed the button marked forward. VCR beeped in protest. With several clicks and thuds, there was an empty whir from within the machine. Oh, look at me, I didn't break it. I think. The vast majority of people who say this are actually very prone to destroying electrical equipment. But that's a separate matter. Never had a TV in the hood. He lived in the mountains, chat. That's the hood of the hood. There's no tape in there. As soon as the words left her lips, it all made sense. Tape? Sojiro imagined adhesive tape, clearly confused. Sojiro, did Konomi give you something? Oh, you mean the thing on the table? She should have been used to it by now. She caught herself wondering if Sojiro was being stupid deliberately. Sojiro? What exactly did Konomi say? Do you remember? Yeah, he said, I'll totally lend you this tape when you get home. Just watch the TV. Great. So left out the most important part. Honestly, this is so sad. It's almost scary. Just when I thought you were finally adapting, how do you make it through a day? How do you make it through a day is a mystery to me. Jesus. Exasperated, Alko fetched the tape in question. It was labeled Gaku Gaku Animal Kingdom African Adventure. Oh, I want to go. Fuck you! I want to go to the aquarium. Fuck Africa. I don't give a shit about Africa. Alko, this knocked Housekeeping Konomi down a level on the ratings on the ratings file she kept with the student council. She makes the cutest faces. They are adorable, chat. They are both adorable. Okay, you put the tape in the VCR and you push play. The tab is unbroken, so just be careful not to hit the record button. What's a tab? Right here. See the indent on the side of the tape here? The tab is this little plastic cover. If you snap this tab off, you can't record on this tape anymore. How can I explain it? Think of it like a notebook for class. It's like a sealant you spray over the page so it can't be erased. Think of it as a physical barrier against common human error. She inserted the tape in the VCR and handed the remote to Sojiro. Just this small interaction used up a fair bit of Alko's patience. Completely ignorant of Alko's feelings, Sojiro gleefully pressed the play button. I was afraid we weren't going to make it this far for a second there. That was a bit much even for someone as out of place as you are. What were you doing up there in the mountains? Don't tell me you were some karate master training against bears or something. I don't mean to toot my own horn. Even Sojiro managed to pick up on Alko's rude tone, and he frowned disapprovingly. Was that an attempt to insult me? You mean just now, or all the other times? Alko answered unapologetically. On the TV, a crocodile's yawning mouth appeared. Don't be ridiculous. Why would anyone train against bears? Sojiro turned towards the TV in a huff. Perhaps because of his rare outburst, as he turned to face to face with the gaping maw of the crocodile on the TV, he fell backwards in surprise. Alko unpursed her lips upon seeing this, delighted. It was relieving to see the boy disarmed. Sojiro would fight a bear. Sojiro would win. Hey, Ozaki, these machines have gotten kind of dusty. Don't you clean them? Why bother? I hardly ever use them, and Alice doesn't watch TV. I bought some exercise videos to train with, but got bored of them. Who would have thought you actually need to do the exercise instead of just watching the damn thing? Okay, no. Woman? Woman? That came out of the food budget. The least you can do is actually use it. Alko shrugged at her past superficiality. And Sojiro was led to believe yet another falsehood about modern life that VCRs would go out of fashion. Well then, we're off. Try not to burn the place down. And in case you were wondering, I know you don't have work tonight. Alko walked out of the drawing room, smiling. You call my work? That wasn't our agreement. Her grin was a cheap shot that left Sojiro speechless. As he scratched his cheek, he was reminded that he was not someone to be she was not someone to be trifled with. After watching the end of the drama between her housemates, Alice made for the reception area as well. Wait, she wouldn't fight a bear? Here what happened with Dokibird in the SF6 tournament. Both Dokibird and another Niji talent entered the same SF6 tourney, and Niji-Sanji made conditions for them not to not interact. Poor Niji. Left alone in the room, Sojiro took his seat on the sofa. Well, certainly not easy making everything run smoothly around these parts. Until they came back, he could enjoy his crocodile watching in peace. Is it just a crocodile? Just one? She's probably chubby. Chat, she ain't got no chub on her. That bitch is bones. They took the subway from Misaki for 6 stations. From there, they rode another 3 stops by express train. It sounds like us going to fucking Mount Fuji. At about an hour, Alko and Alice arrived at Arasaka Station. Masaki City was a mixture of old and new architecture. Arasaka was a brand new town built in accordance with recent government ordinance. Excuse me. It was as though the entire town, full of tall buildings, sprouted up in the middle of nowhere. The Japanese are very good at building stuff. It was near the end of December, in the middle of winter break. They built an entire fucking building while we were over there. We were there 2 weeks, and they built an entire building in that time. She was watching aerobics. She probably was. Even the bustling plaza in Masaki was quiet compared to Arasaka in the evening. Whether it was the huge mall full of countless specialty stores or the crowded multi-purpose auditorium, there really was something for everyone here. For that reason, beyond its local residents, Arasaka Station was crowded with people from far and wide. Cool. That must be their fancy new performance arts center. It's supposed to have the biggest concert hall in the prefecture. I wonder what it's like inside. Look how much grander it is than the buildings around it. Oh, that's a crane? Made their way to the aquarium, weaving through the crowds. Alko might have been used to city life, but Alice was silently anxious. The people passing by must have thought this pale girl out of place, which Alice happened to agree with. Alice, why is your hat so fucking big? Oh, it says a big artist is coming this summer of next year. Oh my god, it's Pink Trudy! Alice, this says it'll be their first live appearance in Japan! Man, am I supposed to know what the fuck that is? Alko exclaimed, overcome by excitement. Chat, it was a chain, it was a hat. Now it's, I forget what the fucking wraps are called, but it changed. It was a hat beforehand. It's the Drip Duo. This kind of pop rock band was right up Alko's alley, but naturally Alice didn't seem very interested. I'm more amazed by the Polish orchestra they've invited to open for them. This must be costing them a fortune. How incorrigible. Ah. Alko cursed under her breath before hurrying them along. Underneath the construction map read, with the support of the Kawanji group. You mean a mop hat showed up? Might as well. The aquarium they were looking for was on the top floor of a massive building. Sounded like the one we went to. Oh, I like the music for this one. Maybe it was because it was no longer a new attraction. Or perhaps it was because the first floor cinema drew the crowds. But only a few people scattered around the entrance. The atmosphere inside was very calm. It wasn't quiet, but desolate, and far removed from the hustle and bustle outside. Perhaps they were going for a museum-like mood. Alice, why are you surprised? Alice quietly caught her breath, staring in awe. Her cheeks pink? Is she blushing? She was like a child seeing the circus for the first time. Her eyes wide in anticipation and wonder. It's to the lady's liking, I see. Good, good. I guess Sojiro's idea wasn't totally off the mark then, huh? Ako found herself smiling as well. This only cost him like roughly $7 too. Punished penguins. Oh no. There was a certain joy in seeing Alice's wonderment. I really hope that said wonderment and not wonder. Not really. I just find rooftop aquariums to be kind of novel. According to the guide on the wall, the entrance to the aquarium was nearly as big as the Kawanji Mansion's foyer. The outdoor penguin show was apparently suspended due to the star penguin Flippy undergoing treatment for an injury. It was an unfortunate state of affairs, but one that did not stop Alice from continuing to read over the guide. Apparently she was quite familiar with penguin shows. Oh! Oh, baby. Oh! Let me sit you down and educate you on penguin shows. I can't believe it. Alice quietly whimpered, as if holding back a scream. Hey, what's wrong? Oh! Chat, we have a new face, chat. Chat, we have a new face. We have a new Alice face. Put it in the history books. Alko said, still looking at the floor plan. It was rare to see Alice getting this emotional outside of the mansion. For some reason, she was trembling. Nothing seemed terribly off about the aquarium's offerings. There's no giant tortoises. Yeah, fuck this game. There isn't even violence. I think she's about to nuke this building. No, what? It's all wrong, Alko. Why is there no giant tortoise exhibit? Is R2 L2? No! Wait, hang on. No, what?
話が違うわ。
Come on.
どうして
There we go. Is it circle? It is circle.
ほとんど陸上生物だからじゃない
Why? I don't know. Are giant tortoises even aquatic? Maybe it's because they take up too much space.
ペンギンは
Chat?
いるのに不公平。
Chat? Is this a new face as well? Yeah, Alice is on the spectrum. Oh, absolutely. 100%. Why though? They have penguins. It's not fair.
イルカだって許せないの。
Look, they even have a dolphin. This is absurd. It was a bitter pill for Alice to swallow. The idea that they didn't have a giant tortoise, despite having a dolphin, had Alice's eyes hot with indignation. Ah, now you mention it.
ペンギンとイルカは
Penguins and dolphins are standard fare. You'd have thought they would at least have a giant tortoise.
ちょっとした
What were they thinking? Ako said, certain something like a giant tortoise would be boring and unpopular. She was sensible enough to read the room, however. It kept her thought to herself. She's on the wife spectrum, absolutely.
チケットはあるけど、そっちに並ぶことはないわよ。
You gotta start making videos so you can get set up a membership system so you can make Alice emojis. I already had it, chat. They took it away. Let's go, Alice. We have tickets so we can skip the line. A few months after the giant tortoise fiasco, presenting the tickets they received from Sojo, they headed toward the once popular entrance. From the entrance gate, the corridor stretched into a dark hallway, completely illuminated in blue. Figures and faces became mere silhouettes in the darkness. There was no darkness born from magecraft, but a man-made area of twilight. My eyes! A world of shadow and blue, the only light being from the illuminated tanks. The two witches continued walking down the artificial ocean corridor. Water tanks seemed like windows into hundreds of different worlds. Each had their own separate temperature and environment. It was as if they were snapshots of the same place at different times. Mesmerized by the refracting images of the ocean floor, the housemates' conversation grew sparse.
そういえば、アリスの言う
She can be my artist. I'll be her locomotive. Ah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Hey, that's a pretty weird hat there, Alco. Continue your response. I'm wondering what are your thoughts on that one post using MGS and painting it as the woke games that sold well. I honestly find that argument stupid. It is stupid. That reminds me, Alice. You have this huge mansion without a pool. What's up with that?
呆れた。
Figures. You come to an aquarium and that's what you think about. Wanting superfluous things is a bad habit of yours, Alco. Aw, a pool isn't superfluous. Besides, aren't pools more common in England and Japan?
もしかしてアリス
Or could it be that you can't swim? Ooh!
泳ぎの経験ぐらいあ
I
る
spent enough time in a swimsuit. I often swam in the lakes as a child.
私
And I never once lost a race to our big Saint Bernard. What? Saint Bernard? Wait, don't tell me you had trouble with your breathing, didn't you?
引き継ぎこの世で最も
Ugh, spare me the swimming lesson.
クロールとかバタフライ
Crawl, butterfly. The people who invented those are probably half fish anyway. She can't swim! Clack, clack, clack. Their pace was more delicate and solemn than a stroll along the beach. It was a sort of absent-minded chat one might hear between girls anywhere in the world. Excuse me. And here the only thing to do was look at blue screens.
でも驚いた
I'm surprised you were willing to leave him alone in the house. You're not worried he'll go snooping in the West Wing, are you?
そこまで考えなしじゃない
Can't possibly be that foolish. Besides,
それにそれならそれ
it'd save us trouble if he did.
そうじゃない
It's not that.
一度
Oh, she trusts him, chat.
破ら
I just don't think he's the type to break his word. Well, you would be wrong. That he was not. That he was not. Alco nodded, her long hair waving back and forth. A certain gleam of surprise in her eyes. Onward they meandered to the next aquatic world. Excuse me. Clack, clack, clack.
水族館
By the way, isn't this your first time at an aquarium? Second. And with a friend long ago.
嘘本当
No way, really?
本
Yes, really.
当6年以上
More than 6 years ago, when I was still in England.
そうじゃなくて
No, I mean the friend part. I thought you said you didn't have any friends.
昔の話よ
What the fuck, Alco?
同じなの
That was a long time ago. We even had the same name.
それが縁でよく
We used to play all the time, but we fell out of touch.
そっかあっちじゃ
That's
そんな
right.
詳しくない名前
Alice must be a pretty common name over there. Here it's all Ryoko or Hanako and such.
ええ青葉とか赤
Indeed. Our names referencing colors like Alco. Wait, hang on. Indeed, our names referencing colors like Alco, Akako, Kuroko, or Shiroko.
後半はみんな普通名詞なんです
They all do end with ko, don't they? To each their own, a society of names. The swirling of the waters was dizzying. Wasn't that Twitter people were pretending that they love Bayonetta despite the fact that they've been making a decade saying how sexist Bayonetta is for years? Well, anyone and everyone can like Bayonetta. It's not entirely one side. It was explicitly Anita Sarkeesian and her types calling it sexist. Much like the hectic whirl of humans. Their hands swung back and forth as they walked towards the next world. Incidentally, Alko, what exactly is your plan for him? Well, once the current issue is resolved and things calm down, I'll find the rune for erasing his memory, and he'll forget we ever existed. He won't be a bother for much longer. A bother? To whom? Me? Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, obviously. Wow, this fish is really pretty. It makes me want to swim. Hey, we should go to the beach next summer. Where? When beach? The beach? You mean by the ocean? Of course, you know, fun under the hot summer sun. Sand between your toes, watching the sunset on the horizon. We couldn't go this year, so why don't we go together next year? Your optimism is exhausting. But it does sound nice. If we manage to survive until next summer, that is. Clack, clack, clack. Trying to make it fit their agenda. Oh yeah, whenever people that are obsessed with politics get a hold of anything, they always twist it to fit their political agenda. Two girls journey to the next oceanic wonderland, mutually taking in the sights. The visitors to these winter waters had begun to leave, satisfied by their tour. The sound of their footsteps heralded their farewell. You get back in there. You get back in that fucking aquarium and you enjoy those fish. Now we're into the wayfaring sea voyage. Losing themselves in the maze-like corridors of seemingly endless exhibits, they somehow found themselves on the next floor. Aqua had heard that the aquarium was situated on the top floor, and was shocked to find out there was yet another above it. It was likely by design that the actual top floor could only be accessed from within the aquarium. Moments of intrigue, such as this such as this, are what attractions are made for. Don't deny us our beach episode, we deserve it, yeah! This? Turning this way and that, she found Alice had disappeared. Her housemate had just been there, however. And Alko took to looking for her. Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh. She soon found her nearby. Her white overcoat shone brightly in front of the dimly lit exhibit. She was staring motionless into the water tank. Alice almost looked to be staring through it, as though distracted by something. What's wrong, Alice? Are you feeling okay? She spoke, hoping to snap her out of it. Alice's typically cold aura seemed to have all but left her. Is it a rare fish? This looks like the tank they use for all the fish that don't fit anywhere else. Alice gave a non-committal response. Just ahead of her gaze was a single shadow. Whoa, an ocean sunfish! Alice remained motionless, unresponsive to Alko's sarcasm. She stood in silence, watching the poor little fish drifting listlessly in the tank, where they put the fish that did not fit anywhere else, here at the end of the hall. I need you to answer the trolley problem with the gacha edition. Pulling the lever ejects and ties an additional person to the track. Pulling the lever ejects and ties an additional person to the track, but there's always a chance for a super rare, mysterious prize instead. You stop at any time, but 20 pulls guarantees a prize of at least a 4-star rarity. Chat, those people are dying. They're dead, chat. Well, looking at one, it begged the question of what direction evolution wanted to take with it. It looked like it swam using rudder-like fins on its top and bottom, but lacked the grace of other fish. Tako, its eyes, body, and strange movements, made an awkward creature. But so Alice likes fish in the ocean. She likes sunfish. Hey, Alice. Let's check out the whale shark exhibit over there. It sounds really exciting, don't you think? Alice, unmoved, fixated on the sunfish. It clumsily drifted around its tank, occasionally bumping into the glass as it turned. Alko, this little one can't swim well. Alice extended her finger towards the glass, then retracting it, feeling childish. Well, whatever. I suppose sunfish have their own charm. It didn't seem like Alice was going to budge. Deserting herself, Alko stayed with Alice while she stared at the cushion-shaped fish. Huh? They have eyes like pufferfish. It also says here that the females can produce more eggs than any other known vertebrate, up to 300 million at a time. Wow. Neat. The babies become prey to other fish, so in a way, giving birth to so many is a means of survival for them. Though Alko seemed taken in by the biological details of the fish, Alice couldn't have cared less. She was lost in the ebb and flow of emotions between wonder and woe, with every clumsy bump of the fish into the glass. Out of nowhere, she softly spoke. About before. Would you kill one person or double it and give it to the next person? You know my answer.
さっきの話って何？
I learned something new today. Yeah. Huh? Before... When?
彼について
About him.
留守を
About leaving the house in his care. It seemed like Alice had returned to her normal self. There was that cold aura. Whether inside the mansion or out, that stubborn chill that pushed people away was
私
back.
の気が変わったわけじ
I
ゃ
haven't changed my mind.
依然として彼に
He's still a complete unknown. How can I trust someone I know nothing about?
まあね
I guess. But then why let him?
ことはわかる
Because I know you, Alko. You always make the right decision.
正しい
So I'm trusting your judgment on the matter. It was true. She didn't know Sojiro, nor had any intention to. But because of her trust in Alko, she could trust in Alko's decision to allow him to stay. It seemed Alice was challenging her own feelings. She said she couldn't trust someone she didn't know. In other words, she wished to trust him, and in order to do so, she needed to know more about him. Well,
口にするのはなんだか
I don't really know how to respond to that, Alice.
それより何？
Also, I had no idea you trusted me that much. I do trust you. I may not be fond of you, but I trust you.
だって共犯者
Because we're partners in crime, aren't we? Shark eggs look cool. Yeah, they do look kind of cool. Her white coat swayed to and fro. Just like that, their short excursion had come to an end. Straight ahead was the exit back to the real world. A step away from the exhibit was a step towards becoming better roommates.
優しい顔をしている
Such a kind face, but so clearly scared. One last small whisper. And with that, she bid farewell to the lonely figure in the tank. So you fucking hack! I want to see some goddamn fish! The sun set during winter. By 4 in the afternoon, it had already fallen below the horizon. Evening seemed to arrive at the mansion earlier than in the city. Are the eggs delicious? I don't know. I see. Now I know all about crocodiles. Sojiro sat alone, sipping his warm tea in the chilly room. Son, my brother. Is the third time you've gone out trying to make tea? You're not good at it. He relaxed on the couch, staring out the window, having had his fill of crocodiles. Once he sprawled out on the sofa, his body refused to move. Maybe he'd always wanted to try it. After 3 straight hours of crocodile watching, he intently pondered what would have been like to laze there for the remainder of the day like a reptile. Just as he was considering the opportunity to nap until Alko and Alice returned an unnatural noise. An unnatural noise echoed through the halls of the mansion. Sluggishly, he arose. Damn it! Sluggishly, he rose from all fours to a bipedal state, as if undergoing an evolution of his own. It was a knocking sound that repeated itself regularly, with patient pauses in between. He recognized the cadence from something he'd experienced at his apartment before. A newspaper salesman. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck, brother. Ah, Sojiro, you got a shotty, right? Open the door with the shotty, brother. Making for the foyer, Sojiro was impressed that they had hiked all the way up the hill. Ouch. There we go. The knocking resounded eerily. Without a doorbell of any kind, visitors had no choice but to rap on the door using whatever they had in hand. It would take a literal iron fist to produce the din Sojiro heard now. It's the milkman. He sells the milk. From his position in the hall, the front door looked like an ornately built fortification. The sturdy double doors looked as though they could withstand any onslaught of blows. But now they rattled in protest to the repeated knocking. Whoever the visitor was, they seemed determined to breach the castle gate, by force if its defender refused to sally forth. Fortunately for them, Sojiro was sympathetic, having experienced selling newspapers himself. Just a second. He knew what it was like to be in those shoes, so he was unsurprised by their persistence. Sojiro! Get the shotty! Sojiro! No! You're gonna be groomed! Chachi's grooming him! No! There stood the second surprise of the day. Sojiro was struck speechless. No! He was greeted by a young woman who hardly looked the part of a newspaper hawker. Standing in the courtyard against a dusk-lit horizon, she appeared more at home in the European mansion than Sojiro did. Chat! I am the milkman. My milk is delicious. She carried a dignified air in spite of her dainty frame. Sojiro! Sojiro! Brother! Like, she's wearing expensive clothes. She has a dignified frame. Motherfucker! Close the door! Run! Well, tad shorter than Sojiro, she was tall for her sex. Her green clothing was subtly colored, yet flashing, clearly inspired by a foreign fashion. She seemed prim and proper, yet bold. Though vaguely garish, her appearance spoke of strength and confidence. Sojiro knew all too well that such a woman was not to be trifled with. Only, unlike the one he knew, the stranger appeared more friendly than intimidating. Perhaps it was her short hair that made her look approachable. Bright and brown, it stopped just above the nape of her neck. Sojiro silently thought that it was a shame that she hadn't grown it out. She looked at him and offered a smile. Despite seeming visibly older than him, this made her appear impish and cute. Sojiro, she's grooming you! Get the fuck out! She's an enemy stand user! Sojiro reacted with suspicion, knowing better than by now than to fall for a charming smile. At any rate, it was rude to stare. Can I help you? He tried not to look flustered as he greeted the visitor. To which she replied, she's peppy. She's peppy for now. Good evening. Is Ako home? She smiled as she used Ako's first name with a familiar tone. Break her hips, Shojiro. She's into it. Ako isn't home right now. She smiled again, this time deviously upon learning of Ako's absence. Then I take it that Miss Kawanchi's away too? Sojiro looked perplexed. This was the first time he had heard Alice referred to by her last name only, and again, with the familiarity of an old friend. I see! It's nice to hear they can get out during the day instead of only during the dead of night. I was under the impression that living together was merely a facade, but they really do get along. Sojiro found himself nodding in response to her smile. It was strange enough that the visitor knew both Ako and Alice, but Sojiro found her odd as well. Likely in her early 20s, she didn't appear much older than he was. She was clearly hiding something behind her nonchalant manner and bright smile. So, they'll be home until the evening then? That's correct. Though I expect them back before the last train. Ah, I see. And who might you be? Sojiro, troubled by her forwardness, wanted to ask her the same. Alas, who are you? Was a question far too difficult for Sojiro. Brother? I'm sorry, I don't really know how to answer that. For now, I'm the house sitter. I'm a friend of Azaki's, to tell the truth. It was a response without an ounce of persuasion to it. The young woman's face lit up at what she believed was the boy's attempt to tease her. Aren't you a funny one? What's your name, dear? Oh god, she pulled out the deer! It's over! Not hag. Hag to him, chat. Hag to him. It's, Sojiro Suzuki. Shy answer made her giggle. Sojiro had no idea what he'd said that was so funny, but her laugh did not offend him. It came across as a warm and affable rather than derogatory. Then, when she finished giggling, the woman fixed him with a rather tender look. I think I like you. Sojiro, was it? A fine name for hypnosis. Though it doesn't really suit you. Now then, pour me some tea, would you? Huh? Hey, wait. She slipped past him into the house, boldly striding through the entrance hall. Wow. Just as I remember it. I thought she would have repaired the damaged pieces. With taking the trouble to bring them all the way here. I would have fixed up the warped columns at least. The visitor cheerfully inspected the foyer. Sojiro still stood at the entrance. The clicking of her heels on the wooden floor echoed as she moved towards the drawing room. What are you standing there? The drawing room is this way, isn't it? She disappeared from the foyer into the drawing room, oddly familiar with the layout of the house. Does she know Ozaki from school? Maybe she knows Alice. Sojiro muttered to himself, walking to the drawing room. A clock is $400! You can afford it! He entered the house to see the woman walking around the room gleefully. Like someone strolling down a park boulevard, she peered around, breathing in the nostalgia, twirling with ladylike, or rather girlish glee. Wait a minute. This TV is... She stared at the television inquisitively. Perhaps she had never seen a 30-inch television before. That's not 30 inches! Awkwardly for Sojiro, the cathode ray tube was still displaying images of the animal kingdom. He wished he'd stopped the video before she answered the door. Or he answered the door. May I... He blurted half a question, attempted to regain his composure. There were many questions to be answered, but he first resolved to ask her name at least. The woman turned a coldly observant gaze on him. Her intimidating eyes and long, thin eyebrows bored into Sojiro through her spectacles. Sojiro had intended no offense, but now he felt like he'd chosen his words very poorly. He apologized. Yeah. I don't think he's clamming up. He apologetically clammed up. Then, come now, Sojiro. May I? Really? Do I look like some old lady to you? She snickered. Her disapproving glare melted into a teasing smile. Of course, that wasn't true at all. It would be more accurate to say she had an air of an older sister. Or at least that was what Sojiro attempted to express with body language, to which she grinned snugly. Smugly? Very well. Let's do away with the formality, shall we? They're beginning to bore me anyways. Make her pregnant. Without making a sound, she took an effortless seat on the sofa, as naturally as if she belonged there. Her posture and movements exuded sophistication, and she required no words to instruct him to hurry along and make the tea. Without pressing her further, Sojiro headed to the kitchen. It seemed that conversation would not proceed until tea had been served. He chose the falchion, as she was forced to replace one before, after using it without permission. Since she was here to see Alco, he decided to serve her using Alco's Sarvase teacup. Into the cup as blue as the ocean depths, he carefully poured the tea, before returning to the drawing room. Gently, he placed the teacup on the table and faced the woman. Forgive me for not asking earlier, but should I take it that you're an acquaintance of Azaki's? Or whatever? Despite being told otherwise, Sojiro could not help but stand upon ceremony. His clumsy effort to make the question sound casual only jumbled it further. The visitor's eyes narrowed again in displeasure. That's what I mean. Would you stop calling her Alzaki? It's beginning to grit on me. Just use Alco. I said, I'm not fucking your sister, lady, alright? It's Alzaki. Until we're married. The woman kept the rest of her expression indifferent as she slowly raised the cup to take a sip. Smiling, she tolerated the tea that Alco and Alice regularly criticized as bitter and clumsily brewed. Sojiro had yet to learn the society thoughtfully awarded participation trophies to people merely for trying, regardless of the outcome. Come. Don't stand there, sit! I don't like being looked down on. Sojiro tilted his head, noting a slight familiarity to her manner of speech. It was almost as if they'd met somewhere before. What game are you playing? Which on the Holy Mountain? Wait. The sight of her sitting on the sofa began to stir forgotten memories. Noticing his reaction, the woman became visibly delighted. You remember me? I can tell you I was surprised as you were. I came all the way here to see Alco. Instead, I find you standing here to greet me. Oh? Now that she was chuckling, Sojiro remembered everything. He only glimpsed her for a moment, but there was no mistaking it. It had to be her, the woman smoking the long cigarette who had cleaned out the pachinko parley. What? You gave me quite the fright that day, Sojiro. You took one look at me and ran away. How terrifying you must think I am, reacting like that. Here are my feelings, you know. In spite of her words, she clearly enjoyed the memory. She was right. He'd mistaken her for the murderous shadow in the park from the previous night and fled in mortal terror. Even though it was clearly a case of mistaken identity, he can now see why he'd mixed them up. So that's why they feel familiar. He's playing Dokkan off screen, you goddamn right. Finally, Sojiro realized who the visitor was. He chided himself for not realizing it sooner. You must be... Run, motherfucker! Just as he was about to say it, she held up her hand to interrupt him. She pointed at him like she was aiming a gun. Ooh! Forgive me. Your reaction was just so cute, I got carried away teasing you. A little late, but my name is Tako Azaki. Toko? Tako? Surprise! I'm Ako's big sister. Why do you smoke that thing? Why do you smoke that? It's stupid. Don't ever smoke that shit near me again. Dumbass. Stupid. I'm running towards her. I figured. No wonder he'd been charmed at first sight. It wasn't hard to envision Tako as a not-too-distant future version of Alco with her smile that imparted courage to anyone who glimpsed it. Only, while Alco was earnest and diligent, Tako seemed to be shrewd and playful. I heard my sister was in trouble, so I came all the way over here to set her straight. Alco's sister chuckled coyly while sipping her tea. Lured by her charm, Sojiro sat on the sofa as well. He felt like he could relax a little, now that the initial shock of an unexpected guest had subsided. Just like that, it was almost 5 in the afternoon. Alco and Alice would be returning from their excursion soon. Her big sister. And it puts Ako to shame, huh? She smells like a low-key girl failure. High-key, chat. High-key. This was Misaki City's only subway line. Only half a year had passed since its opening, and at the end of the fairly new platform, there the two girls stood. The time was 6:30 in the evening. They had been idling for around 20 minutes since returning from Arasaka, and had yet to return to the street level. Alka? There was a hint of irritation in Alice's voice. I'm not done yet. Just one more, okay? Alko begged Alice, hands together. Oh my god, trembling from the cold. It was rare to see her act this childish. Oh, she's gambling, chat. She's playing a gacha game right now. No doubt Tomorrow would consider this behavior more strange than cute if he were here. From the end of the platform, Alko peered into the creeping darkness to where the tracks led. You have the strangest taste. Alice muttered, sitting on the bench with forbearance. Any other day, she would have been fine heading back by herself, but today, she was in a good mood and decided to humor Alko. Knowing full well that her rare spells of positivity were about as fragile as freshly fallen snow, she hoped to go home while she was still in high spirits. Eyes closed, her placid demeanor conveying her feelings well enough. Thus, the two of them waited on a platform, alone, for a subway train they had no intention of riding. What? The subway had recently opened for service. The people of Misaki were humble folk, and for now, few passengers were drawn to the novelty of high prices for the new train. Thanks to the low foot traffic, the platform was still as good as new. There was something primeval about a subway devoid of people. It was a picture of tranquility, free of human interference. Not just silent, but lifeless. This was a realm unmolested by living creatures, where only speechless organisms dwelt. The harshly artificial fluorescent lighting underscored its soullessness. It was a cave where light ended and shadows began, where riderless vessels disappeared into the dark. The platform was wedged between two tracks like a jetty built upon a subterranean sea. This place, far removed from the world above, Ako waited with eyes closed for the familiar rumble. It was she who had proposed that they delay their return the rest of the platform. The reason was simple. Ako Ozaki enjoyed the soothing sound of passing subway trains. I probably won't get to see any more live bands this year, so at least let me have this. She had said to Alice, her eyes still closed. She listens to trains? Fuck, they're both autistic! Alice had neither nodded nor objected, and so they watched the three trains come and go. Silence fell again. Alka waited for the next train with anticipation. Alice sat and stared at the tunnel wall patiently. According to the display board, the next train was due to arrive in 5 minutes. From the dark tunnel came a wind and rumbling. A purposely placed bounded field now surrounded the platform. There was no sign of any station. Personnel and entrances and exits were few and narrow. The lack of bystanders made the field hardly necessary. Suddenly, 6 figures appeared in front of the stairs to the surface. They all shared the same face. Motionless and with smiles like the crescent moon, they stared at Alko and Alice. I can't believe I missed that. Alice let out a quiet, dejected sigh. Alice, what's wrong? Must you ask? Didn't you notice that you and I were the only ones to get off at this station? I mean, subway is usually pretty dead anyway, so... Alko trailed off, tutting in annoyance. So, what tipped you off? The impending gloom I felt a moment ago. I'm not entirely blaming you. This wouldn't have happened if we were a better team. Enough sniveling. They traded a stoic and calm words, never moving or making eye contact. In contrast, the figures near the stairs began to stir. As though regressing from primates to wild beasts, they dropped prone in unison, and scrambled forth like man-sized ants. They advanced as a stream, one after another. Soon the clattering came not just from the platform entrances, but from the subway tunnel as well. The dolls, chat! The dolls! At a glance, they numbered at least 30 strong. The eerie skittering multiplied, echoing off the subway walls. This is ridiculous. Forget Misaki. With this many automata, you could take over all of southern France. True, but I doubt there'd be much demand for dolls of such poor quality. Damn it! Wrong voice. Junk's junk after all. One of the horde leapt forward in response to Alko's insult. It was a sudden charge like a hurling dump truck. Alice remained still. As though expecting the attack, Alko swung her right arm in an arc. Get fucked! The blue missile of light was easily repelled. Aww. Her magic bullet snap had little to no effect on the puppets. They scrambled over each other like frogs, heads jerking and twisting in search of prey. I count 30. I count 30 total. Sorry, Alice, but I'm going to need you to hang back. I can't have you thinking last time was my best. As she spoke to Alice, who was still sitting on the bench, Alko stepped towards the edge of the platform. Among the myriad regrets she still had from the music park, the House of Mirrors stung the most. She had been caught off guard in her last battle against that puppet. But today, she came prepared, and she had Alice's backup. Yeah, dump truck. Ako's gonna have to use Crackle for this one. Ako ignited her magic crest. This time, she would restore her honor and... Get behind me, Ako. It'll eat you too if you stand there. All it took to stop Ako was one raised finger. Ah, you fucking bitch! Fine. Alice, wait, you can't! In the depths of the ocean, black, the bells of night chimed out. The jetty, as if embraced by a sea god like Poseidon or Wadatsumi, became awash with white. White motes would seem to engulf everything. You always leave a mess, Ako. Not to mention the next train will be arriving soon, and... Behind the white veil, her form blurred and stretched upward. She was like a melancholy ballerina. The figures surrounding the prima ballerina bristled in response to the strange aura. Though puppets were inhuman mystical vessels, they had far more reason to fear Alice than they did the human Ako. They began to flee. Whoever their master was, they sensed enough danger to order a retreat. However, it was too late. The dancers were captivated by their prima, transfixed in place as if their Achilles tendons had been severed. Besides, it wasn't just you who ruined my mood. She removed her black glove. Unlike her subdued demeanor at the mansion, Alice's aura away from home was a biting, frigid blizzard that none could approach. Her discarded gloves floated down, settling on the platform deck. The pale haze grew even thicker. Terrified, the massive shadows cried out for mercy. Now, let us play make-believe. Omaiwomo, Shinderu. Within the nebulous mist, a dark fairy tale came to life. Inside that fog, only the macabre melody of her voice felt real. That's gonna be a pain in the ass on the bitrate. I've never seen white blur. Feast, grind, crunch. At last, the final puppet fell. On the walls, on the floor, on the ceiling. The grotesque mechanical sounds of their demise filled the air. Their twisted shrieks plastered the subway surfaces like indelible bloodstains. Some amorphous abomination had, hastily, yet just slowly enough to savor the taste, chewed and devoured all 30 puppets. Only a lone, severed arm remained on the platform. You had that thing on you this whole time? Ako spoke sideways to Alice, making no attempt to hide her disgust. The brutal gluttony they'd just witnessed had a name. It was the Beast of the Fog, one of her 3 great ploys, Kickshaw. The Meister's rose hound, Wandersnatch. Ako's words stung, since Alice was the one harboring its true form. The great 3 ploys wielded terrifyingly powerful curses. While Wandersnatch was had its uses in combat, Ako was not at all amused to learn that her companion had been carrying it around all day today. Without hyperbole, it was akin to going out for dinner with a bunker buster bomb in one's pocket. Just tell me next time, okay? Other ploys are fine, but not that one. Try to leave it at home, would you? I apologize. It's just that I haven't let him feed lately, so... Alice walked slowly toward the severed arm. Indeed, all she had done was feed her ploy. No one had died, and no blood had been shed since the mill was made of plastic. I think it was filled... listen, I don't know. Those walls look covered in blood. I don't know about you. Bunker Buster? Ako, over here. Alice picked up the arm and beckoned Ako over. Look at this. Until now, we were thinking our opponent was a puppet master. But I think we were wrong. Can you see it? These puppets are too new. They must have been made no earlier than the 17th century. Even that seems hard to believe. What'd you just say? Although it sounded counterintuitive, automata typically perform better with age. Since the 17th century, the magical concept of using puppets and mannequins had declined. Consequently, it became much harder to produce combat-effective automata. If one wanted to build automata these days, it was far more cost-effective to train even a low-class familiar, and it'll be better constructed too. Therefore, it was common for modern puppet masters to collect parts made before the 17th century and use them in their creations. The high price of automata often came not from their antiquated combat abilities, but from the rarity of the parts used to make them. No blood, just lubricant. They're puppets! Despite that, the enemy mage controlling these puppets used them as fodder, as if they grew on trees. The only conclusion to be drawn was that their current opponent was a spoiled upstart with wealth, but no territory. Or so Alice and Tako imagined, anyways. There's something else. The internal formula remind me of Misaki's bounded field. It's as if their maker is asserting that these are their rightful defenders of our city. Alice presented the evidence to Ako, who was still waving the fog out of her face. The revelation stirred profound surprise and then rapid realization. I see. Now I get it. Ako growled, violently smashing the arm on the ground. Her face twisted with anger and a hint of fear. She didn't bother holding back on any of her knickknacks because they weren't worth keeping in reserve to begin with. That's why the talent's buried didn't have any effect on her. And how she knew my weaknesses. No wonder she found out to remove the sigil so easily. I should have known. Alice quietly listened to Alko's furious ramblings, bemused. Alko, so you're saying the one who made these is none other than... That's right. When it came to making things, she always had me beat. Alko glared at the severed arm. She was furious at his creator and herself for taking so long to figure it out. No! Chat, we gotta kill it. We gotta kill her, chat. But it all adds up now. As much as I hate to admit it, current enemy is my big sister, no doubt about it. She's the one who was meant to inherit our land, Alice. The desolate subway platform returned to silence. Ako's words lingering uncomfortably in the air. Sojiro, run! That was pretty good. A short time ago at the Kwanji estate, the videotape finished playing. The VCR had automatically stopped playback, foregoing the need to hit the stop button to avoid the static storm. What remained on screen was a reflection of Sojiro and Tako, Ozaki, sitting opposite each other in the conversation. A direct attack without warning because her secret was exposed? Ako never did play well with others. It was hard to tell if she was being patronizing or indifferent. Tako Ozaki took a sip from her cup as she listened to Sojiro's story. She would have savored the anecdote about the amusement park kerfuffle were it not for the poor excuse for a cup of tea in her hands. Thank you for that. I feel so informed. I haven't seen Ako in ages, so I can only imagine the kind of woman she's grown into. You lying bitch. And, as her sister, the least I can do is apologize. I'm sorry you had to experience such a tragic event, Sojiro. That girl does have a tendency to be rather headstrong. You said it. Oh god, chat, he's switching sides! Drinks from a sippy cup? She sipped from a cup. Sojiro was enjoying the conversation, despite having to relive those events. About an hour passed by while the two of them sat in conversation, rather short on topics to discuss. Ako was an easy topic for both of them, so the conversation centered mostly around her. By the way, I've been curious about something, and I hope you don't mind me asking. While she kept her posture dignified, Tako's eyes shone with eager curiosity. Her elegance caused Sojiro's heart to beat a little faster. Curious? About what? Despite his caution, he found himself speaking politely. She smiled affectionately, as if she found him pleasing. Well, you see, you surprised me the last time when you ran away, but today I'm surprised by something new. Is that some kind of in vogue fashion accessory? Come again? Your sister put a fucking collar on me. Tako tilted her head, her eyes fixated on the collar that Alko had snugly secured around his neck. Is that a new style of choker? You know, I could swear it was the bespectacled woman made a show of holding her tongue. On a completely unrelated note, in another decade, similar accessories would become a standard part of any visual Kai artist's wardrobe. Are you implying the artist for this has a dog collar in their closet? Oh, not at all. It's obviously a collar. For dogs. Oh god, she's that kind of freaky. Oh god, she is happy. I knew it. It's rather charming, and very much suits you, I might add. Did you put it on yourself? Oh, fuck. Sojiro? Baby. My baby boy. My brother in Christ. A gun. Get a fucking gun. Tako stared intently, examining the strap. Well, he had never been very... fuck it. I'm throwing it off. Well, he had never been very conscious of the collar till now. For some reason, Sojiro found himself blushing. Yes, I put it on by myself.
そうじゃなくて
No, silly. I mean, who gave it to you? Was it Alko? Or perhaps
それとも
Miss Kwanji?
くれたのは
Yeah. Alko gave it to me. Tako nodded in satisfaction at Sojiro's candid response. That makes you Alko's property. Listen. Hey, listen, babe. I didn't make no fucking deal with your sister, so... She coldly muttered. With this, the cordial atmosphere began to turn. Sojiro nodded, naturally oblivious to the edge in her words.
何でも所有されてる
Hey, yo! She does like to own things. The blunt observation made Tako burst out laughing. Apparently, Tako is the quirky type of person to laugh when least appropriate. As her laugh tapered off into a giggle, she picked up her now empty teacup.
じゃあこれも
So, this must belong to Ako as well. How funny. Considering she hates blue things on account of the blue character in her name.
そうですけど
Yeah, that's right.
おかわりしますか
Would you like another cup? I'm not sure when they'll be back.
いいえそろそろ
No,
帰ってくる
thank you. Actually, they'll be returning shortly, as I calculated. Sojiro nodded along heedlessly. Finally, the strangeness of her phrasing dawned on him, and he tilted his head in confusion.
トーコさん
Miss Toko? Toko sighed once.
ごめんね宗十郎君
Forgive me, Sojiro, but would you allow me to take off my glasses? No! 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 He wondered why she would need to ask his permission, but nodded anyways.
それじゃあお言葉に甘えて
That's very kind of you.
もう少しぐらい
Though, I do wish I could have enjoyed more of your hospitality. Toko touched the temples of her glasses. If one were to look closely enough, one might have noticed the scars on her slender fingers. They were small, fine scars, from years of repeated cuts. Before her fingers even left the eyeglass frames, the spectacles crumbled. It happened so fast that Sojiro barely registered it. The frame cracked into pieces, sliding down her face and onto her lap. Into her lap.
やるもんだ30体を一瞬とはね
Aw, man. Kudos to you, sister. 30 in one go, not bad. The low voice belonged to someone entirely different. All she had done was take off her glasses, but her elegant grace had completely faded. Any semblance of warmth and kindness had disappeared. Sitting upon the sofa was a deplorable mage, her very presence darkening the room. Women! Sojiro sat speechless. Across from him was a completely changed Tako, glaring back at him menacingly. More malice and magical energy was now emanating from Tako than when Alko had tried to kill Sojiro. She seemed titillated at the prospect of the boy's shock at her transformation. Such expectations, however, were often left unfulfilled when it came to Sojiro.
メガネ壊れました
Ah! Why is he so loud? You broke your glasses. Zodiac from Wimbuckaroo. Get groomed, 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 get groomed. Oh god. Oh god. Also, I'm not sure if I got this one before, but Mark99 for $2. So up, Shota. What'd you fumble this time? Chat, we're ahead of things. Thank you very much. We're ahead of things. So Joe blurted out in surprise. Oh. Yeah, that works. He blurted out. Oh. Her hand stopped as she reached for a cigarette, the wind taken out of her sails.
もったいない
That was unfortunate. Do you have another pair?
いやそんなものはいい
No. Forget them.
多少
Not as if I actually need them to see correctly.
私がある限り
As long as my self exists, data is received subjectively by my five senses. The entire world is in a fog. You shouldn't trust what you can only see with your eyes. Her speech had taken on a clinical tone. This, too, did not seem to shake Sojiro.
そうですか
Right. So what you're saying is... Sojiro began forming another question unflinchingly. Toko scowled as if she'd found a bug in her food. After some consideration, she came to the conclusion she needed to be blunt with the boy. By some twist of fate, it was a headache she now unknowingly shared with her sister.
意味も何もない
It's like this, Sojiro. I placed some obstacles in Ako's way. I'm only here now because she's still dealing with them.
君は会う子の
As I mentioned, you're merely her property,
ならことさら丁寧に
so I won't worry that pretty little head of yours.
隠してしまうとね
I must confess, dear Sojiro, I'm your enemy. I don't know what you're talking about. Ew, she's gonna make the room nasty. I know. Bitch needs to put the cig out. Though he fully understood her words, the clock's second hand would rotate fully twice before anyone's neck spoke. They sat across from each other, eyes locked. Sojiro's shoulders tightened nervously. He had finally understood the true danger of the situation. Surprised? Tako asked with a grin. She was still the same woman, but without her glasses. Toko's smile was rather sinister. Even though you're Aozaki's sister? Chat, he's playing dumb! He's playing dumb! Her smile pierced him as he asked the obvious. So, no head? Tako was no longer surprised that Sojiro would be more concerned about the safety of others than his own. In just one short hour, she had come to understand Sojiro Suzuki better than he knew himself. On the contrary, it's because I'm her sister. I'm obligated to take away what's hers. I won't stop until I crush every last thing she holds physically and emotionally dear. For instance, she's come to rely on this city, and I'll happily go so far as to destroy it. But you, I wasn't expecting you. Tako, her eyes closed, felt sorrow. Behind her troubled expression, there was a silent conflict. Jesus, does Sojiro have a learning disability, or does he have fetal alcohol syndrome? Chat, playing dumb has kept him alive this long, he's not going to stop it. I don't know if I should rage at the impartiality of the world, or lament the serendipity of life. I suppose it's all part of the counterforce. Innocent outstanders get killed all the time in this world of ours, but I've never met anyone quite like you. Or rather, never imagined a guy like you could exist. Tako sighed at the ceiling and stirred in her seat. She seemed to have overcome an unexpected moment of uncertainty. You don't look like Aoko's ace in the hole. You're just a dim but nice stranger, too pitiful to put out of his misery. But as much as I want to leave you be, sixth sense is screaming that I should erase you now and be done with it. More plainly put, she made up her mind to kill him. Though Sojiro was somewhat flattered at how grossly she inflated his importance, it was struck more by the karmic irony. Tako had arrived at the same conclusion as her sister. Suzuki, your balls run, he's gonna take him! However, this was no time for idle thoughts. Sojiro readied himself to stand up from the sofa in such a way as to not draw attention to the plan so clearly written all over his face to make a run for it. Silly boy. Don't give yourself away like that. If you're gonna run, then run. If you value your life, then don't move a muscle. In other words, you don't make it halfway to the door before I get you. Now be a good boy and sit still. Listen, lady, if you're gonna hold my fucking life above me, I'm gonna get something out of it. I'm turning the fucking TV on. We're gonna rewatch the crocodiles. So you're not gonna kill me? For the time being. I like you, kid. Well, not exactly. The truth is, I might be the only one who can save you. What? She looked the perplexed Sojiro straight in the eyes. Though actually brown, her eyes gleamed a piercing red, like the edge of a blade. Oh god, chat! She's grooming! It was at this moment an overwhelming sense of dizziness overcame Sojiro. His mind went numb, like he couldn't tell who he was. It was like drifting into a sinister sleep from which he'd never awake. Sojiro clenched his jaw, desperate to maintain consciousness. Toko's eyes devoured him like a bottomless pit of quicksand. In that moment, it all became clear to him. It no longer mattered that she was Aoko's sister, or that she was Alice's sworn enemy. Tako Ozaki's deadly battle with the girls had become his battle. Which is why, when you find yourself feeling a special spark for a stranger met mere moments ago, that feeling's not to be trusted. I mean, I like to think that he's smart enough to know he wouldn't have had a shot, but, you know, women like to groom, I guess. You may simply be attempting to fill a void shaped like yourself, with more emptiness. Sojiro tried to drag his body away from this heretofore unencountered sense of danger, but found that it would not respond. Tako tilted her head forward at him, eyes fixed on his. Your instincts weren't wrong. Damn, wrong voice. Your instincts weren't wrong. You do have something in common with me. Or maybe you're just close to me. Maybe we're picky about all the same foods. That's something to consider. The problem is, you're more biased than I am. Biased? She clearly used a different definition of the word than the one Sojiro knew. Biased. It meant that he was alone. That he was an outsider who didn't belong in this town. A sudden and seething anger eclipsed his general... Fuck! Jesus Christ. But I'm not alone. Sojiro shot back with all the enmity he could muster. As he faced this witch named Tako Ozaki, if he had not, he feared he would never escape her gaze. See? Damn it! Wrong voice! See? That's precisely what makes you biased. And the sooner you realize that, the better. It's the fastest way out of your predicament. Humans are hardly creatures. are hardy creatures. No matter what life throws at them, they find a way to survive. But Ako can't tolerate them, because she's a sort of stranger who can't stand anything. It's the face of someone not fucking around. Tako leaned over the table. She reached out, grabbed Sojiro's collar, and roughly pulled him towards her. But enough about her. All I care about is getting to have you. In fact, I wanted you from the moment you mumbled your name like it's not even yours. I want you with your lack of awareness and your sense of powerlessness. The future must like such a foreign concept to someone like you. Must seem like such a foreign concept to someone like you. Your mind inevitably looks to the past. But just as moi, the lesser self, comes before soi, the greater self, the normal flow of time will always reject time travel. It's the same for me as it is for you. I've done it again, haven't I? How could you possibly even begin to... I'm not fucking you, lady! Tako trailed off mid-sentence. As she pulled Sojiro close, her own eyes reflected in his. She noticed the merciful expression on her face. Sojiro got to thinking. He held no hostility towards this woman. He bore her no grudge, harbored no desire to kill her. He was aware only of his anger and aimless compassion. He wished that he could give her the answer she wanted. But... we're getting assaulted, chat! We're getting date raped! I don't even know what you're talking about. Sojiro replied apologetically. A verbal reply to the visible question he perceived in her eyes. Tako showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, the corners of her lips turned upwards in delight. Of course, you wouldn't comprehend the language of magecraft. And here I am trying to wax philosophical to you. How foolish of me. Small courtesies can have the opposite effect, after all. I should have put it in plainer, more primitive terms. Oh, I do like you, Sojiro. Chat, we're getting day raped! Her fingers dug into a sort of sheer tearing at the leather. Perhaps it could be hers, if only she could rip it off. Sweet boy. Leave Ako and be with me. I think you misinterpret what the call is about. It's not really like that. I may not have a use for you, but at least I can protect you. Or maybe, if I'm bored with you, you could be my plaything. They've taken many approaches, but she seemed to have decided on this one. The lengths to which she went to seduce him were not lost on Sojiro. And truth be told, they were not wholly unwelcome. But back to the matter at hand. I respectfully decline. Sojiro chose the direct response, as he did. Why? Because it wouldn't be good for you. I'm just the type of guy it'd be a really toxic relationship. Ah, no, okay, I'm sorry. No, we're fucking around. He had confidence in that, at least. Toko's overestimation of him aside, Sojiro knew for a fact that he had to escape this woman's clutches. Ah, fuck. Is it Tedata? Tedata? Yeah. Tedata could only be concluded by one of its two participants, Tako or the individual she was currently infatuated with. She likes you and she wants you. Now you can do this the easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours. On a hunch, the boy mustered all the conviction he could feign. She gently removed her hand from his collar and jabbed him in the chest, causing him to topple back onto the sofa. Very well. If that's the way it must be. I'll just have to think of you as Ako's personal property, then. Chad, she's gonna break us! The scarred red mage quietly stood up. Well, Ako will be here any moment. I'd best be on my way. She has no chance of defeating me. Tell her that for me, won't you? Sure, but, Before she left the room, Tako paused to let Sojiro continue. Like a student humbly inquiring of a teacher, Sojiro pointed to the object in Tako's hand and asked, what are you going to do with that cup? Surprised, she looked down at the teacup in her right hand that she had forgotten she was holding. She hadn't even realized that she'd been holding the cup the entire time. Oh, this? Might as well take it with me. The act of taking something without the owner's permission is commonly referred to as theft. However, this is more like the typical relationship between Ako and Toka. Share and share alike, and so forth. Quick, save your gear and run! Sojiro nodded to show that he understood. Unsure if his nod was sincere or not, Tako smiled a gleeful grin for the second time since taking off her glasses. You certainly are an odd one. Question of your worth aside. For just a moment, she had returned to the affable Toko Azaki he met before the glasses came off. Leaving with the image of her smile, he departed the mansion. Or she departed the mansion. Her broken glasses remained on the drawing room table. Ako, your sister's crazy and she tried to date rape me. We're home! No sooner than the eerie visitor left did Alko and Alice return home. Despite Alko's sour mood, she seemed as merry as ever. Despite everything that had happened and their trip having its fair share of problems, she still had fun. Whereas Alice was her usual stoic self. Her manner not unlike a parent falling behind a rampaging toddler, cleaning up their mess. The scene of their return was like something out of a TV sitcom, and lost in thought, Sojiro forgot to greet them. Did anything happen while we were out, Sojiro? Ako asked, more so out of etiquette than curiosity while removing her coat. Without answering, he stood up from the sofa. Yeah, took up half my day, actually. Other than that, it was just cold. Want to make some tea? Yes, please. You can't plan anything with a hot cup of tea in your hands. Your sister tried to rape me! Sojiro was on his way to the kitchen to prepare tea, even before Alko had finished her upbeat response. Wait a minute. Something feels off. He was following his same tea brewing routine as always, but somehow something didn't feel the same. As though in a trance, Sojiro returned to the drawing room where they were settling down and placed the tea on the table. What do you intend to do now, Alko? Well, we have to search for her on foot. Can't play this one defensively. If we spend time fortifying defenses here, she'll just have more time to create more puppets. They conversed with each other while ignoring Sojiro's presence. Upon hearing what they said, he stood up and spoke abruptly. Are you going to look for Miss Tako? Yeah, who else would be... Wait, what'd you just say? Tako, she's your enemy, right? You just missed her. He answered so casually, Alko said, alright, okay, the poor guy's retarded, okay? He's got like an IQ of 50. Leave him alone. He doesn't know better. Alice stood up from the sofa and went to where the two of them were standing. Her typically kind and somber features turned reproachable. Suzuki, tell me exactly what she did when she was here. Oh, we drank some tea, then she took off her glasses. Huh? I can't remember anything like that. She raped us! Oh, God! Alright. Get off, move, off, out, no more of that. What was once clear memory seemed to have been scrubbed clean from his mind. This guy belongs in the short bus. Chat, Alko's sister just gumped it. Sojiro was overcome by the same dizziness he had felt earlier. Ow! Sharp, dry smack echoed through the room. What snapped out of his haze was an unexpected slap from Alice. I won't warn you again. Never let anyone else into my house. Deep within her eyes, beyond the normal cool indifference, was an intense fury. Realizing, however, there was no ordinary anger, Sojiro understood how careless he had been. I'm sorry. This place is very important to you. I should have known better. A heavy silence followed. Both Sojiro and Alice stood there, chained to the spot by their own regret. Alko looked on in amazement, wondering if they would stay this way all night if left alone. They probably would. So, hey, I know Sojiro screwed up by letting my sister in, but Alice, you never told him he shouldn't? We're not children anymore, so how about we put this behind us and focus on the problem at hand, okay? Rape, 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 rape on the first fucking date. Poor guy. Alice hung her head and sat back down at Alko's insistence. Sojiro stood where he was, nursing his stinging right cheek. Pain was pain, but he knew how to take a knock. More to the point, the crisp strike from Alice snapped him out of his fog, jogging his memory. I remember. She told me to tell you that you have no chance of defeating her, Alko. Pretty full of herself. Anything else? She also said... Well, most of it was small talk, to be honest. She said a lot of other stuff I didn't really understand. She choked me a little bit. Considering the small talk was mostly about Alko and her flaws, Sojiro decided it would be better to take that part to his grave. She mentioned the greater and lesser self. I wonder if she's been to India. In case you didn't catch on, Sojiro, she must have done something to you. Alko turned to him, glaring sharply. He had nothing to be ashamed of, but he looked away guiltily anyways. She did? What did she do? Exactly. You said you couldn't remember what she said, right? And up until a second ago, you looked like a zombie. I see. You remember right up to when she took her glasses off, which means you must have been entranced by her mystic eyes. As quickly as she had jumped to that conclusion, Alko went quiet again, as if the information was of little importance. But it was not enough to detract Sojiro from bringing it up again. Ozaki, what are mystic eyes? Eyes infused with magical energy. Simple forms of mystic eyes can cause temporary confusion, while more advanced ones can kill with just a glance. Stuff like that. Cut the Law and Order click sound effect. Dong dong. Eyes like Bowlers are really just the stuff of legends. If there were eyes like that, we could really use them right about now. Without further context, Alko knew her explanation was completely lost on Sojiro. So, yeah. To put it simply, it's like my magic bullet, only you use your eyes to shoot it. You can shoot bullets from your eyes? Sojiro's confusion deepened along with Alko's frustration. Anyway, you looked into Toko's eyes after she blinked once, right? That's the moment she put the whammy on you with her mystic eyes. Some mages even replace their eyes with cat's eye stones, but my sister didn't need to bother with that. She was born with hers. She doesn't even need to say anything to use them. She can just blink like a camera shutter. Sojiro pounded his fist in understanding. Now he thought about it. He vaguely remembered her doing something exactly like that. Everything after was foggy and muddled, and her mystic eyes seemed the only logical cause. That's one mystery solved. But Ozaki, isn't she your sister? Why would sisters try to kill each other? He knew it wasn't something he should ask, but he did anyways. The question was against the rules. He had no business being involved in this dispute. Listen, if I'm gonna fucking die, I'm gonna die asking whatever dumb fucking questions I want, alright? Ako closed her eyes to collect her thoughts. She decided it was best for all involved to at least share some background information, if only to head off further questions. Fine. Here's what you need to know now that you've met her. Besides keeping you in the dark would be more dangerous. But no more questions. This is my story to tell, got it? Is Sojiro Goku's lost brother? She stared down at Sojiro until he nodded slowly in recognition. Knowing him, she knew this was confirmation enough. The conversation was becoming oddly friendly again, but Ako sat up a little straighter as she prepared to tell the tale. Before we talk about my sister, I have to explain the Ozaki family, and more importantly, Magecraft versus magic. We're going to cover a lot of ground, and it'll include stuff you can't tell anyone. But we can always wipe your memories later, so it's fine. Ako made sure to add that disclaimer as a condition for telling him the information in the first place. You see, Sojiro, Magecraft follows a set of common rules. There are different schools of Magecraft, such as runes or Kabbalah. Think of them as different textbooks or manuals that the whole world uses. Anyone who has a proper textbooks and a suitable bloodline can become a mage. But using magic is something else entirely. Magic, true magic, isn't just some manuscript derived from the swirl of the root like Magecraft is, but something that comes directly from the root itself. As for the swirl of the root, well, the simplest way I can describe it so you'll understand to compare it is to compare it to the sun. The sun is really far away and has been there from the beginning, as far as we're concerned. Without it, you wouldn't be able to live. Magecraft merely lets us take advantage of the sun's benefits, so to speak. Magecraft is all about imitating or paying for natural phenomena. We can use it to study, practice, and recreate mysteries, but we can never truly create them. Actually, no matter how much you learn, you eventually hit a wall. It's like a limiter that human knowledge can never overcome. And beyond that wall is where magic, the sun itself, exists. Time for Magecraft lessons. Fuck you, I don't want to go to school. To attain its meanings, to go where no one can. And awaken miracles no one could possibly reproduce. A technique to make things happen that humanity could never hope to accomplish without any amount of time or resources. That's true magic. It's about overcoming the dimensional wall, like running until you reach the end where you'll find a world with completely different rules from ours. That's the only way you can, well, learn it. I told you before that Magecraft has no limits, right? Well, I meant that it has no limits within the scope of human knowledge. Meanwhile, magic has lots of limits. Actually, it can only do one thing, and one thing alone. Makes sense, right? I mean, we're talking about unique rule-breaking concepts and mechanisms that exist outside the boundaries of the very universe. Oh, he's lost, brother. So, magic is more amazing than Magecraft? I think I get the general idea, but it's really limited? Kinda. It's more like an exception, a special privilege, or an abuse of power. It's not versatile, but in making the impossible possible, it's all-powerful, as far as Magecraft is concerned. Magic is like a reward a mage gets when reaching the swirl of the root. And that even goes for mages who don't possess the metal to wield it. Just making a path to the root gives them free reign to use it, in Magecraft terms. In short, it's like becoming the richest person in the world. Sojiro made an appreciative sound, impressed. She's adorable, chat! On the other hand, Alice looked as though she wished to make many revisions to Alko's account. The richest people in the world. In which case, does it mean that no matter how rich you are, only the richest person gets to have magic? I guess so, sure. Well, too bad, bitch. You're gonna learn it and you're gonna love it. I don't wanna. Sometimes, you sure get to the right conclusion from the weirdest of places. It's like you said, there are many routes and theories to reach the root, but unless you're first to the post, magic will elude you. No matter how good you are, if you're not the first, you're everyone else. There are only 5. No, 4 magicians. And there are only 4 because once the path to the root has been taken by one magician, it's closed off to all others. But it wasn't always like that in ancient times. Ironically, mankind is responsible for closing off the path to the root. We built walls to stand between us and the truth. The mages of old could never have imagined that the more we explored the unknown, the more paths we would seal off. But the result was exactly that. By the time they realized it was too late. After all that studying, true magic had all but disappeared from the world. So magical class war. That ain't kinda. Huh. So it's kind of like how the city has dwarfed the countryside then. In a microscopic sense, that example works. So, up until recently, a lot of mages have been vying for that final seat in the game of magical musical chairs. But some country bumpkin snagged it a while ago, so the little race is over. After that, all further research on the route was limited to mundane and meaningless magecraft. Though, only a small fraction of mages were chasing magic anyways, while the rest had already thrown in the towel. Magic gained from reaching the swirl of the root isn't necessarily a mage's only goal. But that's a whole other convoluted mess in and of itself. The chicken or the egg dilemma, if you will. Okay. Well, I at least understand that I understand absolutely nothing. You mind if we get to the point? Oh, right. How can there be multiple wielders of true magic if only the first one there can learn it? Well, there were 5 at one time. There were 5 final tasks left to humanity. So, the first... Alco? Chat, we almost became a mage, chat. Chat, we almost became a magician, chat. Right, to the point. She's talking about Shiro? Shh, don't worry about it, chat. Don't. It wouldn't be Shiro. It wouldn't be Shiro. Now that I've explained the relationship between magecraft and magic, I can finally talk about my family. Remember when I mentioned that the Ozaki family has been mages for generations? Our history isn't ancient, but we've been blessed with good luck and talent. Because somehow or another, an Ozaki family attained true magic. Hold on just a second, Ozaki. So you mean... I'm an apprentice mage. Nothing more. I can't wield magic, nor do I want to. I'm just the successor to the Ozaki family. Alco started obtusely, her voice devoid of emotion. She became a mage not to wield magic, but simply because the succession of her family's magecraft was forced on her. Anyway. Okay, I just need to know, are your family rituals like other people in Japan? Do they throw you into a pit of rape bugs? Completely naked for like months at a time? Alco, did your family do bad things to you? Because I know at least several families in Japan have. In order to reach the swirl of the root, generations upon generations of mages have dedicated their lives to research. Since every special snowflake is trying a unique approach and doesn't want to share, it obviously takes forever. You don't talk about that sick fucking pit. I'm gonna talk about the rape pit, dog. I threw like a 5-year-old girl in there. At any rate, you can't create magic unless you have the innate ability to, or through some sort of divine intervention. You don't want to know. Yeah, kinda. You don't want to. Just making it to the root isn't enough. If you lack a worthy heir to pass it on, pass it on to, the magic, the miracle stops there. Fuck you. So much for your lineage. That's why mages cultivate their bloodlines to pass magical energy from one generation to the next, and to create an heir more powerful than oneself. Alco wrapped up the explanation by remarking that it was like producing a thoroughbred. Oh, Type Moon, never change. Country bumpkin, huh? Could they be referring to Sojiro? Chat, he was never in danger of being raped, chat, because he used his magical ability to make her want to rape him. He was literally asking for it, chat. Not that Sojiro knew what a thoroughbred was to begin with. Oh, fuck you. Give me as perplexed at the end of the story as he was at the beginning. So, magical eugenics. Yes, absolutely. Literally magical eugenics. Mages pass through their uniquely created mystics to later generations, protecting their legacy. Ah! Oh, well, that hurts a lot. Oh, well, fuck it. Don't care. Take the bandage off. In the very end, they say that there should be an answer sufficient enough to satisfy all our questions. But, you see, mages. No. Magicians, too. All understand one very important thing. Their own generation, and every single one thereafter, will all die before they ever reach their ultimate goal. Most of the magecraft are unique to every family. Yes. My grandfather always used to say that it was the destiny of those who obsess over mystics to end up learning only magecraft. Funny how my sister didn't turn out like that. She left. I can see why hanging in the air. Alice had no response. Ozaki family passing down true magic. Naoko, the reluctant successor. And Tako Ozaki, her elder sister. Actually, my sister was the Ozaki heir. They told me about the family legacy, but I never had to learn any of it. For mage lineages, unless they're super rich, they usually only raise one heir. I guess that wasn't the case for an average income household like ours. Successors are supposed to be chosen based on their affinity for magecraft. In that sense, my sister was definitely a prodigy, but her talent was just wasn't fit for an heir for whatever reason. Instead, it turned out to be more suited to succeed it. And, well, I don't really agree with him. My grandfather seemed dead set on switching it over to me during the winter when I was 15. To my sister, I suddenly stole her entire birthright, while not only being 4 years younger, but also lacking any magical knowledge. I see. So that's why. Tako had said that she was obligated to take what was Aoko's. Ow. You recalled how resentful her voice had been when she said it. I'm not her, so I don't know how she feels about the whole thing. It's been 3.5 years since she fought with grandfather, smashed her glasses, and left our house. No one has heard from her since then, and I became her replacement. I guess this is why we're squabbling. Sojiro thought the story was tragic, but Aoko's voice had a tone of relief in it. Sojiro didn't know exactly who he should feel bad for anymore. She broke her glasses? Correct. Her eyesight has always been perfect. The bitch was even born with mystic eyes. But trying to live up to her grandfather's expectations, she probably overdid it, and her eyes suffered as a result. Aoko wrestled with the memory, not sure if she had everything down exactly right. Sojiro knew how well Aoko could hide her emotions, and this was not one of those moments. You know, now that I think of it, was Tako trying to give him a message? Why'd she throw her glasses at my grandfather when she could have smoked him with a single fin shot? She was in her prime back then, so she could have wiped a senile old man out in an instant if she wanted to. Sojiro shook his head and disappointed in Aoko's misjudgment of the situation. This isn't about any grudge. Those glasses, they were important to her. It was a symbol of all her efforts that everyone could see. To break them like that must have been painful. Painful enough for her to feel like she had to break them. As Sojiro spoke, neither Aoko nor Alice noticed the grief he was fighting to hold in. Or miraculously, they couldn't understand his point of view. After all, in a world where mages are raised to fight other mages, empathy was in short supply. I wonder why she chose to come back now. Like Aoko said, Tako could have taken Misaki City anytime she wanted to. That's right. If she wanted this land so badly, she should have come back 3 years ago, killed me, and reclaimed her rights. Maybe she had a change of heart after seeing the world, I don't know. You really don't get it, do you, Azaki? Sojiro shook with faint anger. His voice changed from the boy they thought they knew. Oh, and you do? Yeah, like anyone would. Tako was waiting for you to become a fully fledged mage so that you would lose the same thing that was stolen from her. That's how deep her hurt and hatred goes. Sojiro gazed at them, wondering why they couldn't see what he could. Only, he was the one that didn't understand. The two girls, and above all, Tako and Ozaki, deny themselves the type of relationships that other normal people are allowed to experience. Tako's actions were not fueled by hatred. Well, there certainly was hatred behind them. The real reason was, and always has been, Tako's pursuit of true magic. She was an ambitious and talented mage. Her hatred was only her veneer. Thinking of her in any other way would be an insult to the elder sister who devoted her life to the study of magecraft. All this Aoko wanted to tell Sojiro, but instead stopped herself. Even if she had, Sojiro was not a mage and could never understand. Besides, arguing with him any further would not have brought her any joy. She couldn't have put it into words even if she tried. Bitches can't hold a grudge. Oh, absolutely. And so? You sure are taking her side a lot, Sojiro. Could it be love at first sight? Your sister raped me. Fucking whore. In her own cowardly way, Aoko dodged the subject. She smirked childishly. I get how she feels a little. I pity her. Sojiro did not take the bait. Aoko was frustrated at his reply. And why, might I ask? An icy glare replaced her smile. He didn't falter, only plainly stating, because she has to fight her only sister. That's sad, isn't it? This was the source of his frustration. It's sad, all right. Ako's eyes narrowed unconsciously, as if hiding from a painful truth. This guy is a poison, she thought to herself. A poison with no antidote. With his words, he was unwittingly bringing her weakness to light. My sister and I, But we don't think of it that way, though. To us, this is always the way it would turn out. Bitch, you weren't a fucking mage until your sister got overthrown. Sojiro looked down and frowned in defeat. And that said, too, he muttered. Haku's frustrated face. He was successfully groomed. Oh, God. She was talked about pulling out a strap. What did that mean? The curtain of night had already fallen. Not even an hour had passed since Tako left the estate, and Sojiro was feeling the distance between him and the girls. Ako and Alice felt much the same way about Toko Ozaki, who seemed more elusive than a phantom. Anyway, Sojiro, you at least understand that she's our enemy, right? If so, stop arguing with me. Unless sleeping bears lie. Although, after meeting you, she must have realized that you have nothing to do with us, so I doubt we need to worry about her going after you. So we're just not going to talk about being choked out by our sister. Alright, fuck it, whatever. Ako seemed absolutely certain in her assessment, as if to proclaim that Sojiro had dodged a bullet. Strangely, she was placing her trust in her enemy's sense of reason. Really? Are you sure about that? I hope you're right. Really? Oh, really? So relax. She never paid any attention to things that were of no use of her anyways. Okay, if you say so. Ozaki. Then that's good enough for me. Oh, right. Speaking of things she has no use for, Tako took her teacup. The nice service one. She did what? And you just stood by and let her? Did we just talk about your sister being all-powerful or some shit? I did. So she was really stealing it after all, huh? Sojiro nodded sagely while Ako fumed. She just took your cup. Wow, that means she was stealing it, huh? Chad, I don't think he's long for this world. She wondered where his serious manner and tone had gone. Sojiro's frustrating absent-mindedness had returned. It had to be the service cook, too! My favorite one! Ako's fist trembled violently, but as such, she knew better than to plant it into Sojiro's carefree face. Not that he was even capable, but even if Sojiro did try to stop Toko, it would have gone tragically for him. And to do now, I guess. She always did have a habit of stealing my things. Always wanting what others have. Guess old habits die hard. Isn't everybody like that as children? You wondered aloud, curiously. Maybe. So many of my crowns and dolls she took as she pleased. And broke them, too. Sojiro felt his heart jump into his mouth. The ominous foreshadowing was not lost on him. Why do you think that was? Because she made a hobby out of taking my property and smashing it to pieces, obviously. When she had her eye on something, I had to kiss it goodbye. Ako, I'll sleep at the foot of your bed, please. Don't leave me alone. Your sister's gonna come back for me. Listen, Ako, Sojiro recalled his conversation with Toko. He hoped he was imagining it, but he vaguely recalled her declaring Sojiro Suzuki as someone's property. That is troubling. Sojiro's face turned grim, not unlike a detective at the scene of a crime. A scene which left no trace of evidence or clues as to how the case could be solved. Oh god, Sojiro's so fucked! Right? She was a terrible sister, the worst. Unaware of Sojiro's turmoil, Ako calmly sipped her tea. Sojiro watched as Ako shrugged her shoulders before looking over to the drawing room clock. No matter how heavy the mood, she kept on ticking. Gloomy days ahead, I guess. Muttered the undeniable victim of today's injustices. Ako looked ready to move on from the instant adding, probably. But right now, I'm just looking forward to tonight's dinner. Alice seemed to second that opinion with her silence. Chat, she's not angry. She's just disappointed in Sojiro for letting a random person into her house. Why the fuck didn't you pull up with the Glock, man? Come on. You're telling me this bitch from England and this rich-ass Japanese woman don't have a fucking rifle or something in the house? Come on. Comfortable, relaxed. Neither of them seem to have any intention of leaving the sofa to prepare food. Tonight was supposed to be his night off from work. At least until midnight. But Sojiro knew that until the clock struck midnight, he'd be serving... Ah! So loud. He would be serving on hand and foot the two ladies of the house. Fucking bitch. Zodiac, for one buckaroo. She roofied me. She gave me the bad touch. How was I gonna stop her? By the way, I'm poor and I'm gonna need that $1 back. Thanks. Too late, chat. It's too late. We were never getting the cup back, chat. For one, it would take at least another hour to prepare something to eat. There was no way the exhausted Ako and Alice would stand for that. So the only other option in the end was to have something delivered. Maybe we should have taken Tako up on her offer after all. Sojiro opened his wallet as he second-guessed the situation. His eyes settled on the third and final 10,000 yen bill in his wallet. Stared back at him forlornly, reluctant to leave his home. Excuse me. With a heavy heart, he bid it farewell. If this game had been an eroge, the Tako route would absolutely be a reverse Netherart bad end. Well, outside of this one, the MiHoYo games are, they do have a lot of bad endings. I think Fate has like, what, 30-something endings? Or 30-something bad endings? British people can't own guns. They can fucking buy them. She's rich. She can import it. Rich people don't have to abide by the rules. This everyday tale started like any other. How were we supposed to stop her? In Japan, unlikely. Gun laws are super strict there unless you got them through the black market. MiHoYo or Type Moon? Both. MiHoYo. Type Moon bad endings are actually really cool if you play them without a guide. They're essentially horror games. The morning sun alerted Sojiro that a day of work lay ahead. Specifically, the gardens needed tending to. And an unkempt garden made for an unhappy Sojiro. Luckily, today was his day off from all his part-time jobs. Ah! He's just like me, for real, for real. It was the perfect opportunity to get his hands dirty. You think the rich won't use the black market? They're rich. There was one problem, however. The mansion's grounds were vast. Not only had the courtyard been left to run wild, but the area around the front door had been neglected too. To tend to these problems thoroughly, he would have to work on them week in and week out. Alright, first, let's level things out. It was an idea. Oh, fuck. Ow. Hang on, chat. Yeah, it's fine. In our world, his task would only take a day, but for its enormity. For the moment, Sojiro decided to set foot in the mansion's wilderness and evict the weeds. If you know you can die to Ilya or how Ark can die, shit's fucking vicious, man. I've seen how Ilya can die. Shit's vicious. Wasting none of the early light, he started tackling the ones around the mansion. By his estimation, he cleared the forecourt. Yeah, no, that's right. The forecourt, courtyard, and backyard. Then take a small rest. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm not fucking rich. I don't live in a mansion. I don't know what the fucking forecourt is. Alice, please leave him alone. He didn't know what he was doing. What's gotten into him? What's the best visual novel to start with in this universe? Start with the Fate remaster. Just know that the Fate remaster cut out all the adult scenes, and for the most part, you're not missing out on much, but a bunch of like humorous dialogue. But there is at least one route where the adult scenes really impact the story. Beats me. My daddy's out there for fun. It was just this was in the demo. It was just before noon in the sunroom. Alice had come down, book in hand, to find Ako sitting down in the fashion magazine and elegantly sipping tea. Through the window, she could see the crouched figure of Sojiro shuffling by. He's been in all morning, hunched over since I saw him first thing from my bedroom window. I told him to clean the incinerator too. Any objections? Not really. He always works so hard, even in the cold. What? You know what voice to use, but you use the wrong voice. Not really. He always works so hard, even in the cold. No eroge scenes make it a pass. I mean, I'm sure someone will eventually mod the scenes back in. Alice quietly sat down. Her teacup had been placed on the table for her. She poured herself some tea and proceeded to open her book. They took out Rin's butt. They took out Shiro ogling Rin's asshole. Shiro's an absolute animal in some of those sex scenes. Oh, for sure. Basically, any of the visual novels can serve as a decent starting point. The only stuff you absolutely want to stay away from as an intro are the Fate spin-offs like Extra or Grand Order. Yeah. I don't consider Fate Grand Order an intro. It's a gacha. It's made to rip money out of your wallet. Two sat passing the time in silence, having happened to have the same idea. A nice, relaxing cup of tea in the sunroom. With their evening roles decided, there was no need for idle chatter. You probably get the original off F95. Probably. You gotta do it. You gotta do a little bit of setup for it. Ako stared out the window, intermittently turning her gaze to her magazine. Alice was immersed in a book of ruined magecraft, occasionally tilting her head up as if to recall something. Meanwhile, my intro into Fate was Fate Extella. Oof. Of course I was confused. As if by unspoken agreement in unison, they pressed their teacups to their lips and glanced outside. To the two girls, Sojiro appeared as if he were an animal in a zoo. Neither was interested in lending a hand. Despite his sluggish movement, he was making good progress. As Alko's attention turned back to the sunroom, her eyes met Alice's. Alice returned her gaze to her book. Though moments later, she raised her head again. No! I want that guy! You have a physical of Tsukihime, by the way. Yeah, the new release. You can always emulate Real Tenua. Boys working hard out there, you ungrateful shits. Amen. Bitch. Clearing her throat, she attempted to focus on reading. He's not even making noise, bro! They're just upset he's making progress. It was no surprise that Alice admired Sojiro's diligence. Not even 30 minutes had passed before he had cleared the courtyard of its unsightly weeds. To use time magic? No, he's a hard worker. Without stopping once, the mysterious gardener left the courtyard, puffing clouds of white breath. The area he left behind was spotless. Has he done this before? Ako muttered after scanning over his work. A stalwart soldier... Bitch, he lived in the fucking woods. Of course he did it before. A stalwart soldier will work confidently and ceaselessly. He also did it at school, too, but... She was impressed. Like she was watching a scene from a great movie, but before long grew irked. Why would he waste his energy like that, she thought. Alice looked at the clock. Hello, Shoda. Hello, Flam! If he starts now, it'll be evening before he's done with the incinerator. Actually, he already took care of it. I watched him do it from upstairs. I didn't want him breaking it, so I gave him some pointers. You know, I yelled at him for so long from my window, my room almost froze over. Fucking bitch! I said it in the demo! I'll say it again! Bitch! It was safe to assume Ako had come to the sunroom to escape her cold room. Between barking orders from a window and cleaning in the cold, it was clear who had the harder job. He's using Ultra Instinct. But you love her. Alright, if you put black pants, white top, okay, I gotta say, she has good fashion, Chad. She has good fashion. So does Alice. Does Suzuki have anything to say? Yeah, a lot. I couldn't really hear him. In other words, his complaint fell out of deaf ears. Hey, chat, new face. We have a new face. Put it in the fucking pile. With nothing else to discuss, the two resumed their reading. Hell yeah. This bitch is so privileged and pampered. They don't understand how niggas can work as hard as a guy with 5 part-time jobs. His number of part-time jobs are eking up there with me. I'm starting to feel some type of way. I'm starting to feel like he's trying to challenge my dominance. It's not good, Chad. It's not good. Ever so tense silence was broken by Sojiro entering the house after finishing his cleaning. Doesn't matter if you love her, a wife can have it doesn't matter if you love her, a wife can have bitch moments. I mean, I guess. He stared at the two of them displeased. Warm enough in here, Ozaki? Warmer than outside, unless you're walking the halls. What made you decide to take care of the gardens, anyways? Sojiro's subtle jibe had failed to find his target. He had no chance of winning, and so just hung his shoulders in defeat. Also, Alice is still in the background, with her little fucking face in the book. It's so cold out today. Snow's probably going to fall tomorrow, so I thought I should tidy up while I could. I didn't think I'd have to work on the incinerator, too. He sounded resentful, but his problem was not the additional work. If anything, he was glad to do it. See, people call visual novels ass, but I just don't get it. Oh, visual novels are great. Those people usually don't read very much. What he cared for was how nobody had even bothered to lend a hand. So what? We all need to use it. Hey, seeing as you're in a generous mood, vacuum the upstairs corridor, will you? Oh, and that brace for the beech tree out back is on its last legs. Put that toolbox in your room in the attic to good use. And once you're done with it, come to my room. I have a bunch of things I'd like you to throw in the incinerator. Bitch, your sister raped me last night. The other one slapped me. You made me pay for food. And now I'm your slave? Just kill me. You know what? Fuck it. I'm moving in with your sister. Why fucking help? Hence why she made him clean the incinerator. Cruel but clever.
それで青崎、君は何をするんだ？
And what are you doing while I'm doing all that? No plans, really. Maybe I'll play a little guitar. Ako thought hard about how to spend her afternoon. Ah, poor Sojiro. Pip is commentating for a mahjong game for her company mates. My money's on Tenma. She's a lonely Asian hag. Mahjong's her domain. True. What do we pay? What do we pay rent for? Oh wait, fuck. No, we do pay rent. We do pay rent. They made us fucking pay rent, despite the fact they're holding us hostage. Ako thought hard about. Yeah. Yet the thought of cleaning didn't cross her mind. As had always been the case. Yeah, I can tell. No, it was not out of spite that she didn't think to help clean. It was because the word cleaning wasn't in her vocabulary. Sojiro knew exactly why the mansion was in the state it was in. Here's a tip: buy the remaster, then get the game pre-patched with real Tanua from a guy on the Internet Archive named, I kid you not, Autism Personified. He's also got a shit ton of Eurobeat. Ah. Well, voluntary rape. For shame, Alko. For shame. Voluntary is... One of the first words she said to him was about hypnotism, so I think she knows. The only thing I dislike for visual novels is the tendency for excessive descriptions of things, along with inner monologues. Though this is more of a Japanese prose thing in general, I notice. Oh, chat. Depending on which one of us takes it first, me or Lolly will be streaming on Monday. I don't know which one. If I stream, I'm reading H.P. Lovecraft. I'm going to fucking book. I'm going to read H.P. Lovecraft on fucking stream. And Flam, if you're there, you're gonna understand what over the top prose is, motherfucker. There's a story I had to back out of because he just kept describing things. Still, that did not change the fact the corridor upstairs was very long. Is it just fucking imprisonment? It is, and blackmail. And Ako was not lying about how cold it was inside. It was not much different from than outside. You really have no intention of helping me, do you? I mean, I do enjoy cleaning, but I don't know. Come again on Monday? On Monday. No, it was like every fucking light novel too. Perhaps. Do you feel a little guilty using a roommate like this, or do you just not feel guilt at all? I think you know the answer to that. As usual, you might have gone too far. His remarks had hit a little too close to home. Alko closed her magazine and turned to face him. Infuriated, she glared her sharp blue eyes pierced. Infuriated, she glared, her sharp blue eyes piercing into him. Sojiro knew he had not said anything unjust, but he always backed down first. Sojiro, let me explain it one more time. Okay. He replied automatically, straightening his back in response to Alko's cold, calm tone. Don't be mistaken. We're not letting you stay here of kindness. I know, otherwise I wouldn't be paying rent, you dumb bitch. We're putting up with you because we have to. I'm just saying your sister left her doors open. That's all I'm saying. Alko did not mince her words. Sojiro nodded in defeat. So, I'm basically a pet. You shouldn't have put on the collar, dog. Exactly. Not a very useful one at that. Alko responded, already tired of the conversation. We should poison her, chat. We should poison her. Rat poison. Well, Sojiro had little room to counter. He tried. He still tried. Last time I checked, most pets don't have to buy food or pay rent. You say something? No, nothing. I'm just a dumb mutt barking up the wrong tree. He raised his hand dismissively, knowing he could not win. To Alko's ears, his attempt at fell deprecation sounded facetious. You do understand the position you're in, right? So, have you read the manga version of the Mountain of Madness? I'm pretty sure I have. Yeah, one where I do all the work. Ako grinned at her pet's obedience. As long as he knew his place, that was all that mattered to her. She seemed to be extremely satisfied with his response. Huh? You don't have a care in the world, do you? Oh, bitch! Her playful smile darkened, as did Sojiro's expression. Ozaki! I can't breathe! You know, if I keep this up, You'll never be able to complain again. Shall we give it a try? He shook his head, his expression growing more and more grim. Smart choice. I don't want to see you suffocate if I can help it. You choke me just like your fucking sister does. God! The grating sound subsided. Sojo gingerly touched his throat. The collar that had suddenly tightened around his neck returned to its normal size. You have any idea how painful it is to suffocate? It's excruciating. I told you that's what your collar was for. You're always so naive, so I took the opportunity to give you the test run. Now you know your place. Oh god, not again! It's the second time, actually. Been on HP Lovecraft as an author? I love his stories. Anyway, chores. You're wasting daylight. Okay. So that's what the sun was trying to tell me this morning. Sojiro left the sunroom, his shoulders slumped and his tail between his legs. Alka watched him leave before returning to her magazine as if nothing had happened. Alice paid no attention. None of that had anything to do with her. With Sojiro gone, the room once again fell silent. As the clock ticked on, Alice suddenly stopped, flipping through her book. Any reason you pushed him so hard? She asked as though talking to herself. Alka replied without so much as looking up. Jesus fuck. Nope. We're just going to erase his memories in the end anyways. Why get his hopes up? Obscure as ever, but sincere in her own way. When you put it like that, I suppose you're right. Sit, boss, sit! Your sister choked me better. I think that might have killed us, chat. However, I agree. Never get over that of all people, it was Jay from RLM that made a Lovecraft cat joke. Everybody likes to push him. Everybody likes to push Jay in a corner, chat. Don't push Jay in a corner. He'll say some off-the-cuff shit about Lovecraft's cat. The courtyard through the window reminded her where she lived a decade ago. Nothing could compare to the beauty of those gardens. But if that was the case, why did the scenery make her feel nostalgic? Are all these women here super rapey? To be fair, Alice is really, oh, well. I guess using the word gentle would be, a little provocative. At least Alice doesn't want to choke us. All Sojiro had done was take care of the gardens with the goodness of his own art. In only half a day, he had achieved so much. That's right, Jay. HP did love his cat. The writers know the people who buy these games. Chat, I'll have you know, I really don't want to be choked. It was Christmas Eve and snow had started to fall. I built up my neck muscles to make it harder to choke. This time it was too good, as though it had waited for that day specifically. The cold, bustling main street seemed bright and vibrant under the layer of frosty white. I like it. It's purty. Reindeer statues illuminated the surroundings. Children danced merrily to jingle bells. People walked along the brick road, smiling broadly. She doesn't want to choke us. Yet. These festivities, however, had not reached the mansion on the hill. Silence enveloped the isolated building. The shadow of the snow-covered woodland grew longer. Oh, chat! Oh, dear God! Oh, ow! I ripped my foot! Ow! Ow! Oh, I'm doing fucking Three Stooges shit over here. Chat, I want the scene from The Grinch. I want Sojiro on the roof putting up fucking Christmas light decorations. You have Alko's sister using the decoration thing. Beckoning in the darkness. People returned to the warmth of their homes, knowing a bitter night lay ahead. The writers write what they like, and they know others will like it too, yeah? Our boy's melting Alice's heart. He is! That's right, Jay. My dad fucking beats me. Oh, God. Yukita. Little by little, we're winning. 100 people watching, only 36 likes? Oh, dear Lord, chat. I prefer to be the one doing the choking. Yeah, sure. That's right, Jay. I killed a prostitute. Boys, let's get short of the gamer sub sponsorship. YouTube took all my rights away. I'm not a human anymore. Yeah, I mean, who'd be into choking? Chat, I fucking told you! Every woman I've ever met! People returned to the warmth of their homes, knowing a bitter night lay ahead. Shut it down. My brain thought of the Grinch, and then I proceeded to pop up like a fucking weasel from the ground, bash my skull on the ceiling. Something had been amiss in the mansion all day. Perhaps it was a simple... Shota. I understand there's a lot of S's in this sentence. Not one of them starts the word simple. Perhaps it was the calm before the storm. Alka's sister is goddamn. Alka's sister's wearing the red nose and antlers. She is. Da, 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 da. Yeah, she's wearing the. Oh, I don't remember the chick's name, but yeah, she's the mayor's plaything from the Grinch. 2 days had passed since Toko Ozaki had revealed herself. Ako and Alice spent more and more time locked in their rooms. Mealtimes had grown noticeably quieter. With their roles decided, they were too busy with their own jobs to worry about each other. Oh yeah, make that a rotoscope animation. It'd be good, Chad. It would be. Look, man, fundamentally, I want to be held. That involves a woman smugly staring at me as she aggressively caresses my neck. I'm taking it. That's not what being held is, chat. That's being choked. Choked. On this day, the two had been relaxing in the drawing room since morning. Their mood was calm. Well, mostly at least. Sojo was fretting that tonight would be the same. Snow just couldn't wait till tomorrow, could it? He aimed his words toward the girls on the sofa. Despite knowing they would be ignored. Whether the snow fell today, tomorrow, or not at all, it didn't affect them. The snow just meant a white Christmas. Alka remained silent. She wasn't ignoring him per se, she just had other things on her mind. Sojo knew this, but still cast a lonely glance around the sunroom. You hold me hostage, you threaten to kill me, you feed me poison, you smack me, your sister raped me, you're making me pay rent to be alive, you're making me make you food, buy you food, I sent you to the fucking aquarium and you seemed to be in a good mood for approximately 5 seconds when you got back, and you don't let me have a real Christmas? What the fuck's up with that lady? The courtyard he had cleaned only a few days ago was hidden by a layer of white. The falling snow would stop every so often, but then resume again, as if teasing Sojiro. She's holding my neck. I think it counts. No. I get 8 cats. I get cuddles for days. Speaking of the Grinch, what's your favorite serious Jim Carrey role? Probably Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. But the next morning, the courtyard would be a winter wonderland. We also got put in a fucking bottle. I forgot. We got put in the fucking cum jar. Alko and Alice sipped tea in an effort to fight the cold. In fact, that was all they were doing. You know, Toko's hair was darker than yours. I was like, alright, okay. Chat, my boy, he is not, he's not in his right mind. He's absolutely jazzed up with Christmas spirit. He does not, my client does not mean what he just said. I want it stricken from the record. You know, Tako's hair was darker than yours, Ozaki. I've never seen such beautiful red hair. Shame it was so short. Sojo rambled on, not expecting a response. However, her hair was cut short. Ako's expression went from nonchalant to its usual sharpness. Our boy, why? What do you mean short? Are you talking about her hair, right? Or you are talking about her hair? Yeah, even shorter than Alice's. Is that a big deal? No, she used to have longer hair than mine. So she really cut it all off. Ako spoke in a grave tone. Showing slight interest, Alice turned to Sojiro. What's so bad about getting her hair cut? Does it affect you in any way, Ozaki? Well, yeah, it does. As we have nothing to do until nightfall, I suppose I'll explain. Ah, damn it, she's pulling out the fucking marker board again! You're lucky. If you hadn't said anything, would have been oblivious when fighting her. Ako knowingly glanced at Alice, her expression suggesting she was treating her. She was also likely seeking approval. Alice remained stoic as ever, her expression showing neither approval nor disapproval. She put you in a bottle and filled you with her love nectar. How can I put this? Mages can use their hair as a weapon. For the longest time, hair and eyes have been vital to magecraft, especially in my sister's case. The more colorful the eyes, the better. The longer the hair, the higher the quality. Hair has the same qualities as the body, and when grown over many years, it becomes a strong base component. That's why I'm growing mine out. Looking after it's a pain sometimes, but I like styling it. Sojiro glanced furtively at Alice, wondering if the same held true for her. Maybe Alice had to cut it because it was a hassle to maintain. It sounded stupid, but then again, this was Alice. Sojiro nodded to himself. So that's good for you then, right, Ozaki? I mean, the Toko's got short hair. She's used all her hair before coming here, then yes. Long hair can be used in tons of ways. I can only use it to temporarily reinforce magecraft, but my sister can use it to complement longer-lasting spells. With all of those thoughts and memories in the hair, it's like having a mage clone. You can even use it on a dead dog or cat, reviving them and making them the mage's familiar. Familiars with no previous magical energy, like said dog or cat, can acquire magical circuits, all thanks to the hair. The reanimated creature becomes something entirely different. They can even speak and take human form. Their behavior changes, too, to something resembling a regular mage. Right, Alice? Her last words came with a mocking smile. Alice silently ignored it. So, Tako has familiars like Alice? I think that's a safe bet. She must have been growing her hair for over 20 years. She could have an army of powerful familiars. The fight at the amusement park. Just the thought of Alice Karanji releasing flat snarks sent a shiver down Sojiro's spine. The Royal of the Moon had been a unique familiar out of this world. Hey, don't worry about it. She couldn't create a familiar that could destroy Masaki or anything. Still, a familiar created with a hair that would that long would be incredibly powerful. Mages that use their hair, though, they need to reset one of the 3 pillars from the beginning. They have to grow their hair again. Making familiars is easy, but not leading them. That's his long hair fetish is coming in handy. I know! As Ako spoke, her mood visibly improved, as though she had made a breakthrough. You got a fetish for everything! Dogs and cats. Tilting his head to the side, you cannot imagine a world where dogs and cats were so powerful. It's strange. Tako is a puppet master. I wonder why she would lower herself to make familiars. She probably has nobody to help her, and she wouldn't ask for assistance with a personal matter concerning the family. Actually, maybe the puppet of the amusement park wasn't made from her hair. Now that you mention it, you did say that it seemed... Wait, damn it. Now that you mention it, you did say it seemed highly customized. Its curse-based perpetual motion, coiled arms, fin shot, the depths of its obsession. It's unlikely Tako created the puppet from scratch. Meaning? Toko's not the type to put herself into her creations. She might consider doing it for a perfect replica, but the ones we destroyed weren't even faint copies of her. Alko, did that puppet have the same power as Tako? No way, not even close. Then, it would not have been made using her hair. Meaning we have to keep our eyes open for a familiar fused with her magical energy. So in your expert opinion, you think their familiar could be stronger than my sister herself? If it's not, then what's the point of creating one? Damn it! Wrong voice again, fuck! If it's not, then what's the point of creating one? She needs help. It's the 2 of us versus 1 of her. The magic is inert until you fuse it into a dog. So she's going to attack with the familiar at the same time. That makes sense. It would at least be a fair fight. Well, fairer when it comes to familiars. I think you have the upper hand. Alice had never been defeated by a familiar. She sighed at Alko's overconfidence. Alko, even if she utilizes her 20-year stockpile, she can only use small animals as vessels. If Tako was to prepare a familiar as her trump card. Don't you say it. No sister of mine would stoop that low. Ako and Alice stared at each other. The conversation had returned to the drawing room, but the subject matter was not for the faint of heart. I suppose. Still, nothing hunts down a human better than a human. Tako may not have raised the dead, but she probably has something just as powerful up her sleeve. Yeah, okay. I admit geniuses get stuck in their own world sometimes. Whatever corpse she throws at me, I'll be ready. Ako nodded reluctantly at Alice's directness. Needless to say, Sojiro was completely lost. I don't quite follow. Wrong button. Why are you both convinced the familiar is dead? Because living partners are familiars. They're co-conspirators. Familiars can't live with the mage to sustain them. Still, they're perfect foil. Strong-willed, smart enough to compensate for the mage's shortcomings. Everything you'd want from a great familiar. Let's be real. Who would want to bring that kind of partner back to life? Completely obedient and capable of compensating for the mage's weaknesses. Sojiro felt that a familiar was a little different than himself. If Goku and Miku fuse, would they be called Goku or Miku? Man, fuck you! I'm gonna call her Amigo. Chat. Her name is Migo. Nothing. My sister has always been a rune user, so we can somewhat predict her tactics. Her trump card, which we need to be worried about, is probably a familiar, and it's likely she used up all of her automata already. Aoko spoke directly to Alice, looking for confirmation. Alice nodded in agreement. So, we stick to the plan. Let's call it a night. I'm gonna make her pay for all the crap she's put us through for the last month. Aoko clenched teeth and balled her fist. It all seemed like nothing more than sibling rivalry. In fact, that's probably all it was. Looking at Aoko, Sojiro let out a sigh of relief. With what happened with Toko, Toko, and how they reacted to her visit, the atmosphere had been deathly tense. For now, though, Aoko seemed much calmer. He took comfort in the thought that perhaps the sisters would just bury the hatchet. Oh, buddy. Even if Aoko and Toko were not sisters, he would not want to see what would happen if they fought. The hands of the clock turned gently. Approaching Judgment Night, a merciless silence would soon come to mock Sojiro's complacency. Cuckoo. God damn it. Mekong as in Wukong? Fuck you. Her name is Migo, chat. As night appeared, two things vanished. The first was the whimsical snowfall. The second was the lights of the mansion on the top of the hill. Aoko and Alice were nowhere to be seen inside. Only Sojiro remained. It was the night of Christmas Eve. Though Aoko and Alice had yet to find Toko, they knew everything would be concluded over the course of this day and the next. Christmas comes but once a year. It was a singular time for endings and new beginnings. In Japan, the modern holiday dated back only about 100 years and celebrated Christ's birth only in name. With all its latter-day trappings, it was neither a pure homage nor corruption of the festival that inspired it. Regardless, there was a significant increase in the land's mana during the festivals. Such charged distortions were a boon to a mage's craft, be it creative or destructive. Tokuazaki sought to destroy the local sigils, which gathered and properly cycled the magical energy of the land and its people. Sojiro was able to gather that much from Aoko and Alice's conversation. Toku had already claimed 3 sigils. Only 2 remained. Any further loss would signal Aoko and Alice's defeat. In order to protect the remaining ones, they had to split up. Aoko lacked power, so she would need to borrow a ploy from Alice and head to the Tokawa sigil, which boasted the greatest local energy supply. Alice would go fully equipped to the sigil of Yashirogi. You go the Vegito route and go with Mikuroto. Christmas in Japan is an excuse to shove chicken and cake in your face and maybe have sex, just like America. Free from the constraints of civilized society, Magecraft was most powerful at midnight. The young witch and the apprentice Mage wished each other luck before leaving the mansion. Fun fact, in Japan, Christmas is treated more like a Valentine's Day. Like, it's the day for that special someone instead of the usual special everyone. Yep. It's almost 10 at night, which makes the fact that Rushia cheated on her boyfriend on Christmas even worse. It's almost 10 at night. After the girls set out, the first 2 hours passed quickly. Also, I still can't believe Niji Sanji has someone in their fucking office that's just taking pictures of the fucking VTubers. When Aoko was ready to head off, Sojiro walked with her to the foyer. Neither had spoken a word to each other. Fuck! God damn it! She had departed without showing any sign of fear. It was difficult to tell whether she did or not. Whether she did not want to get him involved, or whether she did not see him worthy ally in combat. The thought stuck with him. That face with no cutie to get KFC with on Christmas. I want my hot Christmas cake, school teacher GF. Why do you keep robbing me, God? Let out a long sigh. Not out of dejection or frustration. It was a mechanical, emotionless breath. Would you Rushia, though? No, absolutely not. On top of not being into Asians, batshit crazy, killed a cat, He sat on the near-frozen floor, staring vacantly up at the night sky. Moonlight peeked through the clouds. He imagined the moonlight bouncing off the town's powdery blanket and illuminating the night. But he wouldn't find himself downtown. Watching from the sidelines was his role to begin with. His roommates and he lived a world apart. He could not keep up with them. And he did not show the same kind of will. He would remain on the sidelines. Can't you at least go to the park to see the lights or something? Why they go get their asses handed to them? However, I get it. I'm not needed anymore. Sojiro looked up at the moon. Is Sojiro gonna enter a suicidal depression? Somewhere deep inside, he felt a trickle of sadness. She was not in the agents. All right, listen. I have my overarching types. I'm not put off by Asians, but I don't seek them. Veiled in white and cloaked in darkness, the park seemed like a forgotten memory. Not a soul was in sight. The night felt far more enigmatic than usual, yet the air was clean enough to drink. Though only a sliver of moonlight peered through the clouds, it lit up the entire world. In those moments, a young girl's footsteps echoed, trampling the still white silence under the midnight sun. The pale moon illuminated the inky blue sky. Only a few streetlights and incongruous phone booths. No, and an incongruous phone booth betrayed signs of civilization. Guru should be like, I'm only gonna cheat on you, not cut your dick off or kill your cat. A girl appeared dressed in black. Chat, it's waifu. Against the snowy landscape, the figure of Alice Kwanji was unmistakable. Showed it in the black girls. I've dated a black girl. Pure black, deeper than even the night. Her overcoat, gloves, and hat, even her hair and eyes. Nothing stirred for a time. Not Alice, nor the white scenery. The world was still painting. Was a still painting of snowy field. Only time moved, gradually darkening the lights in the park and eventually the nearby homes as well. Yashiroge was a modern and more developed park. We've been over this town than Misaki. Though the park was located in the center of town, it had become a blind spot. It had been overlooked by developers and carried no commercial value. A few houses encircled the park. The street lights turned off at midnight. It was a white night. People, even machines, were fast asleep. It looks like I got here early. Alice whispered, watching the streetlights slowly fade. She thought she heard a dog howling in the distance. Incongruous. Perhaps it was a howling at the moon. The howl reached deeper into the night than expected. A wolf, maybe? I get it. Without the religious backing, it's a romantic season. Softly twinkling lights and faint layer of snow. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Once you become like a horny teenager, Christmas becomes like the best romantic holiday of all. Like, fuck Valentine's Day. It's about Christmas, dog. It was perhaps the first time it had hung since Sojiro moved into the mansion. I demand a fit and tan tomboy GF. Ask my shit, chat. Hesitantly, he picked up the receiver and brought it to his ear. He heard nothing. He felt he had to say something, but couldn't think of what. Maybe something like, hello, Kwanji residence. Or maybe, you reached the Ozaki residence. While he was deep in thought, a voice as light as air came through the receiver. Suzuki. Sojiro could barely hear the voice, but it was definitely Alice's. Yes? Was that you, Alice? No response. The silence was as profound as the night, but for the sound of static from the receiver. After a long pause, Alice finally spoke. Chat, we're making progress. We made progress, chat. She's calling us. She's calling us, chat. No response. The silence was as profound as the night. What is this? A Kentucky woman claims Kanye West telepathically told her to steal a car with a child inside, leading to her arrest. Interesting. But for the sound of static from the receiver. After a long pause, Alice finally spoke. Is Alco there? No, she hasn't come back yet. I see. With a click, the call ended. Sojiro wondered if she had something to say, but could not respond in time. Sex scene? No, but she's happier. Oh, fuck. So if a girl calls you, you're in? Chat, she's calling him. Someone's getting fucking jumped outside, though. We're not going outside, chat. We're not going outside. Slowly they advanced, carving through the fresh snow. There were so many. Where'd they all come from? Dozens of feral dogs snarled at Alice, their eyes trained on her. The snow clung to the beast's mangy fur. Their clenched fangs and bloodshot eyes hid a barely reigned hunger that might burst forth like lightning at any moment. They yearned to taste her warm flesh and satiate their empty bellies. To them, the girl in black stood like a lighthouse in a stormy sea. Gang. Hey, yo, they jump in Alice. We saw what Alice can do, chat. She's fine. She watched them, disinterested. It appeared that the Yashirogi sigil was the key target tonight, not Takawa, where Alco had gone. Alice had always been unflappable. And the child's play before her was hardly about to change that. Her main enemy was not the dog surrounding her, but the lone mage behind them. Tako was like, fuck it, I don't give a shit anymore. What hideous taste. Is this what you fall into after all these last several years? Not that I'm complaining. If this is who you really are, then Ozaki and I have nothing to worry about. So this implies that she, in the last couple of years, she's just been going around murdering dogs and using them and turning them into familiars. Tako laughed at the acerbic taunt. My. That does seem that sounded like the upbeat one, but I'm just gonna assume she has her glasses off already. My. Such a movable spirit. Rest assured, Alice, I'm not doing this for fun. Crunching through the fallen snow, Tako slowly came into view. Also, chat, I want to say my favorite design from Type Moon, maybe of all time, isn't even one of my favorite characters, but it's Dorothy. Dorothy from Fate or Samurai Remnant, fucking bang on design, 10 out of 10. Artist needs to get paid 100% of the royalties because that is fucking awesome. She wore a moss green coat that contrasted sharply with Alice's garb. Only downside is Hikari and Urumi's fight is just... I'm talking about the anime. A silk scarf warmed her neck. She was tall, her hair short, striking a more valiant posture than any young man. After all, the two standing here needed to be less like the shining moon, and more like the darkness surrounding it. The barking abated. Like servants in a royal court, they averted their eyes from their ruler, lest their eyes and hearts be plucked out. It's been too long, Alice. It has. And you look well, Tako. They stood about 12 feet apart. No love had been lost between them. Just two enemies. One who was to be victorious and one who was to fall. So, how should we do this, Alice? We have so much to catch up on. How have you been? There's so much I've been dying to tell you. You can spare 5 minutes to chat, can't you? Here's... Yeah. The character sheet for Dorothy. I'm telling you, chat. Look at her hair, chat. She's perfect. Dorothy's top tier. Hell yeah, she is. I'm afraid not. If I give you even the slightest quarter, you'll steal it all. The following events unfolded quickly. Boldly and without a second thought, Alice pulled out a cat's bell from the seam of her mantle and dropped it. Diddle diddle. The beginning of Alice Kawaji's magecraft. The start to a night of fairy tales. Alco favored a quick draw approach, like something from a western. However, Alice preferred a sleight of hand. She used her target's blind spots against them, ending the game before they knew it had begun. The bell fell like a coin into a fountain. Ha! Then as I was about to strike the ground, it shattered, disappearing without a trace. Runes. Correct. I spent the day carving characters into the park. The brick path meant it was easy work, if a little time-consuming. Look at the woods around here. Roughly a 1,200 square foot blank canvas. Impressive, isn't it? Right now, you and I are right on top of 300,000 characters worth of runes. Since when? Swallowing hard, Alice took a step back. Tako had carved runes all over the ground. Even in the area, Diddle reacted to alone. There was a depressing amount of them. That she truly carved them all into the whole park? Alice did not react with surprise. She simply narrowed her eyes. Get baited, idiot. She's so much better without the hat. Oh, absolutely. The hat distracts from the fact that she has the best hairstyle in the entirety of Type Moon's catalog. She could see how it could have been taken, or how it would have taken the whole day. It was no wonder Diddle Diddle, Banquet of the Night, was destroyed by the skin of the sun. Still, something bothered Alice. How in the world did you hide them all? There were just so many. What kind of magecraft could do that? Oh? These are special. These runes shift location. They're doing it even now. They look like simple scratches, but they return to their original form when they touch strong magical energy. You call them memory runes. No matter how deep the night, these little suns won't set, and the snow hid them beautifully. She spoke modestly, but Alice could not imagine the amount of persistence, technique, and skill it must have taken. And it only took a day. Even 10 mages would have trouble producing so many sophisticated runes in that time. Moreover, these runes were made using unknown techniques the association had not approved. It pains me to admit it, Tako, but that's a lot of power to use on one poor little girl. Oh, please. I've never thought that about you. Though, There were times when I admired that body of yours. To have one like that. Oh my god, chat! Ah, she wants to be flat? Is that what you're implying? Ah! Happened in the blink of an eye. Alice cut off Toko's snide remark with a deadly stare. The left eye of the darkly clad girl changed in color to an ominous ruby. The speed of the incantation was phenomenal. Alice's mystic eyes, enthralling snared Tako. She's a sexual deviant. She's a fiend. Alice didn't take that land out. She didn't. She really didn't. She had to been the one to, quite literally, be taken captive by the girl's stare. She had been the one. Okay, so they don't actually draw blood, so they are ethereal. Tako tried to raise her arm, but could not even move a finger. Alice's mystic eyes commanded absolute control, with no room for resistance. Only a person's internal organs were allowed the freedom to move. Since their organs still function, it was more precise to say that her eyes forbid the target from acting. Alice had played her hand with exquisite timing. It wasn't the speed of her eyes that had given her an edge. The deftness with which she wove her spells to exploit the briefest vulnerability is what made Alice a different caliber to other mages like Alko. This witch, who lived hidden in the modern era, was more seasoned in magical battles than Tokozaki. Such a shame. Without diddle diddle, your eyes can't be made... Acrostic? Yeah, okay, yeah, that was it. Acrostic. You were close with your moon ploy kickshaw. I might have been begging for mercy. The formation holding Tako began to distort. In the blink of an eye, the mage... I think she just flexed, chat. I think she did... Can someone confirm? Did she just flex on Alice? Had bested Alice's magic eyes. Mystic eyes. She went Alice's aerodynamic design. Alice's black outfit floated in the wind. She turned so she was not facing Tako head on. The mage had recovered through her own mystic eyes. At the root of Toko's mystic eyes was a spell of mesmerize. Most effective when facing their prey, such eyes could mind-jack a target's awareness. It was difficult to resist head-on. However, its effect was greatly diminished if the target was not facing the eyes directly, even if it was within range. Moreover, the girl was the last witch of her lineage, who commanded a great number of fairy tales. Against mystic eyes, the projected their effect simply turning one's body was enough to repel half the magical energy. Like Alice's eyes, Toko's could also disable actions. Alice had escaped by the skin of her teeth. The damage she suffered was the weight of a twig to a forest. She just had to let the energy pass through. Chat? Chat, what's happening? Chat, I think by the end of tonight, our baby girl might get jumped. I think it might happen. In an instant, a startling chill ran through Alice's body. This was a problem. The touch of death ran up her spine. She glared at the mage before her as blue rubber balls flowed out from beneath her overcoat. What? The stare-off grew more intense. Alice glared harder, resisting Toko's mystic eyes with her own. Losing was not an option. Murada! Bad ending? Nah. In terms of raw magical energy, Alice Kawanji's mystic eyes were more powerful and advanced than Toko's. Surely nobody could beat her. And yet, her unfiltered stock of magical energy, stifled by old-fashioned values, was no match for Toko's madness. Deep within her eyes, somehow the eyes revealed a sealed power. Ah! She's gonna get ganged on by dogs. Oh god! This is what you get for not taking a shower today, Alice. Inside the crystalline lens of the mage's left iris was a bottomless pit, a Klein cube. Alice winced in pain. Wee. That's her, chat. She's going, wee. The bindings grew in number. So many mystic eyes, thousands perhaps, and all fixated on Alice. Pressure. So much pressure. Dogs, but she's Japanese, not white. It's over, chat. It's over. Endless, and Alice knew it. She saw, incredulously, she saw eyes growing within eyes. Tako had placed opposing mirrors inside her eyes, resulting in an infinite glare. Alright, so the bitch just... she's blind now. Okay. It was the act of a madwoman, creating mystic eyes within mystic eyes. She could even control the resulting chaos caused by all the copies. Insanity knew no bounds. Knew no bounds. No mage in their right mind would mass-produce so many mystics, the last escape of humankind, so indiscriminately. Oh no, chat. She said the line, chat. Oh dear. Am I making you uncomfortable? Tell me, am I doing a good job of imitating a mindster? Aren't you impressed? Instead of bending reality using a rare mystic like you would, I mass-produce a mystic to bend reality to my will. On the surface, they're regular mystic eyes, only their volume is infinite. No matter how much magical energy an opponent uses to resist them, they'll simply multiply the energy needed to bind them. She wielded power without limit to disable an opponent. Once one was caught in them, one was chained to the concept of infinity. Projection-type eyes had a fatal flaw. Their firepower and formula were insignificant compared to the great artillery of incanted spells, but Tako had torn down that conventional wisdom with brute strength. If the gun was a pea shooter, she simply needed to bring more guns. A 9mm bullet can never destroy a fortress, but unless one threw a fortress mass of bullets at it. The principle was brutishly simple, but in the world of magecrafts where concepts decided supremacy, Toko's iterative mystic eyes were the perfect weapon. The target would be bound until she closed her eyes. In theory, at least, the effects were infinite. No amount of magical energy could ever overcome it, so it was utterly futile to resist using magical energy. Of course, one way to counter it would be to stay out of Toko's line of sight to begin with. The standard tactic against mystic eyes was to defeat the user before they were aware of you. There was, however, another way. It was simpler than one might think. Chet, is a Klein cube, is that similar to a hypercube? Is that the same thing, or is it different? Because I know what a Klein bottle is, and I assume a Klein cube would be similar to that. But a hypercube is an unsolvable, quote-unquote, unsolvable puzzle. I'm afraid this is checkmate. Any last words? Always keep that shit on me, bitch! Pop, pop! Telling you, chat, she needs her fucking gun! Alice can no longer see her enemy. Toko's infinite eyes had bound her. Watch my 9mm go bang! All she could make out was a sliver of moonlight and a blue streak chasing its way towards her. Fine. I wish I could say I had no regrets like you. She drew a rune in the air, unleashing a shockwave to tear flesh asunder. The gust became blades of air that shredded Alice's overcoat and minced. Get fucked on, bitch! Get missed! Oh no, she just built like that, chat. Blue feathers flitted all around. Tako felt something behind her and turned. 5 cat-shaped bells were thrown at her feet. And just as quickly they shattered to pieces. Standing before her was a completely unharmed Alice Kawanji. That rune was but a light breeze. Have you really lost your touch, Tako? You used a double. I've never heard of a ploy that can take the form of a mage. Well, you have now. He's useless every other day of the year, but comes in handy when someone's trying to kill you. Hey, leave him alone. I like him. Hypercube from Jimmy Neutron? Hypercube as in the mathematical formula. As if responding to Alice's words, a bird began chirping frantically. You were going after my after image this entire time. This did just become Dragon Ball. An anonymous sacrifice. Who killed Cock Robin? What? 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 No. I'm unfamiliar with that rhyme. Unfamiliar with that one, thank you very much. Ah, that old rhyme. But you can only kill it once. I know about the Tom Cube. Not that it would matter if it was more than that. The bird squawked a very unbird-like death. No! No! You fucking bitch! Behind Alice, the blue robin fell from its tree, a victim of Toko's mystic eyes. So useless. We lost them, boys. We lost them. In memory, chat. In memory of the cock robin, I will read the nursery rhyme. The nursery rhyme. In memory of cock robin. Who killed cock robin? I, said the sparrow, with my bow and arrow. I killed cock robin. Who saw him die? I, said the fly, with my little teeny eye. I saw him die. Who caught his blood? I, said the fish, with my little dish. I caught his blood. Who'll make the shroud? I, said the beetle, with my thread and needle. I'll make the shroud. Who'll dig his grave? I, said the owl. Excuse me. With my pick and trowel. I'll dig his grave. Who'll be the parson? I, said the rook, with my little book. I'll be the parson. Who'll be the clerk? I, said the lark. If it's not in the dark, I'll be the clerk. Who'll carry the link? I, said the linnet. I'll fetch it in a minute. I'll carry the link. Who'll be chief mourner? I, said the dove. I mourn for my love. I'll be chief mourner. Who'll carry the coffin? I, said the kite. If it's not through the night, I'll carry the coffin. Who'll bear the pail? We, said the wren. Both the cock and the hen. We'll bear the pail. Who'll sing a psalm? I, said the thrush, as she sat on a bush. I'll sing a psalm. Who'll toll the bell? I, said the bull, because I can pull. I'll toll the bell. All the birds in the air fell a sighing and a sobbing when they heard the bell toll for poor cock robin. I feel like he at least deserved his spot in the light, chat. Amen. Amen, chat. I miss him. How about you and I start over? Or rather, let's end this now. We're out of options in this park. I don't think so. Granted, I may not be able to break free of your eyes. But I'll let Alice do the singing. The song came from the depths of the earth, stirring a mighty quake to mark the birth of something gargantuan. Go ahead, take a picture, bitch! Tako needed to throw Alice into an infinite hell before whatever that was could be completed. But she was far too late. We have the volume then? That better? British spell casting. The ground burst to life. A finger, then another, and another, all rising up like towers. Earth, snow, and brick knitted together, manifesting a giant stone golem. What the hell is this? What's this freak doing here? Tako was so angry and confused she could barely gather her thoughts. The bridge giant. The monster from the monster's fairy tales rose from the ground, ruining Toka's plan. Game had audio? I was hearing it fine the entire time. The giant was extremely powerful, but could only be summoned under one condition. It must be in proximity to a natural river. That was the monster's one and only condition. But this park was nowhere near one. And on top of that, it was rising up directly between Tako and Alice mid-battle. Oh. There's a river, all right. Well, I suppose river is a bit of an exaggeration, and it'll be gone soon. Tako lowered her gaze. She was standing in a puddle of water. Scarred red Mage was dumbfounded. That was why Alice had used Diddle Diddle before. While the bells could be replenished, they were valuable to Alice, and she had spent 5, throwing them in an intentional line for the sun runes to destroy. From there, a stream of melting snow. Indeed. Music kind of slaps. Oh, the music's good. So what madness are you involved in this stream? We're continuing our visual novel. Yeah, she really got us more like a JoJo villain. That's what makes it good, chat. The arms of the famed troll rose up from the stone paving. The monster's torso alone surpassed 80 feet. Its form was made entirely of stone. Previously, she had created one using the trees of a forest. However, Tako knew instantly the monster before her was at least twice as powerful. Halt! You fucking dabbed on, bitch. So Thames is a troll, yeah? She unleashed her stacked mystic eyes. The trap card. It's called a counter trap, chat. They were meaningless at this stage. They had no effect on the giant. As said, mystic eyes can be countered in two ways. The first is to hide oneself from view of the mage. That was the standard response. The other way, however, was devilishly simple, yet 100% effective. In fact, it's less of a way and more of a fact. Mystic eyes curse the target by focusing on them. However, what if the target was too large to focus on entirely? Here come Shoda boys! The answer was, one could barely stop a single arm. The giant, unfazed, raised its right arm and swung it down onto the ground, destroying thousands of runes. Damn! The demolished stones were then absorbed into its arm, adding to its mass. As the mage had said before, no matter how deep the night, these little suns won't set. While the suns might not set, they can be crushed under the bulk of a giant's hand. She summoned a lava golem. The victor of the battle was decided. Tokozaki closed her eyes and prepared to escape. The stray dogs began to whine, fearful of the hulking figure before them. You win this one, Alice. Looks like I'm no match for a Meinster after all. Let's pick this up another time, shall we? Do you really think you can escape, Toko? Oh, please, Alice. Give me some credit. I should mention, I don't think I'm the one who needs to escape. There's no hint of bravado in Toko's tone. Even in the face of a titan she had no means of harming, her confidence was unshakable. The reason being, these runes are a suicide bomb! What? The opening act's over. Come out, Bayo. Wait, Bayo? There's no longer a battle of skill. The fight for survival had begun. There won't be a next time. Uh-oh. Snap went Toko's fingers. In response, a beautiful, high-pitched melody floated up towards the moon. It echoed all around them. The spiral howl dredged up ancient, primal memories. Its source emerged from the shadows and landed next to the mage. Ah, I see. Unfortunate. Alice's lip trembled faintly. Not from fear, but with admiration, when she recognized the creature before her. It was a majestic golden beast, beyond the domain of both magical and phantasmal, simply divine. It was a life that should have passed from the world with the age of gods. A mystic derived from human wisdom, preserved by thousands of generations of hidden tradition. A recreation of a miracle that once freely walked the earth. The natural enemy of magecraft, able to crush it with ease. Quiet resignation settled over Alice's face. The golden beast charged. This time, she didn't even have a chance to admit defeat. Bow bow. Bow bow chat. A sad bow bow. She could hear the beast breathing in her ear. It seemed she had been unconscious for a short time. Alice opened her eyes and took a deep breath. Each cough sent pain shooting through her body. Blood rose from the pit of her stomach, and she spat it onto the cold ground. When her vision returned, she was able to make out the distant sky, falling snow and the golden wolf. Bow bow! The wolf panted. It stared at Alice, saliva dripping from its mouth onto her cheek. Razor-sharp fangs lined its jaws. Its fur was glossier than that of any animal she had ever seen. Brutal, knife-like claws protruded from its massive, blood-stained paws, and yet did not smell like a beast. Surely the presence of such a noble creature, a human would feel like the lesser animal. The battle between Alice and the wolf was over before it began. After destroying the troll, it baptized Alice with its wicked claws, giving her no chance of escape. Alice! It sideswiped and torn at her abdomen like a sword. Ah! Carving through her clothes and flesh all the way to her heart. Even so, not once did Alice make a sound. The wolf had her pinned and stared at her face. Her limbs felt ready to break at any moment. That was the situation she found herself in. Now, fully conscious, Alice stared at her enemy through pained eyes. She felt no fear, only cold reality sinking in. Sensing Alice's demeanor, the wolf suddenly paused, its paw still raised. They looked in each other's eyes.
そんなに血が出てるのに痛くないんだ
You're bleeding. Doesn't it hurt? The wolf's voice came as a surprise, but there was no doubt it had spoken.
痛いの
Well,
は
are you just
平気
fine
な
with
の
pain?
かな
The wolf's voice sounded innocent, almost childlike. I can't do a child's voice, chat. In complete contrast to what had happened up to that point, the wolf smiled.
どっちにしろ我
Either way.
慢強いんだね
You've got
お
guts,
姉
lady.
ちゃんは
The wolf opened its mouth wide and clamped its jaws around Alice's neck.
ベオ
Toko's tone was sharper than the wolf's fangs. The wolf froze.
トウコさん
Miss Toko? He let go and slowly turned his head towards the voice.
とどめは刺すなと言っ
Did I tell you not to finish her off? Are you trying to make extra work for me, you mutt?
バカもチェそれはそれで
That's the best part.
ああ退屈
Well, this was a washout, and that troll went down like everything else. Talk about a disappointment. The wolf backed away from Alice, as if no longer interested in his prey. To the golden beast, she was a little more than an old chew toy. Conscious again, even with all that blood loss and broken bones. You're tough. Do I have the Mindster's training to thank for that? Barely clinging to life, Alice stared at Toko. But not a stare of hatred and defeat, but one of disbelief. Alice simply wondered why Toko had brought such a beast. Pardon me. I should have introduced you. This is the last known werewolf on Earth. A pureblood, born to an indigenous tribe of the northern European tundra. As you can see, he's a golden mystic, and it doesn't do him justice to say he merely resembles his ancestors. He didn't have a name, so I called him Beowulf. Pretty apt, right?
ベオウルフ
Beyo denied a nut. Oh god. Alice's face was perplexed, even though she hadn't wavered when she was disemboweled. Beowulf, the name of the heroic giant slayer from Danish legend. It came from Old English, a combination of honeybee and wild beast. A bear, in other words.
なんで
Kind of an incongruous
ちぐはぐな名前
name. What do you mean? It's cute.
からに決まってるだろ
Perhaps because of the name or because of the golden beast itself. Fighting the pain, Alice struggled to read Toko. In this respect, she was worse than Alko.
ついでに説明しておくと
Incidentally, Bale called these other mutts in. Oh, damn, she hadn't. Naturally, I didn't think they'd have any effect on a monster's daughter. For now, at least. Toko's mouth twisted into a grin. Not the warm one Sojiro saw, but the merciless smile a victor displays to a loser. The disdain in Alice's eyes turned to anger. The golden mystic. How could Toko have brought such a creature into the human world? Come now. It's just supply and demand. The population is not just a human problem. Their old ways were unsustainable, and so I bought him for a high price. Well, more like I had to pay for the right to bring him out of his cave. As you might have guessed, I used my hair for the contract with Bayo. I like to think of it as creating an alliance with a beast instead of creating a familiar. While she was talking, Toko noticed something strange. I didn't hear no bell, bitch! An unusual sound. A preternatural sound. The tore at the mind. A sound that should not have existed. It was coming from the girl's open abdomen. Regenerating already? No. Wait. What's that smell? It smells like something amazing's gonna happen. Curious, Beowulf moved closer, like a puppy examining a new toy. Don't look at it! Stay over here, Beo! Pull yourself together! Toko shooed the mud away with her hand. Beowulf lowered his head meekly and withdrew. I must have trained you wrong, going for a girl's belly like that. Shame on you. So? How come you're allowed to look? Idiot, I'm a girl, so it's fine. I'm waiting for her to pull a pause and just take out a brick of C4 from her own abdomen. If Alko had been here, she would have blasted them away for their impudence, just as she did against Flat Snark. You know, I feel sorry for you. How could your Mindster mother call herself a parent when she's neglected you so much? With her gloved hand, Toko ran her fingers along the wound on Alice's abdomen. A flash of pain ran through Alice's body. Alice had held in her screams, but she finally let out a long breath. She turned her face away, in pain or shame.
もう肌も復元している
The skin here is regenerating already. So many crests on the bones, veins, even the internal organs.
生後
Having magical circuits like that from birth is a double-edged sword.
呪文と自分を一体化
They
さ
cut
せることに
incantation time, which is a great boon for a mage. But the more there are, the more pain they bring. Azaki's have crest in one arm. We've got nothing on you, do we? The magic crest Tako referred to were the inheritance of the Azaki family, passed down by their ancestors. There's chest burster. They can only be inherited. Ako had received the ones that were meant for Tako.
しかし
However,
それも良し悪し
ours has its own set of drawbacks.
右腕に刻印
The pain Ako
した
feels in her right arm is the reminder of her human body reacting to being changed into a mystic. Her mundane body rejects her right arm, and the pain's the cost of its deletion. It causes both physical and mental phantom pain, like some original sin that can never be wiped away. Still, when you've come this far, pain becomes trivial. It makes it difficult to know if you're really alive. Do you still believe you're human? Honestly, I sympathize. We've both had a hard time with such extraordinary teachers, haven't we, Alice? Tako took Alice's body in her arms. The wounds from Beowulf had mostly healed. Even so, her breathing was shallow, likely due to the pain. Tako gently held the girl's face in her hand.
マインスターには恩がある
I'm indebted to your Munster mother, and my true opponent has only ever been Ako. Chat! She needs to be stopped! She needs to be stopped, chat! Alice's lungs pined for oxygen. Tako pressed her lips to hers. The young girl wriggled, trying to escape, but Tako held her firmly. Beneath the blue moon, the two remained frozen. Then, the sound of swallowing. Something solid slid down Alice's throat. With that, she went limp and her arm fell. After setting Alice down on her side, Tako stood up.
今のは七かまどに手を加えた私
I've
の
given you
特性
a dose of my own blend of Rowan, not easily counteracted. If you use magical energy, it'll explode. So do be careful.
体の中で暴発する
Oh, and
口移し
don't
は
read too much
私の
into
趣
it.
味だから
Passing things with your mouth is just something I like to do. With my mouth. I was missing an M. As she desperately clung to consciousness, Alice looked up at Tako from the ground. The disgrace from the kiss was greater than the pain she felt in her body. Tako began walking away, her golden wolf in tow. Neither looked back to see Alice's hateful glare. Ah,
そうそう
almost forgot.
一つ言い忘れベオが呼び寄せた
Remember those
野犬
mutts
たちだ
Bale
け
called? There's a ton of them around the
公園の
park,
外に
and
まだ
unfortunately
山
they're still hungry.
ベオの野生に刺激
Bale's an
され
alpha
たんだ
male. Seeing what Bale did to you must have really fired him up. In a roundabout way, Tako had read Alice her last rites. In nature, it was common for the weak that could no longer move to offer their bodies up to feed the strong.
私は行くよ
Well, Alice, I think that's everything. It's a long walk back, but hopefully you make it safely. With a twisted grin, the mage headed into the darkness. As her footsteps faded, the sound of growls grew louder. Alice could still barely focus her eyes. The hounds looked like monsters out of a picture book. Alice took a deep breath, her consciousness slipping away. The sky was blue. The trees were tall. The park was a graveyard. In the corner of her eye, though, Alice could just about make out a solitary phone booth. The phone rang. It was the second time Sojo had heard its voice echo through the cold foyer. Only a few minutes had passed since Alice called. He wondered what she could want this time. The call persisted, determined not to leave him on his thoughts.
はい、クオンジ
Hello,
ですか
Guanji residents. Oh,
その声は操縦
is this that Sojuro here? A cheery voice. Sojuro had been expecting Alice. It was Toko Ozaki somehow. Somehow Sojuro was not surprised.
そうですけど
Yes, it's me.
トウコさん
How are you, Toko? He checked the time. He thought it was about midnight by now. No matter what the situation, Sojuro always kept his cool. You could hear Toko trying to suppress a laugh. After taking a while to compose herself, she started talking again.
ごめんなさい
My apologies.
ツボ入っちゃったみたい
It seems you have a penchant for catching people off guard.
質問
Anyway,
だ
to
から
answer your question, I've been very busy today,
これがあんまり
trying to
わからない
finish off everything.
私も今日で終わらせ
偶然ですね
Huh. That's a
青崎も
coincidence.
そんなことを言って
Ozaki was just talking about you.
やっぱり
I thought she might. At times like this, you can tell we're sisters. In fact, that's the only thing we ever had in common. Timing.
昔ところで
Well, I bet you tried to get her to stop as well. As an Ozaki, I know she didn't take that too kindly. I wouldn't. Sojo realized she was probably right. Ozaki's words made more sense now. Getting to the chase. I don't have time to gossip. Is Aoko there? It almost sounded like she was worried about her sister's whereabouts. But the cool-headed Sojo had forgotten Tako was their enemy. Had not forgotten it was her enemy. Keeping Aoko and Alice in mind, he decided to say, "Who can say? I'm not sure what answer you expect, Miss Tako." The question shifted the tone of the conversation drastically. Sojo could hear Tako muttering to herself in annoyance. "You can't hurt me! I'm on a phone, bitch!" Sojo was proving more quick-witted than she had anticipated. A change of tack was required. I suppose not giving me an answer is probably the best course of action. In first impressions, I thought it'd be wise not to ignore you. But now I don't think I want to get you involved. So for your sake, stay out of this. Okay, Sojiro? Her warning came from the heart. Sojiro responded flatly, once again not giving any sign either way. It seems she wanted him to stay out of this too. Even Sojiro could tell the girls were being kind in their own way. But who asked for their kindness? Oh, say goodbye then. I'm much busier than you think. Although, there's just one tiny thing. And this is hardly fair, but I'd never forgive myself if I didn't tell you. So, I just had to put half of the responsibility on your shoulders. Tako giggled. I laughed to show she had him in the palm of her hand from the beginning. I met Miss Kuonji a short while ago. She called you earlier, didn't she? Her tone had not changed. She sounded a little as cordial as before. Even so, as soon as Sojiro heard Alice's name, a chill ran up his spine. Well, right now, she's in bad shape. She can barely walk, in fact. And if she uses any crest, they'll tear her to pieces. Oh, and those broken bones. Ouch. Excuse me. At any rate, she could lose consciousness any time. Not great news with all those scary stray dogs around her. If you ask me, she has about 10 minutes before she's nothing but a pile of bones. She spoke as though she was telling a joke. If it was a joke, it was a bad taste. However, Sojiro knew this was anything but. She was telling the truth. He had not heard the dogs attacking anyone in town, but the noise he heard while on the phone with Alice suddenly made sense. Dogs. A pack of them. No doubt about it. They were surrounding the prey. Bless you. Thank you. Someone must be talking about me, chat. Why are you not cottoned on sooner? Cottoned? No, that's wrong. No, that's wrong. I refuse. Why are you not caught on sooner? Squeezing the receiver in his hand, Sojiro cursed himself. Alice had been calling for help. Even when back into a corner, she had not wanted to involve Sojiro. Still, she needed help. Our fucking man is about to own up and help her. The way she said his name was so lightly. Where is she? He spoke abruptly. Even though he knew Tako was the enemy, he was confident she would answer him. This is the reason she called. I can tell you. But just know that the moment I do, you become my enemy. Do we have a deal? Sojiro realized what was happening. He was being tested. By ignoring Alice, he would be confirming that he did not want to get involved. But if he decided to save her, tell me, where is she? Sojiro ignored Toko's question. Of course he was not prepared to become her enemy. But he was even less prepared to let Alice die. He had lost his ability to think sensibly. Not that he was particularly good at that to begin with. Still, he would not waste any time in deliberation. He would simply go with his instincts. It was one of the few times he had felt pride since coming down from the mountains. Good man. Good man. Chat, literally me. Okay. I'm a little disappointed. I didn't want to have to kill you. Then again, I thought I might end up this way. She's at Yashirogi Nature Park. Check the map under the phone. I bookmarked the page last time I was there. I'll say it again. You'll be lucky if you have 10 minutes. It'll be a miracle if she lasts a minute longer. As he listened, Sojiro's expression turned to one of irritation. Misaki and Yashirogi were one station apart. How long would it take to get to the station from the mansion? Usually just under 12 minutes. By the time he got off the train at Yashirogi, nearly 30 minutes would have passed. It looks close on the map. Transport links around here are terrible. You might be able to catch the last train, but you should cut your losses either way. You're my enemy now. Just don't regret your choice. The line went dead. Sojiro, not Tako, had hung up the phone. He memorized the map and then made for the door. With no time, he grabbed his coat and he ran out into the snowy winter night with the clothes he had on. All that remained in the hall was the discarded map. It showed Misaki City. It was about 10 miles from the mansion to the nature park. 5 if you went in a straight line, but the streets were not that forgiving. 4 inches on the map, but so much farther in reality. For the first time, Sojiro cursed the town. Oh, he can do it. He can do 10 miles. There's just a training montage? The training montage happened before the story started. Alice's injuries were not limited to her abdomen. The wolf had punched a hole straight through her back, crushing her lower vertebrae and leaving both of her legs paralyzed. Though her magic crest were repairing the damage, it would likely take another hour before recovery. At the very least, her heart and slender arms still worked. Although, after crawling along the ground to the phone booth, those two were failing her. As the crest healed her wounds, a searing heat ran through her body that threatened to overwhelm her. It was as if her body was no longer her own, like she was transforming into another creature. The poison throbbing through her open wounds hurt emotionally more than physically. She was used to pain, but she could not accept this disquieting feeling. Not that she had any intention to. The moment she did it would be her last. Alice wrestled with the discomfort from her abdomen and her magic crest, and with her consciousness holding on by a thread, she took the phone in her hand. It was unlikely Ako would be there to pick up. Even so, with the stray dogs gathering around the booth, she had to try. It was Sojiro who picked up. Alice knew she was better off just hanging up, but his name slipped out of her mouth. After pausing and fighting with herself for some time, an image of the innocent boy came to mind and she hung up. Her instincts had won out. She could not let him get involved. And not just because he was an innocent bystander. It was more than that. To Alice, Sojiro appeared that day because he was merely in the wrong place at the wrong time. Only the lightest of breaths passed her lips. Above her, the moon began to blur. Snow was falling again, so close, yet so far. The dogs began hurling themselves at the phone booth to the chorus of hungry snarls. Thunk, thunk. She took one last deep breath and closed her eyes. Glass, an unusual material for a coffin, but the girl knew, in some corner of her mind, that she had made the right choice not asking the boy for help. Some time passed. A peculiar sight came into view. A field of wild flowers. The clear sky was too blue. The flowers so numerous they made the field look barren. The sight was so dazzlingly beautiful she wished she could walk away. Look away. This is probably all thanks to Father Winter. The cold wind carried a scent of paradise far removed, untainted by man or beast. It was a glimpse of the fields beyond winter. One could be forgiven for thinking they were the afterlife. Come to think of it, she remembered how funerals were sad, yet always beautiful. She cried. She made an incongruous whine, a sound of life. Her breathing was restrained and erratic. Hollow and useless was the heart that she once used to fend off pain. It was as though she was in the open space between disconnected body and mind. A crying woman and a silent child. High was the sky, deep was the forest, unmoving were the people. No footsteps or voices of salvation came. Who was that looking innocently up at the night sky in the stillness? Autism be damned, he's a good boy. A good man, chat. When she came to, Alice was going up a familiar hill. The cold night air had all but frozen her hands or feet. She shook, as you would expect from someone whose abdomen had been torn apart. She could barely comprehend that she was being carried slowly up Shironizuka. Sojiro had Alice on his back and was silently ascending the slope. His calm eyes seemed to be suffering from the bitter cold. Our man, chat. He did not seem to be addressed for the time of year. Not even a coat. His exposed neck and hands were ice cold. What are you doing here? Alice asked, still slumped over his frame. She tried to move, but to no avail. The last thing she wanted was to rest her entire weight on someone else. Tako called me. She said you were in trouble. You're more stubborn than Ozaki, you know? Why didn't you ask me for help? Not that I could be much help, but still. Sojiro spoke with a scolding tone, his eyes kept firmly ahead. His words were directed at himself rather than the grill on his back. How do you fight off the dogs? He's a man, chat! That's how! You think you're gonna let some fucking... You're a man, chat! You're gonna let some fucking wild dog stop you? You're a goddamn man, chat! You can beat any dog. You can beat 100 dogs. You wanna know why? Because you're a fucking man, chat! This doesn't concern you. Maybe you're right, but it does now. We'll talk more back at the house. Sojiro focused on climbing the hill. The slope would get steeper from here to the mansion. The thought of Sojiro climbing the steep hill with her on his back surprised Alice. Lay me down. I'm fine. Your whole stomach is exposed. My back will keep you warm. Don't worry. You're lighter than firewood, so it's a cinch. I'm only out of breath from rushing to the park. Not that I needed to hurry in the end. Why not?
俺が着いたら
As soon as I got there, the dogs ran for the hills. I'm sure Tako knew that it would happen. That would happen all along.
アリスをどうにか
She must not have meant to finish you off, which means I wasn't on a time limit.
喜ぶべきことなんだろうけ
I
ど
suppose I should be thankful for small mercies. Sojiro said dejectedly. But it was wrong. While Tako did not want to kill Alice per se, she would not have cared if she had died. At least that was the way Alice saw it. She didn't know how long it took Sojiro to get to the park, but if he had not come, the phone booth would have collapsed and she'd be dead. Alice did her best to suppress her thoughts and feelings. She felt silly at the thought of correcting him. It would matter little anyways. The thought of her trying to thank him was more painful than her open wounds.
もしかして
So you carried me all the way from the
公
park?
園からずっと
仕方ないだろう
I had to. The train stopped running. I should have gotten a taxi, but I didn't bring my wallet. Honestly,
今日ほどお金の不便さ
I never felt how limiting money was until today. For the first time today, Sojiro let out a sigh. There was no point taking a break. He had already traveled close to 6 miles like this. Perhaps the fatigue was getting to him. Sojiro was more upset with his own weakness than the difficulty of the trek. He's the man, chat!
でもそれを言う
Sojiro got that farm boy, retarding power of love strength.
じゃない
Sojiro, my man. Don't you mean how important money is?
使えるものがあるのに
What I mean is,
お金がないだけで使えない
If there's something you can use only if you have money,
不便って言わないか
isn't that incredibly limiting? The innocence of his question made Alice briefly forget her pain. She too felt distant from the real world. But compared to the boy carrying her, she felt like a regular citizen.
何か
That's just like you to say.
新しいわ
Alice smiled to herself. As Alice rested her head, something soft touched her cheek. The collar Alko had given him.
館に着いたら着替えるんだ
Once we get back,
お腹の
you should change and clean up. When you're ready,
落ち着いたら
we can talk in the drawing room.
東子さんに言わせる
Toko sees me as her enemy now,
俺
too.
の
6 miles with the girl on his back in winter. Damn. Ash should be... Chat, he's a man. That's nothing for him. Those words hanging in the air. They reached the top of the hill. The gate in the wood stopped before them. Beyond it, illuminated by the pale moonlight, stood the mansion. Looking up at it, the girl felt a little disappointed. A natural reaction, yet. She could not place where her sadness was coming from. He saved a wife. Once they entered the mansion, Alice slid off Sojiro's back and walked towards the west wing. The west wing was her domain. However, after only a few steps, she collapsed to the floor. Sojiro rushed over to her, but she raised her hand. Her gesture told him he was not to come closer. He stopped in his tracks as a concerned look on his face. Her pale skin gleamed with sweat. Her expression uncharacteristically strained.
平気
I'm fine.
部屋に戻
I can make it to my room on my
力が
own.
戻った
Stay here. I'm going to mend my
服を
clothes.
繕ってくるすぐに戻ってく
I'll
る
be back shortly. And then... The pained look in Alice's eyes told Sojiro they would talk later. He knew he could not stop her. Sojiro reminded himself that she was the one in pain, not him.
それじゃあ
Alright,
戻ってきたら話を聞かせてくれ
tell me everything when you come back. Alice took a deep breath before slowly disappearing down the corridor. An uneventful 5 minutes passed. Alice returned wearing a fresh set of black clothes, but her complexion remained pallid. With a small sigh, she carefully leaned against a pillar in the foyer and slid down until she was sitting.
アリス
Alice, if you're in pain, you should lie down. Sojiro sat across from her on the cold floor.
傷はもう痛まないわ
I'm not in pain anymore, so I don't need to lie down.
この体の異
I was
常
forced to swallow a Rowan, so my body can't heal completely.
じゃあせめて毛
At least let me get a blanket for you.
いいから
No,
気遣いは
if I
し
stay here, the cold won't bother me. She seemed to be telling the truth. Sojiro remembered Alko telling him that as long as Alice is inside the mansion, she would be comfortable. Okay,
あったかいのならいい
as long as you're warm.
それで
So,
七かまど
what's this Rowan thing?
薬草の一種よ
It's a kind of medicinal
柔
herb.
らかいかまどで焼い
It
て
gets its name from what's left in the cinders after it's burned 7 times in a stove, and it's used as a ward against spirits.
普通の人にはよ
It's
くない
not good for regular people, but for me and Alko it's
私
worse.
や青子には
Once
少
it's
し
in our bodies, it reacts badly to the production of magical
体
energy,
内での魔力
and there's nothing we can do but wait it out.
と
So,
思っていいのか
it's a poison.
いえ本来は薬草よ
He doesn't know how to scratch on him after scaring off a wild pack of dogs. He said Bayo was an alpha male, and that's what excited the pack. I guess Sojiro must have the same energy. Alpha male, chat. No, like I said, it's originally used in medicine. I'm using magical energy to heal right now, so I'm having to fight it. But once I'm fully healed, I'll be fine. As long as I don't use magecraft. Basically, I won't be of any use until I fully digest it. Alice paused. She decided not to say how many days that would take. Anyway, there's nothing you need to worry about. I can manage the pain. It's just a result of my circulation. She worked hard to keep her tone calm. Ako had barely blinked when she was struck in the back, so mages must have an unusually high pain threshold. Sojiro was surprised and bewildered by what she said. If wounds didn't count as long as the pain wasn't too bad, then nothing would hurt except an injury that killed you. Yes! Fine. Let's talk tomorrow. For now, I want you to rest. It won't be any better then. It doesn't matter. You need to take better care of yourself. Chat! Stinky Alice gets the washcloth! He stood up. Press X to suplex Beowulf. I'll take you to your room. Or how about the drawing room? I've never been to the West Wing, so I don't know where your room is. I'm fine here. I need to be here when Ako comes back. Alice looked up at the skylight. The moonlight illuminated her pained face. The foyer looked like it belonged to a rundown castle. Only the moon and Alice seemed more vivid than reality. Where did her strength come from? Sojiro stared at her. Without understanding the significance of Alice's gaze, he turned his gaze to the night sky, powerless as it was. Prep the bath? Hell yeah. Is that some kind of supernatural being, or is she a chuny? She's a witch, chat. She has runes etched onto every single organ, bone, inch of skin. For the third time that night, the silence was broken with the sound of the phone ringing. Before Sojiro could move, a thin shadow bolted across the foyer. By the time he realized it was the weakened Alice, she had already taken the receiver in her hand. It was the first time Sojiro had heard Alice sound concerned. Her tone was infinitely graver than when she was enduring her own pain. Alice's question received only a short response from the voice on the other end. It was a voice more frail than Alice's, like a flickering flame about to turn to smoke. Sorry. They got me. The phone was far from Sojiro's ears, but the words he picked up were very unlike her. Despite saying so little, no, because she had said so little, the weight of Ako's defeat struck Sojiro hard. Alice silently set the receiver down. Only moments before, her body had been fighting the pain. Now it felt stronger than ever. It was like a scarecrow transforming into a beautiful stone statue, saying that Sojiro finally understood. Alice's expression, when she looked at the moon, had come from her trying to accept an immutable reality. What do you mean, one? What the fuck, chat? We'll go another 30-ish minutes. Ako had not hung up, but the line remained silent. Alice sat down the receiver, quickly putting on her mantle, and made for the entrance, moving her injured body by sheer willpower alone. Along the way, she paused, turned to Sojiro, and looked directly at him. Aoko's in trouble, isn't she? Alice hesitated for a moment. Before pushing aside her anxiety and grabbing his hand, Suzuki, come with me. Wait, where are we going? To Ada Church. We need to ask Father Eri for help. Ada Church? That's next to the hospital, isn't it? Good. You know it. That'll save me time explaining. Get the good ending? Chat, we haven't reached the ending. Ako's getting jumped by wolves right now. Alice left the mansion and made her way down to the tree-lined path. She was clearly determined, but the look in her eyes betrayed her pain. Alice, wait. Shouldn't we call ahead? Sojiro asked Alice, whose grip on his hand was light but unyielding. Church already knows. And if you're talking about the hospital, no need. It's quicker for us to go and help than call for a car. They can't fly. Alice had thought of everything. She turned to the mansion and lightly snapped her fingers. In response, the window opened and countless Starklings took
1番
flight.
隊は索敵
Group
2
1,
番隊と3番隊は
search for the enemy.
現場に
Groups
向か
2
って
and
応
3,
急処置
proceed to the scene and administer
在
first
庫切れ
aid.
になっても
Haste is
まだ生
paramount.
きているなら
If Ako is still alive, do not let her heart stop. Alice commanded the birds firmly.
鈴木君は裏庭から青子の自
Suzuki,
転車を持ってきて
fetch Ako's bicycle from the rear courtyard. Sojiro let slip his discomfort at the thought of that thing. The custom-made red bicycle. When he was cleaning the incinerator, Ako had verbally assaulted him for nearly scratching it.
いいけど
Okay, but what's the plan?
ここにいるより
You're much safer at the church than here, and I need to hurry.
鈴木君
Can you take us both, Suzuki? Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Sojiro had seen people riding tandem, and was confident he could imitate them. He still wasn't quite certain he could trust a bicycle with his life. Oh, fuck. Moreover, its frame was so light, he was unsure it could support both their weights. Wait, you mean you want to ride on the back?
できないなら
If it's too much, then I don't need your help. Alice turned as if to stop him and began walking. Unfortunately for Sojiro, he was now on her bad side.
いやそういう意味じゃない
Hey, don't get me wrong! I
アリス
just
とは
never
イメー
expected
ジ
you to
が
ask me to do something like that. Ignoring his plea, she continued briskly forward towards the woods. There's no way she was going to ride the bike now. Sensing her stubborn streak, he deliberately called out to her.
待った今の
I
は
take it
俺
back.
が悪かった
I'm sorry. I'll go get it right now. You can take your anger out on me later. Alice stopped. As soon as he saw her stop, he hurried to the rear courtyard, grabbed the key from where it was hanging, and used it to unlock Ako's bicycle. By the time Sojiro brought it back to the front of the mansion, Alice was continuing towards the
アリス
forest.
の性格なんと
I
なく
think I,
掴む
I think I finally have you figured out, Alice. Muttering to himself, he straddled the bike. He rested his foot on the pedal. It felt light but sturdy. We must get to Father Garcia. Oh God! Confident the bike could support his weight analysis, he began pedaling.
アリス
Oh! Wait! I've seen this art before. Oh, come. No! Keep going. No! I need the art. I want to go to the art. She turned as he called out to her, before shooting him a piercing glare.
行こう
Come
後ろの
on,
荷台
hop on the back. No cushion though,
でも
so it won't be
クッションが
comfy.
ないから痛い
I won't be a comfy ride. Let me know if it's too
私は
uncomfortable.
大丈夫よ
I'll be fine. Worry about yourself. She had hit the nail on the head. Alice definitely held a grudge over the smallest of things.
そういうことなら問題ないよ
If that's the issue, then there's no issue. I'm happy to give you a ride. We're going to Ida Church, right? Unabashed and undaunted, he plowed on. His tone seemed to ease Alice's mood. She nodded calmly and took a seat on the luggage rack above the rear tire.
手を回すけど
I'm going to hold on to you, okay? You don't mind me touching you, do you? He's been choked 3 times! 3 times! Y'all don't give a fuck about him.
大丈夫だよ
Why wouldn't I?
体力があるのは
Tougher than I look. Alice suddenly wrapped her arms around Sojiro. Once she had held on tightly enough, he gripped the handlebars.
よかった
Good. I wish to be touched. He said quietly.
何が良かったの
What's good? Sojiro turned to her, an ambiguous expression on his face, and then began pedaling vigorously. He let go of the brakes, and the bicycle hurtled down Sears, here's my chance. Shiro Nizuka's steep incline. Surprised by the sudden speed, Alice gasped, and clutched Sojiro tighter. She almost protested, but stopped when she saw the serious expression on Sojiro's face. Instead, she decided to tighten her grip. Under the night sky, a young girl had put her faith in a young boy. A hug from doll wife. We saw her insides, chat. She's very clearly a person. Faster than a roller coaster, the bike hurtled towards Misaki Station. Around the station, there was no sign of cars or people. While the town slept under its snowy blanket, 2 people were racing like the wind. While he pedaled, the boy said,
本当によかった
Whew! Riding in tandem was way easier than I thought. But he was alone in his relief. It was their first bicycle ride together, and they spent it speeding down an empty highway. The boy's words were lost to the howling wind, fortunately. Damn, Chad, he was biking! In spite of the late hour, there were still lights on in the church. Originally, the only light at this time of night came from the entrance to the sleepless hospital, ever vigilant and ready to receive patients. However, this was a quiet town with little nightlife. The hospital saw perhaps 1 emergency patient per night, however. And was unequipped to handle tonight's sole patient. Was that a car brake? Yeah, it was car brakes. It was a little before 1 o'clock in the morning. Leaving the bicycle outside, the 2 headed into the church. With a snow-covered roof, the church looked like it was wearing a white hat that lit up the darkness. In the entrance stood a tall shadow. Miss Kuonji. The man's voice was placid. Dressed in a long coat, he had been waiting for Alice.
エイリ神父青子は
Father Airy. Father Airy. Is Alco?
ユイカが見ています。
Yuka is standing her to her now. By the time I got to the scene, there were others already. I'd like to notify her family.
青子はそれを望まないの
Alco wouldn't want that. Besides, I believe they're trapped in the
あちら
castle.
も今は城に
Tako
囚
seems to
わ
have
れているそうです
Toko seems to have tied down their grandfather too. The two exchanged pleasantries. Sojo did not move from the foot on the stairs.
おや、そちらは。
And who's this? Though the father seemed calm, his words had an edge to them. As if to protect Sojo from his gaze, Alice stepped between them.
彼は青子の使い魔契約はまだなされ
The
てい
Zalco's
ない
familiar, though the contract hasn't been fulfilled yet.
使い魔ってアリス。
Familiar. Sojo was about to complain, but Alice shot him a fiery glaze. Glaze? Glare. That all but said, just shut up and play
そう
along.
ですか。そのような申告はありませんで
This
し
is
た。
the first I've heard of it, but I'll let it slide.
外部の魔術師と
I mean,
交戦
you are
中
both
で
in
した。
conflict with an outside mage after all. That should take priority. Alice nodded and thinks.
では通ります
I'll be going in now.
彼の動向
Let him enter, too.
ご自由に。
He's most welcome.
私はこれ
We'll
より
begin preparations
朝
for
廷に
medicine.
向かいます。管理者が変わる
Mediation.
のなら、両教会への資料を用意しなければいけませんので。
I guess you could. If a change of administrators is imminent, I'll have to prepare documents for both parties.
ああ。
I'm leaving the things to Ritsuka in my absence.
留
Wait,
守
what? Who? Wait,
必要
what?
なものがあれば
Sending questions her way. Chat? Fate go mentioned, chat? Fate go mentioned? As I passed the baton, Father Airy exited the church. Sojo took 2 full steps back to give him a wide breath. I'ma kill that man, chat. I'ma gut that priest. The priest had a dignified air about him. To put it bluntly, he was strikingly beautiful. Straight nose, glistening lips. Chat! Chat, they're turning him gay! Not a single imperfection on his mildly effeminate face. But only went as far as his appearance. His manner lacked any hint of softness or grace. Just by looking at him, you could tell he was dependable. Like tempered steel, despite being somewhat unapproachable. The priest disappeared silently into the night, the darkness of his coat overpowering the moonlight. In awe, Sojiro watched him leave.
なんか仙人みたい
It was
な。
like some kind of sage from the folk tales. In his own way, Sojiro was expressing affection. For some reason, Father Harry's distant tone made him feel nostalgic. Alice gave Sojiro a deathly stare.
気を許さないで
Don't let your guard
教
down.
会の人間よ
He's with the church.
私たちを監視
His
する
job is to
側だ
monitor us, but this time we had to ask for
許
his
さ
help.
れるなら
If it were allowed, I'd make him disappear off the face of the earth. Her curse ring in the air, Alice placed her hand on the doors of the chapel. They were twice her height, and who knows how heavy. It didn't look like she could open them anytime soon. Sojiro climbed the stairs 3 at a time and helped Alice push the towering doors inward. Nice. The dim light of the chapel brought with it a familiar scent of burning oil. The ecclesiastical... Okay. Ecclesiastical? Ecclesiastical? That sounds easier. The ecclesiastical interior was breathtaking. The tall ceiling, the stained glass windows on every wall. It all felt intended to illustrate the presence of the Holy Spirit within these chambers. Like the foyer of the Kwanji estate, there was not a single heater. The bitter cold made the chapel feel more severe.
こっちよ
Allie, over here! The gentle voice echoed through the chapel, incongruous to its surroundings. To its surroundings. It was the voice of a woman.
リツカさん奥
Ritsuka, is that you? Alice made her way past the rows of pews towards the front altar. Sojiro closed the large doors and hurried after her.
早かったわね
Hi, Scotty!
これから迎えに行こうと
She got that, like, slight rounding to her face. You got here fast. I was just thinking of coming to see you.
使える足があった
I had another pair of legs.
後ろ足ってあれ
Legs? Oh, you mean him? Ah? Sojiro showed himself, surprising the woman. They stared intently at each other, wondering what the other was doing here.
知り合い
You two know each other?
ああうんまずいことに
Yes.
知り合い
Although, I didn't expect to see him here.
宗十郎さん
Sojiro, when you said you'd moved, you meant you were staying at
ちゃん
Allie's?
のところに下宿
You're on a nickname basis with her? Excuse me? And this sweater's cute on her. It is a pretty sweater. Alice turned visibly sour at this unexpected development.
どういうこと
Hey, blame her, not me.
律香さんとはどう
What are you talking about, Ritsuka? How do you know each other?
関係って
Well,
そうお魚屋さんでしょ
he always gave me a discount at the fish market. Help me with my bags, drink tea with me.
たまにお茶飲んだり
He's like
する
every housewife's best friend.
意味がわ
Is
か
that a
る
friend zone? Did we get friend zoned?
律香さん結婚していないでしょ
Feels like a permanent friend zone. Did we get husband zoned? Oh god. That doesn't make any sense. You're not married, Ritsuka. You just say Sojiro was also not a housewife's best friend, and all it suggested. But there were more urgent matters at hand.
うわそこを突っ込むの
Ouch!
か
I had to go there, huh?
あっちゃん
Can't slip anything by you, can I, Allie?
律香さんの場合
Well, what do you expect? I never know when you're being serious, so I have to question every weird thing you say.
あら素敵
Just look at us.
仲のいい姉妹みたい
We
ね
must have been separated at birth.
じゃあ
Okay,
その信頼
I'll tell you the
に応え
truth.
て本当に
I know him from the neighborhood association. He's not a spy or anything, not that he could be. I mean, you know, just look at him. What the fuck? What the fuck? Shit, we got 2 wives. Why do you want more? Every woman in this town will be sleeping in Sojiro's attic bed. I promise you that. Is this true? I'll stare straight at Sojiro. Her eyes pierced my soul, chat. To let him know she was mad at him for hiding this from her. Jesus fuck, woman!
魚屋でバイト
Yeah?
してる時に知り合っ
I
た
know her
人
from my part-time job at the fish
前に
market.
親切にして
She was
もら
nice
った
to
ん
me,
だ
so I gave her a free sardine to persuade her to come back.
そうそう
Exactly.
商店街
Everybody who shops downtown knows Sojiro.
あっちゃんも怒るぐらい
If it bothers you so much, Allie, go see for yourself. He's the secret stud of the shopping district.
アイドル
Yeah! She means I'm popular, not that my prices are easy to hammer down like some nail on the wall. His apparent popularity would have to be questioned another time. Collecting herself, Alice focused on the door at the recess of the
律
church.
香さんの事情は知りません
I
が
don't know what's going on with you,
彼は
Ritsuka,
青子の
but he's with Alco
その
now.
他に説明は
The explanation will have to wait.
あ
What?
あやっぱりそういう
What?
ことなのね
What? You can't just...
言いたい
You can't just give me to people?
今はそれどころじゃない
If the hot MILF wants me, let her have me! Ah, it all makes sense now. So much to say in so little time. We can get to that later.
え了解
Fine.
したわ
For you, Allie, I'll make an exception and offer him our protection. Alice nodded and began walking to the door.
アリス
Alice.
ダメよ宗十郎さん
Like a dog. Jesus, fuck. Stay, Sojiro. Sojiro was about to follow Alice. Ritsuka stepped in his
あなたは
way.
言ってはいけ
You
ませ
need
ん
to stay here. Leave this to the girls. Damn, she must be fucked up in there. She asserted bluntly. Meanwhile, Alice had reached the door and entered further into the chapel.
言ってはいけないって
But why?
あなたのためよ
It's for your own good. No
青
normal
子の
person should see
容
Alco in the
体
state
は
she's
普通の人が
in.
見ていいもの
It'll
じゃ
be
ない
too much for you.
それとも
Unless, of course, you're so worried about it you don't care about that. A little bit. Sojiro was not able to give an immediate answer. It finally hit him just now how bad a state Alco must be in. Based on Alice's condition when he found her, he intuited that Alco's injuries might be even worse. I think Sojiro falls into the category of doesn't know what sex is but fucks. Absolutely, chat. Absolutely. In a row? Absolutely. Ritsuka's a hag? Hot MILF. She's 23 years old. I don't care how old she is, chat. She tried to imagine her expression in that state, but could not.
青崎相手に心配なんかしま
I
せん
never worry about Aozaki. Literally. You'd never been worried about it before. Not truly.
でも会いに行くのね
I can't stop you, can I?
はい
No. He answered her reflexively. Ritsuka sighed at the boy's naivety, but nonetheless stepped aside.
どうぞ
Go on then.
いってらっしゃいアリスさんが使った
Through the
ド
door
アから入って
Alice used.
読む
Fourth room
今
in.
一番取り込んでる
Things are
から
critical right now, so stay out of Yui's way. Sojiro thinks, please don't make me do another voice. Please don't make me do another voice. I can't keep the ones I have. I'm not good at doing the voices. Oh God. Even Tsukusu's the self-proclaimed everybody's friendly neighbor alone.
さて
Yuki'll probably stop him. But someone's got to be in Sojiro's corner. I have a soft spot for broken boys. Jesus fuck!
少々スパルタと自覚して
I know I'm playing rough with him, but it's for his own good.
親切な
I say let him learn to regret. Please don't call me a broken boy. I don't like that. She spoke with force, but her words echoed aimlessly around the chapel. With a sigh, she shrugged her shoulders and made the sign of the cross in a rather unpious manner. Okay? Unpious manner, rather. The sound of Sojiro's footsteps grew fainter. His lack of hesitation had left a pain in her heart. Not because he didn't look back at her, but because he was choosing to ignore the primal fear inside him. Sojo's a big boy, he can handle it. An elderly man once said, "An animal's death and a human's are two different things. You may think they're the same, but they differ to their core. Our heads have known the difference since the dawn of man. An animal's corpse, be it a pig's or a deer's, is different. And the swing of an axe or a machete is violent, and so must a human corpse be. Therefore, before you see one with your own eyes, you should at least understand it with your ears. Listen closely, Sojiro. When a person dies, blood flows like a crimson river. It's too much to bear." Perhaps because it was not used to the stone path beneath his feet, Sojo's mind wandered back to the words he'd heard as a child. The instant he opened the door, there was a palpable change in the air. The room was small, with only a simple bed, a small wooden dresser. And there on the bed, Redacted was lying on her side. Standing to her was the woman he'd just seen in the chapel, Ritsuka. No, she only looked a lot like her. Her eyes were closed and her garments covered in blood. He had met her maybe once before. Yuka Sus. Yuka? I'm just going to say Yuka Sus. A nun of the church. She was doing something to... Okay, I'm just going to keep saying Alko. Yukino held a pair of scissors and some thread. Her hands moved delicately, yet quite quickly, as though playing an organ. Her movements were precise, as if flawlessly reading sheet music. One by one, the supply of bandages diminished. Bandages recently applied to the wounds were quickly replaced with fresh ones. Gauze was placed everywhere to try and cope with the amount of blood. Once white cloth was now dyed red and discarded. The dressing scattered around the floor resembled roses. In a wilted rose garden, the nun played her organ. The scene looked unlike any reality Sojiro knew. It was clear why the air had changed. There was a savage odor in the room. Even though he was experiencing it for the first time, he knew what it was. The smell burned his lungs. He could not bring himself to look at the bed. Fighting his feelings, his eyes refused to move there. He noticed Alice next to the bed. Ever expressionless, she looked like a statue next to a grave. Except she was trembling ever so slightly. It could have been from fear, anxiety, rage, or a combination of all three. Before her lay a life on the verge of death. But whose life? It was difficult to tell with only a glance. Some sort of puppet covered in bandages, perhaps? Her hair should be beautiful, but it fell flat, disheveled. Despite her short breaths, her chest convulsed up, down, up, down. Facetious though the thought was, Sojiro recalled the rodeo machine on the roof of the department store. Ah, the painkillers and anesthesia could not have been working. New bandages were soaked crimson in seconds. Her fingernails bit into the sheets. Her face twisted in agony. Anesthesia would not be enough. So if she was still alive, she must be conscious too. It worried him that no one seemed concerned about this. In this state, she would surely lose her mind before her life. I firmly believe there's no amount of pain that can drive someone to madness. In short, the boy never wanted to see anything like this ever again. Bed sheets should be white, not red. With every blink, the color deepened. Sojiro was finally forced to accept that the bleeding mess in the center of it was her. He felt the blood surge in his veins. The squeaking of the bed, the snip of the scissors, the gasp of agony, it all faded. All he could hear was his own pounding heartbeat. The smell of the blood she choked up sent a wave of nausea through him. His knees abandoned him. And it was perfectly understandable. His brain had to shut his consciousness off to protect itself. The mind could only take so much reality. It would give anything to never see something like that again. Get her some rent money. They ran a train on poor Alko after Bayo nodded. No. Silly me. You know everything, don't you, Alko? Not just about you, but what happens after this too. What survives, what won't. You can see it all. And through it all, you never lose sight of who you are. You're so strong. And on she went. I kinda liked to smile, but she had to go and say the one thing I wish she had. The last day of middle school seemed so long ago. As the ephemeral cherry blossom petals danced around, my little dream was crushed. I never really considered myself strong. At least, until I began remembering those words from time to time. I thought you of all people would understand, Alzaki. I mean, of course you do. That's what makes you strong. And lately, an idiot who said things like that appeared in my life. I knew I always judged people more harshly than those around me. But to have someone I'd only known for a few days point that out was like a stab in the chest. Not only that, the words sounded so similar. They made me so angry I couldn't see straight. Only him and one other person have ever said anything like that to me. Then again, I suppose my sister said the same without actually saying it. You're different from us. But me being me, I took it as a curse rather than a compliment. My actions, my choices, my morals, all the good and bad I've done. When all's said and done, am I really any better than everyone else? Of course I am. I'll never sacrifice myself for those around me. They just had to call me strong, true to myself, in spite of how alone, stubborn, and ridiculous I know I can be. When I was younger, it only confused me. I mean, I don't know any other way. I am who I am. The frustrating fact is, I simply don't have the courage to give up. So why? Why do I get treated special for doing what comes naturally? The sunlight stirred her. Maybe it was the pain from having her whole body held together by arcane threads, but Alko felt like she'd had a silly dream. She gulped air through a painfully parched throat. Gray rays of light shone through a small window, bringing her back to reality. I feel itchy. Unable to bear it, Alko attempted to roll over, except she could only move her right arm. She tried lifting her arm, but she couldn't feel anything past her elbow. When she stopped concentrating on her bandaged arm, it fell to the bed like a stone. Okay. Alko took in her surroundings, moving only her eyes. Evidently, she had been asleep in this bed. Unable to feel certain parts of her body, she felt like a robot. The room was tiny and undecorated. It was like an apartment without a tenant. Judging by the good repair, she guessed that she was in Ida Church. Outside, it seemed closer to noon in the morning. Clouds filled the sky as usual, dulling the sun's rays. Idly, she thought, it could be enough to melt the snow outside. And then finally she noticed the figure of a girl. Next to her bed, Alice Kwanji was sitting in a chair unmoving. Good morning, Alice. She called out to her all too casually. It was more difficult to talk than she thought. Alice was her typical stoic self, although Alko did notice a glimpse of concern in her eyes. You haven't slept, Alice. I can tell from your poor complexion. Yeah, whenever Type Moon wants to be like, man, this character's been through it, they just dry out their lips. they make their eyes shallow and they dry out their lips. I tried. But I can't until the substance Tako made me swallow leaves my system. I suppose my lukewarm discomfort is a fart in a windstorm compared to what you're going through. Alice's uncharacteristically vulgar comment helped Alko feel a little more like her usual self. She felt reassured having a comrade in arms by her side instead of a concerned neighbor. So, she got you too. I guess how it went, but fill me in on the details. Alko remained horizontal as she spoke with a cool tone. Her hair's messy too. True, her hair is messy. Despite Alko's condition, Alice granted her request. After all, they had known each other for 2 years. Alice knew exactly what kind of anesthesia Alko Azaki needed right now. She needs to feel other people's pain. Alice Konji's battle with Toku Ozaki ended in the former's victory. Fame's troll was a special familiar, even among fairy tale monsters. While lacking the incredible reality-warping abilities of Flat Snark, its sheer mass, durability, and strength were second to none. Toko's ruined magecraft was rendered completely ineffective by its stone armor. In all fairness to Toko, most mages would not stand a chance against the bridge giant. The reason lay in the mystic's body. As a general law of magecraft, a mystic will lose to a stronger, older mystic. The history of the bridge giant dated back well over 1,000 years. Its origins can be traced to the 1st century when Britannia was conquered by the Romans. Conversely, despite having roots dating back to the Age of Gods, runes had unfortunately been lost to time. Rune magecraft was little more than an attempt to revive and use a dead art. However, most monsters from fairy tales like the troll were different. They lived on in the hands of Alice Kwanji. The magical world is vast, but one could not probably count on one hand the number of magecraft that still function after being chanted into existence a millennia ago, as Alice's ploys did. In contrast, Toko the rune user was only about 2 decades old. Roughly. Carving a rune took only a moment. There was no way a quick spell could defeat the personification of London Bridge in Alice's homeland. That being said, a beast had appeared that surpassed even those from fairy tales. Beowulf, the golden beast. It seemed absurd to compare a small and relatively powerless wolf to a towering stone giant. The famed troll's attacks were earth-quaking. A direct hit from his 50-ton strikes would smash anything to paste, while a glancing blow would still create mincemeat. And yet, the beast had attacked head-on and torn right through it. Real shit, which Type Moon protagonist has the most sex across the visual novels? I assume this one came out around the time they moved on from Muroge. I mean, if we're talking, the most sex would probably be fucking what's his face, not Shiki, Shiro. The wolf's fur bristled, and the creature's metamorphosed like a liquid. It was a breathtaking display. The wolf howled at the moon as if in joy and streaked forth like a bolt of golden light. Hello, Bayo. We meet again, you stupid bitch. In an instant, the duel was decided. Werewolves are strong, chat. The radiant spear of a wolf flew straight through the giant's chest and sank its teeth into its heart. The troll exploded. Chunks of stony muscle rained down. Luminous fur scattered in the wind. Two mystics dispersed without a trace and returned from whence they came. The curtain fell on a battle straight out of mythology. There, among the rubble of the fairy tale monster, was the golden wolf standing like a flame. What came after could barely be described as a battle. It was more like the slaughter of defeated pawns. The wolf leapt on Alice, disemboweling her with ease. His claws cut through the protective wards on Alice's coat like a hot knife through butter. The golden wolf. This wolf, which understood human speech, could only be the magical creature known as the werewolf. Werewolves were the forest people of Western Europe, with origins far more ancient than the fabricated vampire legends of the continent. Damn! Taking shots, huh? However, none were known to have golden coats. It was said that the most elite werewolf bloodlines boasted silver fur. Silver werewolves were pack leaders, and werewolves of that caliber were considered phantasmal rather than merely magical creatures. But a golden werewolf was superior even to that, and so transcended human knowledge. Alice Kwanji ploys were among the ultimate mystics that have been created by humankind. Therefore, the golden wolf could only have been a mystic born of the planet. When a celestial body has been active for millions, even billions of years, occasionally, a miraculous droplet of creation spills over into our current world. Can he beat Big B Wolf? I don't know, man. That might be a close fight. This mystic had the power had to be over 3,000 years old. A human mage. No, any mage living in the current magical paradigm would be helpless against the golden wolf. Not even in theory would they stand a chance of defeating it. Which meant that this werewolf was Alco and Alice's worst nightmare. Cheating motherfucker. See, if it was too much even for you, Alice, I never would have stood a chance. That means my magical attack should work on it, right? Fames is powered by magical energy, but isn't his punch just raw force? One hit and his game over. It's not that simple, unfortunately. His base form was a wolf, but he can transform to adapt to the situation. He took Fame's punch by turning into a giant ape-like thing. Even if we used a machine gun or a rocket launcher, he could probably transform into something to defend himself. So he could turn into any living creature. What about his mass? Can't change that, can he? Well, you have to be well over 6 feet tall on top of all his other strengths. Random question. What if he could turn into a sea creature? That'd be just awful. Ako narrowed her eyes as she bemoaned this creature's existence. The conversation appeared to have revived her fighting spirit. Once again, her eyes were focused on her thoughts clear. And her thoughts clear. Ako was back to her usual self. So what happened next? Were you able to escape? No. The wolf had its way with me next. Alex explained how the wolf had pinned her to the ground. Incidentally, she kept the part about Sojiro rather short. Alice herself was not entirely sure why she felt it necessary to leave most of that information out. So Tako came straight to me after fighting you. That was your plan. That was your plan, sis. You wanted to end this all yesterday. That was my mistake for forgetting. We always did have a habit of the same thought at the same time. Once you reveal your hand to your enemy, you have to take them out. She waited until she was down to the last 2 sigils to reveal herself and divide her strength. I knew she'd do something like that, but I never imagined she'd have a freaking werewolf with her. Alka let out a heavy sigh. Alice nodded slightly in agreement. Anyway, can't believe Sojiro came to your rescue. I know I should be grateful, but he's such an idiot. If I was in Toko's shoes, I'd be tying up any loose ends. If dealing with us, wiping him out should have been a piece of cake. Suzuki's under this church's protection now. Ako's eyes widened. What? Am I hearing things? You actually went out of your way to protect him? I was thinking of you. We wouldn't want you getting angry now, would we? Alice responded with her eyes closed. Ako frowned in silent indignation. Oh, hang, that was supposed to be Alice. That was supposed to be Alice. It didn't even sound like her. I was thinking of you. We wouldn't want you to get angry. Now would we? As if she... God damn it. As if she wanted to protest where Alice got that idea from. Well, whatever. He's here now, I assume. But where? Still unable to move her neck, she looked around as best she could. He collapsed, so he's resting in Father Aries' bedroom. Ako furrowed her brow at collapsed. Sure, he was under the Church's protection, but had Tako set the wheels in motion for his death? What exactly happened to him? Oh, he saw you. Cut open. Strewn paste on the bed. Alice paused for a moment before carefully answering the question. Well, when he saw you, he vomited. She decided to be blunt. Ako was taken aback. For several seconds, dim sunlight leaked through the window. When she had found her voice again, she muttered, "Whatever. It's kind of rude, though." Perhaps amused, perhaps exhausted from staying up all night, Alice cracked a tiny giggle. Alice, what's so funny? Oh, nothing. Suzuki had his reasons, I'm sure. You were in a bad state, Ako. He saw your naked, bloody patches, yeah? Ako appraised her physical state. She was dressed in a hospital gown. Bandages covered the majority of her body. Her right leg was in plaster cast. So she could move her right arm. She brought her bandaged fingers up to her throat. Oh yeah, I remember now. That little shit bit my neck. It was crazy being torn to pieces like that. I even heard my neck snapping. Gross doesn't do the feeling justice. Damn it. Played with me like some kind of chew toy. I almost wish I could forget it. Ako sounded upbeat, but the look in her eyes was anything but. She had been torn to pieces, but her life had been mercifully spared. At least she hadn't been dismembered. She had been bitten, beaten, and her bones broken. Magic crests containing the Ozaki secret arts decorated her body. Even if her spine was broken, as long as her body was alive, the crest would piece it back together. Despite the crest easing the pain a little, she still hurt enough to want to kill that wolf 100 times over. But all sigils had been broken. Misaki City's ley lines are now wide open. We thought we had the edge of having the big picture of the area. But if Toko's known for a while, then she's a step ahead of us. Let's be real. How long do you think it'll take her to transfer dominion rights? For Toko, it won't even take her 2 days. There's no choice but to wait for the land itself to restore the sigils. By the time the defenses are in working order... God! What? Wrong voice! For Toko, it won't even take her 2 days. She has no choice but to wait for the land itself to restore the sigils. By the time the defenses are in working order again, this town will be as good as hers. So come tomorrow morning, I lose everything. What about you, Alice? Any fight left in you? I can manage a little bit of mental magecraft. After that, I'd be relying on trinkets. I won't cut it. Chat, is that Sojiro? Is that Sojiro with the 9? This is royalty free music, chat, by the way. Ako went silent again, staring straight at the ceiling. Alice knew all too well what that look meant. Still planning on fighting, aren't you, Ako? Can you blame me? Sound like I can give up? What about you? When something is mine, it stays mine. Ako muttered in agreement to Alice's terse response. Alice's intense attachment to her possessions was enough to make even Ako shiver. When something is mine, it's mine. To take it a step further, betrayal was an unforgivable sin. This personal motto was further proof of her uncompromising nature. Okay, that settles it then. Going to get some rest. Come hell or high water, I'll be ready by tonight. If the nun who stitched her back together had heard that, she would have fainted. Ako could barely even eat in her current condition. Even so, Alice nodded and stood up. As Ako's partner, she knew that once her mind was made up, she had to trust her. Finally, the girl in black began to take her leave. Oh. She stopped in front of the door, her hand onto her mouth. Alice? Ako was curious, suspecting that Alice had something silly to say again. Quite the contrary. Instead of blushing, Alice furrowed her brow, like she was thinking over a difficult riddle. Alice? Hello? Ako called out, but Alice remained with her back to her roommate. How did he make it to me in time? Oh, don't worry about that. He took track in school. She spoke as if the words had accidentally burst out from her thoughts. Alice's question was about something Alko could not possibly have guessed.
あの時もそう
It happened before, too.
私たち
Even though we took the first train back. She carried on mumbling at the door. Unable to find an answer, Alice gloomily put her hand on the doorknob.
言いたくないなら別にいいけど
Little did they understand. We have a shotgun. If you don't want to say, it's fine.
何がどうしたっていうの
But if you
よ
do,
アリス
spit it out already. Alice did not respond. She opened the door to leave the room and left a few words hanging out in the air.
どうでもいいことだけど
It might be nothing.
ゆいかさんには
By the way,
しずきくんは見えなかったそうよ
Yuka said she couldn't see Suzuki. Door closed with a thud.
ふーん
Huh?
そりゃまた
That doesn't happen every day. Ako mumbled to herself from her bed, seemingly slightly happier. He just built different he's built magical. Blind since birth, Yuka saw the world through her other senses. She was especially sensitive to enemies, or those who bore ill will, and typically viewed almost everyone as a threat. Presumably because that was the easiest thing to pick up on. So when she said she couldn't see Sojiro, that meant he was completely harmless. Blind nun, yep. Sojiro standing on top of the rubble with his pump shotgun, ready to kill the werewolf. And then the harmless individual decided to pay a small sick room a visit. Sojiro looked like a stiff breeze could knock him over. It made Alko wonder who the real
何しに
patient
来た
was.
のあんた
What do you want? Though Alko could barely move, she was still able to give him the cold shoulder. His expression gone, Sojiro grunted something or other before beginning to speak more coherently.
アリスが客間で眠ったから
I was sleeping in the guest room, and I was in the chapel.
人が集ま
People
りだした
started
んだ
coming in, so I came here.
あ礼拝の時
Ah,
間
must be
か
time to worship. It is Christmas. It was indeed Christmas. The regular mass was on Christmas Eve. The ones gathering in the chapel must have been truly devout followers. Tourists were rare in Misaki, after all. So much so that almost no one visited the area this time of year. The worshippers must have been
それで
locals.
別にどう
So,
ってこと
why do
な
you
いでしょ
care? There might be someone there you know. Ako was as distant as ever. She clearly had not forgotten the fact that he had vomited when he saw her, and a hint of spite leaked into her voice. Then again,
いや
it's not
ちょうどい
that.
い機会だから
I just thought it might be a good chance to ask you some things.
話をし
Should we
て
talk for a bit? Since Tako was always in the bad mood, Sojiro did not pick up on anything out of the ordinary. She wanted to tell him to go drink some water because he looked ready to collapse, but he didn't seem aware of his own condition. And to be fair to him, Alice did say Ako was in a bad shape. Given how unaccustomed the blood Sojiro was, it was no wonder he had fainted.
ああそうか
Oh, of course.
話なんてまだ無理
Probably still too injured to talk. Sorry, I'll come back later. Sojiro seemed to have misunderstood Alko being deep in thought, as not having enough stamina to speak. Naturally, this does not sit well with Alko.
待ちなさいよ
Hold it right there.
話だけなら
If you came to talk, you can talk just fine. I can talk just
やる
fine.
気持て余してるし
I've been cooped up in here, so I could use a distraction.
退屈し
Okay,
のぎにしては
so you're not the
ちょっ
best
と上
distraction,
が
but beggars can't be choosers. Sojiro sensed this was going to be rough, but took a seat on the chair next to the bed.
何
So
が聞きたいの
What do you want to ask me? Ako spoke energetically in an attempt to distract from her weakened appearance. Naturally, she knew she was falling no.
やっぱり
You
青
really are
崎は
strong,
強いんだ
Ozaki. I'm relieved to see you're okay. Heard Santa got you a new liver. Yay! Ako shot him an unimpressed look in response to the unwanted praise.
あんた
Honestly,
ほんと間が悪いわ
you have the worst timing.
いいわよ
Nothing. Forget it.
私の夢の話だから
Something from a dream.
こっちが気
It's
にな
nothing
る
to do with you. She glowered, remembering. Come to think of it, almost everyone in her dream was here at the church, turning her dour expression to an irritated one.
やめやめこんなつま
Enough
んない
about that.
話
You said you had questions, so out with
よ
them.
かった
Alright, can
じ
you
ゃ
tell me what's going
ト
on?
コさんの話じゃ
I'm with
俺
Tako.
も無関係じ
Now
ゃん
that I'm involved in all. Sojiro spoke calmly, making Alko wonder if he really understood the gravity of his situation. He was Toko's enemy now. He was defenseless and needed protection. Neither Alko nor Alice could help him, and the church could withdraw their sanctuary at any moment. He had picked a side, and that had turned him from innocent bystander into a target. The answer he sought was as simple as that. He knew the facts, he was not a mage and was therefore powerless.
それでも
I guess he did help Alice. Alko did owe him for that. To say thanks, she decided to at least give him the whole story up until now.
よし今までの
Okay.
経緯も含めて
I'll quickly walk you through
軽く説明してみ私も
You know,
何か得るものが
maybe I'll even get something out of it. Alko imposed herself before beginning her explanation. The battle began at the end of November. A lot had happened since then, including meeting Sojiro.
事の起こりは1ヶ月前
It all started a month ago, when the edge of the bounded field around Misaki was taken down. The 5th time since I became successor. Misaki City was officially under attack. This time, instead of attacking us directly, the enemy started by taking the land. Everyone had come before her had been a bunch of amateurs, all full of themselves, attacking us head-on. They all ended up as kibbles for Alice's watchdogs. Anyway, 2 types of bounded fields surround this area. One detects intruders, one siphons energy from the land. The enemy attacked the latter. If the entire land is destroyed, then Alice and I effectively lose our ownership of this land. Without land, we become no different than rogue mages. Of course, we had another field set up to detect intruders, but it didn't do what it was supposed to. And now we know why. The enemy was my sister, Tako Azaki. Azaki's bounded fields aren't going to recognize a fellow Azaki as a threat. Alternatively, she may have just known about a blind spot and slipped in that way. As the original successor, it's only natural she'd have that knowledge to begin with. So, since she was invisible to us, she had free reign to break bounded field sigils. She deliberately attacked us slowly, one by one, to make us think it was an outsider. If she'd broken them all at once, I'd suspect it was one of my relatives, such as someone from the Asagi family. Well, we were stupid to fall for a little game. It's also possible it took her a long time to destroy the field. Our fields are made of strong stuff. They typically last for 6 months. An enemy would need to figure out how many sigils supported the field, what elements comprise them, and the correct order to take them down. All the while making sure the mage they belong to doesn't notice. If we did notice, we locate the intruder's base and eliminate them before any damage can be done. So, bounded fields are either broken during a drawn-out battle, or preemptively before it even starts. Usually the enemy threatens to break the sigils to lure the landowner out. Then things are settled there and then with a duel between the mages. Doing that eliminates the need to completely destroy a field. It's much faster to take out the landloader, and as long as they can decipher the formula see of the fields and land afterwards. If you don't destroy the fields, you don't have to remake them. Besides, ones that have been in the land for years are stronger. That was how Ako and Alice were duped. How much longer are you going? I'm gonna find a good place to stop here very soon. I never thought the enemy would waste the time and effort to break all the sigils. That's why Alice and I went on the defensive. We figured we could surprise the enemy while they searched for the sigils, take them out one by one. But that's when things started to go south. When a certain busybody saw something he shouldn't have at the local park. Indeed. It was the ultimate taboo in the world of magecraft. The existence of mages must never be revealed to outsiders. You know the rest, right? I had no choice but to leave our battle with the enemy to Alice and devote my time searching for the eyewitness. And in case you haven't realized, I'm talking about you, so don't give me don't give me a soppy looking like you're surprised. A soppy? No sooner had Ako said that, Sojo gave her that exact look. Clearly he had been listening, but not necessarily understand. Whatever. So we're under the bridge. Actually, thanks to your cluelessness, our secret is still safe. Anyway, the fact that I went looking for you worked in the enemy's favor. Alice was their biggest threat. With us separated, she could take me out. That's when she sent her special puppet. So I thought at the time. Turns out she only sent it to mess with me. Otherwise, why use a puppet that looked just like me? So Jiro nodded, thinking back to the Ako replica. Remember, I prefer it if you forgot about that incident altogether. After that, you can fill in the blanks. Alice and I turned our attention to finding the enemy, spending most nights tracking her fruitlessly until the fight last night. That's the long and short of it. The lewd spider doll. It was not lewd. She stared down at her body, as if recalling what had happened would help her accept her current state. Under the sheet, magical energy steadily flowed through her partially bandaged body. Okay, Azaki. I think I'm all caught up. But what about you? Why are you in this state? Yeah, she got jumped, bro! What you think? Sojo's specific concern was the reason Ako was lying there. More than anything, he wanted to know what had happened to her the night before. Simple. We lost. What more is there to say? Judging by her tone, she would have raised both hands sarcastically in celebration if she could. You lost? Yep. It sucks. There's no getting around it. The moment all 5 sigils were broken, it was over. The land rights are up in the air until tomorrow when Tako claims them. Trying to prevent that, Alice and I ended up like that. The tables have turned, so from here on, we'll be the challengers. We're the rogue mages. Which meant that Ako, Alice, and Sojo only had a few more days with which to utilize the church's services. Aided Church was not only an arm of the Mages Association, but also a branch of the Holy Church that monitored heresy. Ako and Alice were owners of the Misaki City's spiritual lands, but they belonged to neither of these organizations. The only reason the church helped them at all was because they were the land's administrators. Once those rights were lost, the church would have no reason to provide any further aid. Father Harry's helping us because he's neutral in all this. But Yukio's church executed. Once I'm healed, she'll kick me out. The church sees mages as their personal competition, professional competition. That stupid Ritsuka.
泣きつけば力に
She might help out if I cried. Sojiro understood little of what Ako was talking
そう
about.
じゃなくて
I didn't mean that,
青崎
Aozaki.
昨日の夜
I
何
meant
があったんだ
what actually happened last night. Sojiro pressured her, and Ako really wished he hadn't.
見てわからない
You can't tell by looking? They wiped the floor with me. My throat was torn to pieces along with the rest of me. My right thigh was basically gone. If it wasn't for Alice's chocolate, I'd have bled to death. She knocked on the cast around her leg. Ako spoke casually, but was trying to hide how much she wanted revenge for being humiliated. In contrast, Sojiro felt empty. The little color he had in his face began to fade. Was he repulsed by the terrible situation, or were his instincts telling him to flee? Regardless, he appeared very human.
なんでそこで固まる
What the hell is wrong with you? Oh, wait. I know.
私を見て吐き出しちゃ
You
う
were stupid
ぐらい
enough to look at me and throw up, am I right? We can stop worrying. I'm in one piece now.
ゆいかさんは治療専門だし私だってただやられ
Yuka's a pro, and I'm still alive. Regeneration is a specialty of the Ozaki family mages, so I'll be fine. She gave him a reassuring look, but his expression was unchanged. Ako had expected him to worry, but this level of concern made it hard for even her to berate him. Feeling embarrassed, she started talking again.
けどねきっとら
The question is,
どうやって
how on earth did my sister manage to tame a golden wolf? I didn't even think they
神
existed.
秘であるあいつには
He's a relic from the age of gods. You need magecraft a millennium in the making just to stand a chance against
か
him.
といって
Never mind trying to take him in a fistfight. As images of the night before entered Ako's mind, she bit her lip in anguish. A golden wolf? Conversely, the bizarre phrase snapped Sojiro out of his state of shock.
そう
Yeah,
黄金
a
の
golden
人
wolf.
狼
Golden werewolf, to be exact.
狼男
Then again, you've probably never heard of a werewolf. Think part human, part wolf,
人間と狼
but only the best parts.
野獣というより
It's a magical beast as opposed to a wild
普通
one.
の人狼なら
There are ways to deal with
対
regular
抗するのに
werewolves, but the one with Tako has a golden coat.
あれは原初の人
He's a
狼
descendant of the first werewolves, a transcended magical beast, phantasmal beast.
聖域の相手には
To take on such a pure monster, you need a mystic with a longer history,
積み
or
重
some
ねた
really
時間
secret
とか
magecraft.
魔術の奥義
Nothing else will even
魔術
scratch
は
him.
万能だけど
Magecraft can do almost
こ
anything,
の年月の差だけは覆せない
but it just can't compete with something so ancient.
人間
It's
の
the kind
魔
of
術
natural
に
disaster any
天敵
human
みたい
mage
に
dreads
して
fighting. Her words indicated more admiration than hatred. The way she'd whispered about the wolf. Strangely, made sense to Sojiro. What? That was it already.
いや
Oh.
要するに
I was just thinking how there's something out there that even you and Alice can't defeat.
なんてひどいやつ
It must be truly
あ
awful.
いつはお腹が裂かれてた
Tore apart Alice's
青
stomach, and
崎
you,
は傷つ
well,
いてないところはない
you don't have anywhere that wasn't torn apart. How could a kid actually...
子供だから加減が
I guess it's because he's a kid that he doesn't know how to hold back. Sojiro's face was ghostly pale as he muttered nervously. Alka merely nodded in agreement.
ほんと
Now you get it. How does Sojiro know it was a kid?
人の体を何だと
What
思
kid
って
has the
い
nerve
る
to do
のかしらね
that to someone's... Wait,
あのお子さん
what'd you just say? Alka raised her head. She looked as if she had seen a ghost.
子供って言った
Did you just say kid?
あんた
How the heck do you know
なん
that?
でそんなことまで知ってるの
やっぱりそうなのか
I realized it was him that day.
金色の髪なんて二人もいないと
I'd
思ったん
never
だ
seen someone with such golden hair in my
そい
life.
つなら一度見か
It
け
has to have been
青
him.
崎が口にしたような
We were deep in the
怪物じゃな
woods.
かった
It
け
didn't
ど
look anything like the monster you described,
木
though.
の実が二人がかりで
He only wanted me to run after him.
なんて怖
I
い
told him no way,
こ
of
とをして
course. The kid freaked me out.
さ金一個ないから
I knew there was no catching him. His tone was as curious as the things he was trying to articulate. Alka, however, had more pressing matters. Much more pressing. You saw him? Where?
学校の休校
At the old school campus. Come to think of it,
挨拶程度なら話
I
を
might have
し
even
た
met
っ
him.
け
Just once, when I was
一度
working.
だけ
I delivered 50 kilos of raw beef and... Oh my god, you absolute idiot! Try smack me again, bitch! Strangely... Ah, damn it. Strangely satisfying slapping sound ran out. Ignoring her wounds completely, Alko grabbed a slipper and threw it at Sojiro's unassuming face as hard as she could. Damn, Chet, she fucking did too. She panted. The Sojiro was knocked completely out of his chair. For a while, neither moved.
なんで怒るんだ青崎
What was that for, Ozaki? The boy asked, unfazed, as he slowly picked himself up. He sat cross-legged. Ozako scowled at him like an enemy.
当たり前じゃない
What do you think?
なんでそんな
Who keeps something like that to themselves?
言うほどのことでもない
I didn't think it was worth mentioning. Even if I had, the two of you would have just gotten mad at me. Alko knew he was right, and so she swallowed her words. She imagined themselves at dinner.
ところで今日
You'll never guess what I did today. I delivered a mountain of beef to an animal. One animal. Rich people live in a different world, am I right? If you had actually said it, Alko and Alice's response would have been less than cordial.
それは
Okay.
そうだけど
You're probably right.
本当に金髪の子供が
Anyway, was there really a golden-haired child at the old school building?
それが青崎の言う
I don't know whether he was a werewolf.
少なくとも
We've had some strange orders from restaurants in town, especially that Imperial Metropolis near the station.
確かに
That makes sense.
食事のたびにあいつ
There's no way he could eat out without drawing lots of attention to himself. She did not want to believe it, but the child had to be the werewolf. Could Toko really have been so careless as to hide him in plain sight? It didn't matter at this point. With the werewolf's habitat revealed, Toko's base had been revealed too. To take over the bounded field, she needed an inconspicuous place to store materials. Misaki High School's old school building was the perfect place.
つまり
Huh.
全ての
You're hiding the key to this puzzle the whole time.
隠していたんじゃない
I wasn't hiding anything.
大体
If you'd actually helped with the cleaning of back hills, you'd have found out yourself.
一人に任せず
Should have left it to he shouldn't have left it to Tobimaru. In response to Sojo's infallible logic, Ako snapped her fingers. You bitch! You fucking bitch! Instead of another slipper missile, she let the faithful white collar express how she felt. And with the tightening of the collar, Sojo realized something. Ako had changed. From the bed, she looked down on him with a commanding glare. Though weak from her injuries, she was as sharp as ever. And be forgiving for forgetting she was ever a patient. She was raring to fight, and without saying who her rage was directed at.
青崎
Ozaki? Aku responded in a vulnerable tone. Perhaps she had been taken by surprise. Now she had an objective. She had been lost in her own little world.
ありがとう宗十郎
Thanks, Sojiro. He expected her to be sarcastic, but this was different. She was genuinely thanking him. He had never known her to be like this, and was taken aback.
あのね
I'm
とにかく
just showing my appreciation because he helped me figure out where Toko's hideout is.
それがお気に召さなかった
Satisfied?
いや
Sure.
お礼を言ってもらえるのはいい
It's
ことだ
nice to be
けど
thanked, bud.
まさか
Are you seriously going after Toko in that condition? His tone was closer to scolding than sympathetic. Ako simply nodded resolutely.
取られたものは取り返すものよ
I'm just gonna take back what's mine, while I still
そ
can.
れもすぐに
My sister won't waste a moment, and neither will I. She sounded unshakable. Even so, Sojo could not back
勝ち目が
down.
なくてもか
Even if you got almost no chance of
暇は
winning,
ないと言うけど
what you need right now is
いつ
rest.
だって
Yesterday you were really messed up. You still are
昨日
now.
はひどかっ
You're
た
lucky
じ
to
ゃん
be alive.
違うわ
It's not
あれは
luck.
幸運なんかじゃない
It's Toko.
幸運じゃない
I don't understand.
そう
Toko.
ね
She purposely kept me alive to taunt me, to make me try again. She's waiting for me so we can settle the score. If she wasn't waiting, she'd have made her move already. As much as it pains me to, I'm taking your words to heart. Irritation tainted Ako's words. From the side, she looked terrifyingly serious. She was ready to fight to the death. Toko had given her little choice. Sojo could understand neither sister.
殺すために生かしたっていうのか
Toko left you alive so she could kill you
青
later.
崎はそれが分かっているの
Yet
に
you're still going after him.
そうよ
Exactly. She might have won the battle, but she hasn't won the war. I know I'd have a better chance fully healed, but while I'm recovering, Toko's gotten her claws in Misaki. That means I need to play my trump card. I have to do what I can while I can. Though the pain in her eyes was not as deep as the pain of death, it spoke of the regret she would feel if she didn't do everything possible while blood still flowed in her veins. Understand now? Good. Then don't try and stop me. Listen to me, Sojiro. You're not responsible for anything. Not my life and not this fight. And I refuse to sit in bed waiting to die. Who'd do that if they felt they could win? Sojiro was dumbstruck. How could never let anyone else get involved? Whether that was because she cared or cared less, he couldn't tell. What he did understand, though, was if he wanted to stop her, he would have to do so with his bare hands. And he knew better than to try that. Even so, he had one last question. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to live with himself after leaving this room.
わからないな青崎は
I don't get why you need to go to these
君を
lengths.
縛っているのは
Is it out of obligation, or are you just forcing yourself? There was a sadness in his eyes. However, Alko was unmoved by them. It's not like you to ask something so deep. Alright, I'll answer even though it won't change anything. To be honest, I'm caught between the two. Don't get me wrong though. Any sense of obligation, compulsion, pride, or fear comes from me and me alone. My grandfather wouldn't be mad if I stopped fighting Toko. I doubt Alice would complain either. If I chose to run, nobody would give it a second thought. That's why this is all on me. No, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But I won't run from Toko. All that matters is proving to myself that I'm alive. I know that my life has no meaning, and that's why I can do anything. With fiery passion, Akozaki had said her piece. Sojiro was left with a pang in his chest. He didn't know why, but her words angered him. Then again, at the same time, her self-confidence had him in wonder. Even though she had said that her life had no meaning, her stubbornness gave meaning to everything. So, Would that still apply if... Without thinking, he started to ask another question. Maybe he wanted to change her mind. Maybe he just wanted to hear her answer. If, say, no one was watching. It came out as a murmur. Indeed, if no one was watching, no one could know that she had fled. This was the situation Ako was in. Even so, she shot him down instantly. Someone's always watching you, even if it's only yourself. My man's having an awakening, chat. Her expression brightened, possibly because she had been surprised at having to state the obvious. Sojiro was wide-eyed in shock, but Ako remained nonchalant. Haven't you figured that out yet, Sojiro? Nobody watches you more than you. That's why you have to stay on your toes. Sojiro didn't respond to her somewhat exasperated tone, but simply rose to his feet. He looked defeated, which was not like him at all. So, I'm sorry. I know you're saying something really incredible, it's just... I don't understand it. He meekly walked towards the door. As he placed his hand on the doorknob, he paused. For a few seconds, he fought with himself, desperately trying to think of something to say. No words came forth, and so he opened the door, which swung with a strange creak, and he left the room. After watching him go, Ako turned her gaze towards the window. It was nearly evening. A thin veil of darkness was threatening to descend on the town outside. He's gonna throw hands with bear claws. He's gonna show up to the werewolf's house with a fucking gun, chat. By evening, only Sojiro remained in the chapel. He sat alone at the end of a pew, slouching helplessly, like a guilty believer ready to confess. The chilly air seeped through the walls, turning breath to mist. The frigid air stole the heat from the body without mercy. Sojiro looked around the chapel's tall ceiling and spacious hall. The room made the air feel colder somehow. Unsure what to do with himself, he stared into space. His thoughts were entirely unfocused. First and foremost, he could not understand what the buzzing sensation was in his chest. Time passed by and no answers came. To onlookers, he must have seemed deep in thought, or in a deep sleep, like he would turn to stone if left be. Either way, he clearly looked down. The problem was his lack of awareness. Not that he was aware of it, of course. Worshipping at this hour? You're quite the devotee. Sojiro raised his head and turned to where the voice had come from. Stood before the altar was the man from last night, dressed in priestly garbs. How long had he been standing there? Sound reverberated dryly throughout the chapel hall. Sojiro did not have the strength to stand, let alone leave. He just stared at the approaching shadow. No, you'll not find the Holy Spirit in this church. Do you mind if I sit? The priest pointed to Sojiro's pew. Without waiting for an answer, he took a seat at the opposite end. I never formally introduced myself. I'm Eri... oh, fuck you. I'm Eri Fumitsuka. Fumitsuka? Fumitsuka? I'm just gonna say Fumitsuka. This church is, owner, you could say. On paper, at least. Call me Father Eri. You must be Sojiro Suzuki, yes? I can see why Yuki didn't notice you. Father Eri spoke a gentle but uninvested tone. He was a thorough egoist. Sojiro knew all too well about people who spoke this way. The individual who cared for him when he first came from the mountain was one of them. Sojiro glanced across at him apathetically. Father Eri seemed unfazed by the lack of direction in his eyes. I was wondering if I could speak with you for a moment. Sojiro responded with a nod. Father Eri replied with an artificial smile. You seem terribly worried about Ako. Not really. Mitsuka said the same thing to me, but that's not it. Sojiro stared straight ahead as he answered, his voice sounding uncharacteristically weak and unsure. She's been on my mind a lot, and I don't know why. I'm trying to figure that out. The answer's simple. You envy her. With those few words, Sojiro snapped out of his funk. He clasped his hands and turned toward the priest. I see. So I just envy her? Wait a second. That can't be good. Didn't know I could feel that way. Father Eri did not respond to his confession like ramblings. So, what do you want to talk to me about? Well, it's more of a question I'd like to ask, really. I heard you lived deep in the mountains until recently. Something strikes me as curious. Really? What? Well, I doubt anyone has ever asked you this before. No doubt, because you don't unnerve the people around you. I admit I feel the same way talking to you. Maybe it's opportunity presenting itself, or my sense of obligation as a man of the cloth. But when I see a lost lamb, I feel a need to guide it. Father Eri looked at Sojiro placidly. His pupils were like the black holes that could suck the soul out of your body. I'm not sure what you're talking about. What's your question exactly? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing unusual. Simply, why did you come down here? You seem like you'd be happier back home. Sojiro was not sure what he had done, but it sounded as though the priest was accusing him of something. Then again, it was a reasonable question, if a little pointless. Sojiro had no answer. Father Eri ignored the sullen boy and continued. I'm somewhat aware of the challenges that life in the mountains might bring. I experienced it firsthand when I made a small mistake in my youth. Life in the mountains is incredibly simple. Your time is dedicated to survival. You don't live for joy, but rather to stay alive. It makes a minimalist lifestyle seem full of excess. Compared to that, city life should be nothing short of paradise. However, paradise means something different to everyone. Sojiro still did not answer. His expression remained blank. The belt's off. I'm broken, chat. I'm broken. The only sound was the priest's voice echoing around the chapel. Although if were even a single seed could bring joy. No matter the warmth the light of electricity brings, I expect you respect the bitter cold of nature more. So tell me, why come here when you'd be happier in the mountains? Father Eri repeated his question. Sojiro's mouth remained firmly shut. Not because he didn't want to answer, but because he simply didn't know how to. All he knew was even if he wanted to go back, he couldn't. My son, salvation will not be forthcoming to those who choose to ignore its calling. If you don't know why you left, you won't be able to love where you arrived. A word of advice. Happiness doesn't come from the unquestionable acceptance of everything. Be fair to yourself. Sojiro could not make sense of what he was being told. Only the father's last words made any impression on him. Being fair to yourself is easier said than done, of course. And what that entailed, Sojiro was uncertain of. Actually, that makes sense. Tako had mentioned something similar before, and it had impressed him. First her, now this priest. Why can people know things they haven't even told them? Wow. Are all priests like you? Sojiro said, curious as to where the weight of the soldiers had gone to. In a way, one of his strong points is the fact that his emotional scars do not show on the surface. Indeed, a priest is obliged to shine a light on troubled hearts. Though, of course, that's not always enough. By shine a light, do you mean talk things over? Yes, to a certain extent, at least. The only problems I can solve are mostly small. The priest shrugged, looking a little disconcerted. Granted, Sojiro still did not trust Father Eri at all. But at that moment, any one ray of light in his eyes. Wait, what? Anyone was a ray of light in his eyes. Do you mind helping me with another small problem? You want to know why you're envious of Ako, correct? It's as though the priest could see into the boy's soul with his serene eyes. Well, yeah. I don't even know why I feel this way myself. But you seem to. I don't. I can simply guess, not being the one to shoulder the burden. Your envy may come from your lack of a foundation, or more accurately, your lack of a color of your own. Sojiro squinted, trying to understand the priest's complicated yet concise answer. This is what I'm talking about. You were extraordinarily flexible. You learned to live alone in the city after coming down from the mountains. And then, once you'd gotten used to that, you started living with Ako and Alice in a very different world. I don't know if you consciously try to adapt, but regardless, your ability to do so is astonishing. Also, I don't know why, but you do not appear to exhibit signs of a regular ego. You can respond to anything, but are influenced by it. To be frank, you're a blank canvas that stays blank. While blending into your surroundings is a wonderful thing, no sense of self means having no place to call home. Your talent is a double-edged sword. The fact Yuka didn't see you was unexpected. She can perceive even incorporeal elemental spirits, and yet not you. That says a lot about your lack of greed. As if used by something, Father Eri grinned. However, Sojiro understood neither the meaning of his smile nor his words. This is mere speculation, but I believe Ako feels resentment when she looks at you. To a brazen soul like you, to a brazen soul like her, your lack of self is something she simply cannot accept. And yet, you see something in Ako you can never attain. It feels crude to put such things in words, but it is what it is. A moment ago I said you envied Ako. That's not quite true. In fact, no. Never mind. Some things are best left unsaid. Father Eri smiled gently. It was a fresh-faced grin that belied his age. Whenever it came to Ako, he seemed to forget his role as a priest. But that was irrelevant to Sojiro. So, Father, what exactly do I admire about Ako, then? Sojiro responded to Father Eri's ramblings by being direct. Some would say the priest had been direct himself. But this was Sojiro, and he needed something spelled out. You still don't get it?
参りましたね。
Then you have me beat, Sojiro. Some things really are difficult to put into words. Then again, I'm simply a man of the cloth. How about a change of tact?
あなたは青子の
Do you know about Aoko's past?
詳しくは知りません。
Not much. She told me some weird stuff I didn't understand about her start to high school and things.
全く知らないということです。
So, by not much, you mean
い
nothing.
いでしょう。
Very well, Suzuki, allow me to try something more abstract.
君は突然
If you were suddenly told to kill
自殺しろ
yourself,
と言われて従います
could you?
自殺
Kill myself?
そう、
Yes,
自殺です。
kill yourself.
神父である私
Of course, the priest shouldn't talk about such things, but my appearance is only skin deep.
青子はね、
Anyways,
近いことを
Aoko was asked to do something along those lines when she was
彼女が
15.
それまで積み重ねた
Throw away her hopes and
努力
dreams.
希望
Put her past and future and everything she was up to that point. Become a different being entirely.
それは自己の抹消
The end of yourself is the end of your future, wouldn't you agree? His words fit what Aoko had said about her past. Until middle school, she led a normal life. Then out of the blue, she became the family heiress in the place of her sister. Becoming a magician meant casting aside the life she had known. She had to leave behind her ambitions and prospects and live the life of a mage, something she barely knew anything about. Her life up to that point had taught her that everything from then on would bring her misery. Aoko's grandfather was not the forceful type. Your sister just failed. Now it's your turn, he said. Did Aoko resist? Sojiro couldn't begin to imagine. All he knew is that she could not be happy with the hand she was dealt. Even if the life of a magician was attractive, to believe the possibility that Aoko could give up her lifestyle to the point, to that point, was to not know her at all. Aoko Ozaki put her all into everything. She had probably achieved a lot in those 15 years. Her achievements and prospects were no doubt enough to make anyone jealous. But did she have the conviction to those away and go? But she'd have the conviction to those away and go back to the square one. She have the conviction to away. God damn it! She have the conviction to those away. All right. Did she have the conviction to toss those away and go back to square one? Low tier priest, baby. And square one did not come close to the reality of it. The future she had envisioned for so long would have been obliterated. Toss works as well.
どうしたんですか？
So, what did Aoko do?
いや、これ
Well, we're talking about one exceptionally stubborn girl.
立ち会った私
If I did not witnessed it myself, I wouldn't have believed it, but she nodded. She stood there defiantly, curling her shaking fingers into balled fist. Not to appease her grandfather, not out of obligation to the Alzaki family, but because she hates to run away from anything.
拒むことは逃げではないの
Now,
でしょうが。
refusing something is not the same as running away from it. But trying to tell that to Aoko, to her, running away would be rejecting the life she'd forged. If that was all to go, she would say farewell on her own terms. So that's what she did. Extreme, but she's the kind of person who would sacrifice everything in the name of progress. An affectionate smile crossed Father Aries' face. Rather than signaling his closeness to Aoko, it conveyed the pride of a guardian. However, I was also mistaken. As it turns out, Aoko had been raised to become a mage all along. Her grandfather predicted Tako would leave, and that Aoko would become his heiress, so he raised them both accordingly. As a priest, if only by name, I felt uncomfortable about that. I knew she had no interest in her new role. Things could hardly go exactly how her grandfather had planned, so I asked her to flee with me to Mexico. Alas, she turned me down without a moment's thought. I still remember every word of her answer.
だって
Well, me crying isn't going to change anything, is it? If I'm the only one to if the only one who can do it, I'll do it. Even if I get thrown to the wolves, I'll just have to find a way to survive. Running away is the only last resort. Until then, hear me roar. The priest recited her words as if recalling lines from a favorite play. Certainly seemed like something she would say. The last thing Aoko said in the room she was recovering in probably meant the same. Of course, when an audience is watching you, you want their approval. However, approval must come from within first. Aoko worked to feel proud of herself before worrying about how others viewed her. She at least wanted to do her job with grace. In response to everything she had lost, she would hang in there, even if it meant going in alone. As for why Sojiro envied her, well, that was obvious. To Sojiro, she lived her life with her head held high. He was a boy who accepted everything, but had nothing. She was a girl who threw it all away, but never lost a thing. He stood in the meeting room alone, seeing the ugliness within, and the sublime outside. Looking back, he finally realized what was eating at him. I think you see it now. It's not her appearance that strikes you as beautiful, but her spirit. Not that she isn't physically beautiful. She's a child priest! Calm it, boy! Calm it! Down! That right off the heels of I want to flee to Mexico with you is not looking good, brother. Sojiro nodded. From the day he first met her, that was indeed how he had felt. It just took him until now to realize it. The strength in her eyes and her unwavering will had captured his heart. Why Mexico? Chet, the lower age of consent. Oh God. She puts up with a lot. She really does. There's a lot of fight packed into that small frame. Father Aries spoke of the heart, from the heart. Sojiro raised his head, gave a small grin, and scratched his cheek. So many hours wasted brooding like an idiot. A part of him still felt strange, but it didn't bother him to leave the question unsolved for now. Unable to stay still, he stood up. He couldn't care less about the Ozaki family, Mage battles, or Alko rushing off to her death. Right now, he just wanted to see her face. Chat, he's in love! Stop. The recovery room is off limits. The cold words echoed around the chapel. They reached Sojiro as he was about to head back to Alko. The sightless sister must have been waiting by the altar. She moved quickly to block his path. Miss Yuka? Not allowed in? Correct. Miss Kawaji told me to make sure nobody enters. Alice said that? Sojiro was suspicious of why Alice would have said that. He could understand being kept out if Alko was being treated or her condition had worsened, but this seemed different. Besides, Alko herself said her treatment had finished. Now, Sister Yuka. There's no need to be so curt. Why not just tell him the truth? That the room is actually empty. Alko left some time ago. Father Eri. The priest began to explain everything from the pew he sat in, about the things he and Sojiro had spoken about, and why he, a stranger, would be so concerned about a person he knew nothing about. It all became clear to Sojiro. This is your plan all along? Sojiro's voice was full of anger, but Father Eri did not flinch. My apologies. Alko requested I look after you. Well, I did need to buy her time to prepare. I honestly did want to talk to you. The priest's attempt to smooth things over was far from sincere. Sojiro... Oh, it's happening. It's happening, chat. Sojiro grit his teeth to control his rage. Why had they not stopped Alko and Alice from heading towards certain death? Because both the nun and priest were of the same ilk as the mages. As such, they understood Alko's decision, and the priest understood Alko too. Even if he did have the power to stop her, he would not have. And Alko Ozaki, he knew it was not about to hide away in a church and lick her wounds. Where's Alice? With Alko. Left about 30 minutes ago. Father even went so far as to divulge the time. 30 minutes ago. The same time the priest reared his head. It would not take even half that long to get to the school from here. And even then another 10 minutes or less to get to Misaki High's old school building from there. Sojiro turned to the entrance of the chapel. However... Stop. Where do you think you're going? The sound of her voice stopped him in his tracks. Don't make me smack a blind bitch, I swear to God. Oh God, she's blind! She has magic powers! An unseen pressure locked him in place. Her admonition seemed to carry a spellbinding power, stopping the full-hearted boy where he stood. You know nothing of mage battles. You're too weak to help. You'd be a liability. If they fall, that's their prerogative. Let them tear each other apart as they wish. A young, innocent bystander like you has no business taking part in such calamity. My life is mine to throw away as I see fit. She spoke with quiet anger. Her contempt was not directed at Alko or Alice, though, but Sojiro, for being so eager to waste his life. If there's a shred of hope, I wouldn't stop you. But there isn't. There's nothing you can do for them either. She was right. It would be pointless for him to go. At the amusement park, he had been useless in the end. Now they face something even worse. You couldn't even imagine how he might contribute this time. Listen carefully. Alko Ozaki's grandfather trained her to protect herself. Magecraft aside, she's still tougher than you. Even so, she still doesn't stand a chance against that beast of a familiar. Sojiro's physical strength, his only edge, meant nothing. If he went now, he'd only get in their way. Yuka was correct, and yet... I reiterate, my life is mine to throw away, so don't get in my way. I have to go. I owe Alko a debt I must repay. He spoke calmly but firmly. Though almost moved, the sister frowned slightly. She felt bad for him, but her warning was for his own good. If he would not listen to reason, then she would have to make him sleep. She raised a finger of binding at Sojiro. You mean you want to repay your debt, Sojiro? Incidentally, Sister Yuka, please refrain from using magecraft within the church. At least save it for religious ceremonies, or it'll affect my investigation. Dear Lord, give me strength. You seem so quiet, Sojiro, but you're more short-tempered than Ritsuka. If I may, Father Eri, I see no harm in letting him go. Or would you rather see Tako destroy Alko and Alice? That issue is separate from this suicidal devotion. Reconsider, Mrs. Suzuki. Even if you go, there's nothing you can do for them. The truth of the statement cut Sojiro deep. But despite everything that was being said, his mind was made up. It always had been. Even if he was not certain, he at least would not hesitate. He had followed his instincts to the end, no matter where they took him. You know, Sojiro, I'm something of a gut man myself. I'll follow my gut to the ends of the earth. I know. But I'm still going. If I stay here, I really am powerless. His heart burned in his chest. While he listened to the priest talk, he could only think of seeing Alko. He wasn't worried. He didn't want the help. He just wanted to see her. He'd figure out what came next once he got there. See? He isn't suicidal. You say he'll get in the way, but Alko and Alice stand no chance of winning anyway, correct? So what's the problem? Ready to burn out in a blaze of glory. Father. What are you waiting for, Sojiro? Get going. Your response is move, Sister Yuka. And now you can move your legs, right? As soon as the priest pointed at Sojiro, he could move again. The pressure weighing on his shoulders lifted, along with the fear in his heart. Could he help? Could he expose Alko and Alice to more danger? All such doubts had vanished. I'm heading out then. With any luck, we'll meet again. Good. Whatever happens, no regrets. And with that, Sojiro began to run, as Father Eri watched this look of satisfaction. With a look of satisfaction. The priest knew if he could not persuade Alko, he could not convince Sojiro either. He watched the impetuous boy run away. As the blind nun listened to his footsteps fade into the distance, Yuka was different from Sojiro and the priest. While she showed no mercy to corruption or self-righteousness, she embraced benevolence to the innocent. Such an ordinary boy with his life ahead of him, and yet he chose to follow heretics into hell. How can you live with yourself, Father Eri? I thought responsible adults guided wayward children. She made no effort to hide her biting disapproval. It was simply her way of showing concern for the boy. Father Eri shrugged. You're mistaken about a few things, Sister Yuka. Your use of the term responsible adult for a start. An adult is someone who takes responsibility no matter what. The rest went unspoken. It didn't matter to him which of them died. With a warm, goodly smile, the priest corrected the nun's misunderstanding. Nice, nice, nice. That's a good cliffhanger, chat. That's a really good cliffhanger. Shrugged, not shugged. Alright, listen, man. I've been up for 3 days now. You gotta give me a break at some point. Alright, chat. I got to change a bunch of bandages. I need to go to sleep. I got work at the ass crack of dawn tomorrow. So we're gonna pack it up, chat. We're gonna pack it up. That was good. That was good. I enjoy our reading days. Like I said, depending on whether it's me or Lolly that takes it first, we'll find out. But if Lolly doesn't take it, I plan on next Monday. I plan on streaming me reading my H.P. Lovecraft story collections. So, we'll see what's up. Finally get penis enlargement. Chat, I've spoken at length for hours about how I don't need that. No gambling? No gambling, chat. No gambling. I played Fear on stream? No. No, no. Liberty stream? Perhaps. Perhaps. I can't wait. It's gonna be fun, chat. It's gonna be fun. That's a really bad sound. That's a really bad sound. Okay, chat. Well, thank you for coming out. I appreciate all you sitting here, listening to my voice as I slowly deteriorate mentally. I appreciate you. But I hope you have a wonderful one, chat, and I hope you enjoy the outro song. Bye bye.
We'll take the copper from the work site. Meet me there at midnight. They ain't got a camera or a guard. Write my own prescription if I can't get a fix, son. Shit's about to get real.